The American Association. The Omaha Royals are home after a very successful road trip against the Iowa Cubs. It's time for Royals baseball. Hi once again, everybody. I'm Torrey Pantelion along with Terry Leahy. And as we said, the Royals back from a very successful road trip. Terry, 9 out of the 12 last games they've won. They've won 10 out of 15 road games. I'll tell you, the bats are coming alive, and even though they lost a couple of games, they've still got good pitching. And, of course, it's a big night with Sean Dunston, Mark Gillespie, and Larry Gurr coming into town.
Always a great rivalry, Torrey, when you have the Iowa Cubs come into Omaha in the Rosenblatt Stadium. For years, they were known as the Oaks, and they've always had a lot of great players, just like the Omaha Royals have. A lot of great players come through that AAA franchise, and they're in here tonight for a big series.
Well, of course, Larry Gurr, the left-hander, will be making his second start since coming down from Chicago, of course, signed after the Kansas City Royals let him go. And Al Hargesheimer, while his one-loss record might not look impressive, the guy's thrown well, especially during that last road trip.
This will be Al's 5th start, and it's important for Al to get back into that groove. Last season, he missed most of the campaign because of a stretched nerve in his pitching arm. So it'll be important for him to get some rhythm going in this game. And Gurr, he's a location pitcher. He has to have that. We're going to really be able to watch Larry Gurr in this one and see if he is able to find the plate with the breaking stuff that he has to have.
Okay, Gene Lamont and Larry Cox are at the home plate with the lineups and getting ground rule instructions from the umpires. Terry and I will be back with Royals baseball right after this.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 15th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Welcome back to Rosenblatt Stadium. There you see Gene Lamont and Larry Cox. Of course, Cox, the manager of the Iowa Cubs, and the umpires for this evening. And of course, we said the Royals coming off a very successful road trip, winning 10 out of 15 last night. They took their 4th in 6 games against Oklahoma City, who is right now leading the American Association West. The Cubs are behind by 14 games. The Royals out by 11.5. They beat the 89ers last night by a score of 5-2 as the Royals take the field. And Terry, you've got lineup responsibility
For the Western Division rivals of the Omaha Royals, they'll lead off with Pookie Bernstein in center field. Batting second will be Dave Owen. He's at second base. Mark Gillespie is the right fielder. Batting in the cleanup spot, Dave Hostetler, the first baseman. Tom Lombarski will be the designated hitter. Sean Dunston, the shortstop, will bat 6th. Tony Castillo, the catcher, will be in the 7th spot. He's followed by the left fielder, Paul Nochi, and the third baseman will be Julio Valdez. That's the lineup that Al Hargesheimer, the right-hander, will be facing in this contest. And Torrey, it's great to be back on Sports 9 doing Royals baseball after a very successful College World Series for this community.
Well, you know, I love the College World Series too, but I'll admit it, Terry, it's good to be back in the broadcast booth. Right now, let's take time out and listen to our national anthem.
As we said, Al Hargesheimer is going to make his 5th start in this game tonight. Al is 2-3, has an earned run average of 3.83. It will be his 16th appearance on the season. He has no saves, 42 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 46 hits, 22 runs, 18 of those runs have been earned. He's given up 5 home run pitches, 30 bases on balls against 18 strikeouts. And if there's anything the Royals staff has to work on, it would be that strikeout to walks ratio. But the pitching staff is really coming along, Torrey, and you have to go, even though we're not seeing him in this game tonight, Steve Farr just jumps right out at you here. The 3-3 record, the earned run average of 1.46. He's pitched 55 innings, over 55 innings, 46 strikeouts against 19 walks. Hargesheimer will have this defense behind him. His battery mate will be Jamie Quirk. Pat Putnam is at first base. Rondon Johnson at second. Jimmy Scranton is the shortstop. Bill Pacoda at third base. Into the outfield, Dave Leeper is in left. Butch Davis will patrol in center field. And Bob Hegman in the lineup tonight against the lefty Gura. He'll be out in right.
A couple of groups here tonight that really deserve mentioning tonight. It's kind of like a twofold night. It's Keep Omaha Beautiful night. And all of you in Omaha are well aware of the campaign that took place just recently. And, of course, it's Girl Scouts Family Night. So hello to all the Girl Scouts and their families and their softball coaches, because the Omaha Girl Scouting Council does have its own softball league. So we're getting ready to start this ball game, and leading off for the Iowa Cubs will be Pookie Bernstein. Center fielder steps in at 250, has no home runs and a run batted in. Bat from the right side. On-deck hitter will be Dave Owen, and to follow him, local kid Mark Gillespie, whose former Mississippi State team was doing well for a while at the recently completed College World Series, but as we all know, only one team can win it all. And as some people predicted, it was Miami. Slices that one foul down to Larry Cox. Now the count's even at 1-1.
MSU lost in one of the most dramatic games ever played in the CWS. Miami defeated them on that 2-run homer by Greg Elena, who went on to be the most outstanding player of the series. And the whole community has to be very excited about the tremendous attendance at this year's World Series, the new record.
I gave wrong count. It's 0-2 before that foul, and it still stays at 0-2. Slight breeze. Flag just kind of fluttering very lightly, lazily out in center field. Good look at the right-hander Hargesheimer, fighting back, as Terry said, from an injury. He is not a stranger to this Iowa Cub team. Also played time in the Giants organization.
Then he goes down to Wichita last season with the Omaha Royals, and that's when he sustained that injury, and he was out for most of the '84 season.
So ahead of the batter, Pookie Bernstein. No balls and 2 strikes. Hargesheimer with a full windup. Breaking pitch. Away, low and away. But he did get a piece of it. Still remains 0-2.
Super pitch with that ball and strike count. More medical bad news. Brian Poldberg told me he's going to have arthroscopic surgery, try and take care of that knee. He says he's just having a hard time as far as the pass balls, especially in the wild pitch. He can't shift his weight to block the plate and to guard against that. And he's going to look into that next week, I guess, and then go from there.
Tough situation for Brian. Actually, the Omaha Royals catching core has really been messed up because of injuries. Got him on a very fine pitch. So Hargesheimer gets Bernstein, and that is the first strikeout of the ball game. That'll bring up Dave Owen. Now, Owen listed on the roster in the program is number 4. Steps in wearing number 5. So it'll be interesting to see what number Sean Dunston will be wearing, because he is listed as number 5 on your program. Head pitch misses.
Maybe this is like the Orange Bowl from a couple of years ago with Nebraska with McCashland and Dave Burton.
Tries to take that outside pitch the opposite way, but he'll foul it back into the red seats. Count now is even at 1-1.
Speaking of Nebraska sports and Nebraska football, I do see Mr. Mad Mike down in the Royals dugout.
Where?
He will make his presence well known.
There he is. Yeah, we won't have to tell anybody when he shows up because he'll let you know all by himself. And the 1-1 pitch. Squares around to bunt, takes it. Takes the ball high as the corners charge.
Owen is in the same situation that Buddy Biancalana is in the Royals organization. Buddy doing a good job in the field with Kansas City right now. It's only a question of how much can he hit big league pitching.
Right back to Hargesheimer. Makes the play easily, and there's 2 down. Well, that'll bring up the number 3 hitter, Mark Gillespie. Gillespie, residing here in Omaha, played a couple of years at Iowa Western College over in Council Bluffs. And, of course, he played in Mississippi State under Ron Polk. Got here in the College World Series, so the kid is no stranger to tough competition. He's way back in the batter's box. Matter of fact, because there is no chalk anymore in the back of the box, I guess that's what keeps him from being illegal. But he's really in the back of that box.
And against Hargesheimer's breaking pitches, that's going to help in this game tonight.
That one doesn't find the mark, so it's a ball and a strike. Cleanup hitter Dave Hotstetler is on deck. Gillespie comes in batting .260, has 4 4-baggers and 23 ribbies. Goes for that outside pitch, and it's the second time now that they've tried to go with the pitch of an Iowa batter, and they've ended up fouling it off into the cheap seats.
What's this? Actually just a gentle breeze from left to right up here at Rosenblatt Stadium. During the College World Series, the wind was such a big factor in that competition. And up here on this hill, it's a pitcher's park, but that could be changing with the wind the way it is.
That could be headed for a base hit. It is. So with 2 outs, Gillespie comes in with a single up the middle. So the Cubs have a runner on base. Nice piece of hitting by the local kid, and the cleanup hitter Hotstetler, who's no stranger to major league competition. Hotstetler batting .288. Now we'll get a look at this one, Terry.
Takes such a nice swing there. He's not going to get in trouble overstriding, especially against breaking pitches. Taking the compact swing. He's back in that batter's box, as is this hitter.
Well, Hotstetler has 10 home runs and 35 runs batted in. Now that's total. Jimmy Scranton should make the easy force at second. RJ put Gillespie out 6-4 and give Hotstetler a fielder's choice. So after half an inning in the top half of the first, the Cubs come up with no runs, a hit, no errors. They left 1. And after half an inning, it's Iowa nothing with the Royals coming up. The Iowa Cubs, as we said, will not only be in for a game on Saturday, June 15th, but it's a 4-day, 6-game series through Tuesday, June 18th. Now, tonight's ball game, along with Monday nights, the 17th, are single night games. Monday's game will start at 7:05. Sunday, the 16th, and Tuesday, the 18th, are twin bills. They both start at 6:05. Both ball clubs have met 7 times so far in 1985. The Cubs have won 4 of those 7.
Well, Torrey Slider has taken the mound here. His second appearance in Rosenblatt Stadium this year. He pitched with Kansas City during that exhibition game. Then the release game, and he played for Chicago for a couple starts. So he's on the mound. He will face this Omaha Royals lineup. Leading off is Rondon Johnson at second base. Batting second is Bob Hegman in right field. Batting third is Dave Leeper, the left fielder. In the cleanup spot is the designated hitter, Rich Murray. He's followed by Butch Davis, who's well established now in center field for the Omaha Royals. Batting sixth is Pat Putnam, the first baseman. Batting seventh is Bill Pacoda, the Royals' third baseman. The catcher, batting eighth, is Jamie Quirk, and batting ninth is the shortstop, Jimmy Scranton. Some numbers on Larry Gura. He's 1-0. This will be his second start as an Iowa Cub. After that one start, he has an earned run average of 3.00. He went 6 innings in that start, gave up 8 hits, 2 runs, and both of those runs were earned. But the important thing with Gura is he's a control pitcher. He has a below-average fastball, Torrey, right now, so the slider is his best pitch. He has to have pinpoint location, and that was his trademark throughout the 70s and early 80s with Kansas City. In that last start, he did not issue a walk, and he had 4 strikeouts. So it'll be important to watch that with Larry Gurra in this start tonight.
Well, Gurra finishes his warm-up tosses here, and we're going to the bottom of the first inning, and the Royals most likely would like to strike as early as possible.
Well, Torrey, Sean Dunston is wearing number 15 here, and Dave Owen is wearing number 5, as you said. Gurra will have Tony Castillo as his catcher, Dave Hostetler at first, Dave Owen at second, Sean Dunston is the shortstop, Julio Valdez at third, Paul Nochi is in left field, Pookie Bernstein in center field, and Mark Gillespie is the Cubs' right fielder.
So RJ stepping in has an average of 216, no home runs, and 8 runs batted in. Down at third base, Julio Valdez is on the grass. RJ goes that way, and he sneaks it by him up the line. Could be 2. RJ's not going to stop. Here comes the throw. He slides in. He's safe with a leadoff double. So the Royals starting quickly, using their good hot wheels and slapping that ball up the line past drawn-in Valdez. And for Rondon Johnson, that's double number 4 on the year.
Great leadoff situation. Rondon Johnson, the third baseman, is in here. Now, he has a terrible angle at that, and Rondon Johnson, leadoff man, right in scoring position with no outs. And, Torrey, they had to think about the bunt there with RJ. They had to.
Well, and then again, that's where you see that psychological advantage working for you, the home team, in this situation. So Larry Gurra already pitching in a situation where there's a runner in scoring situation. Bobby Hegman starting in right field in place of Mike Kingery because of the left-handed throwing Gurra is up. Hegman at 212. Slaps it the opposite way. That'll do the job and move the runner over. Score at 4-3. 1 out. And move Johnson over to third. So that's what you want to do.
Oh, that's perfect hitting behind the runner with no outs now. You get him over to third after the leadoff double. And here the whole infield has to come in. Even when Johnson was on second and Hegman was up to the plate, Torrey, the third baseman had to come in even more because of the fact that there were no outs.
Yeah, here comes probably one of the top Omaha Royal hitters in recent years, and as well as this year, Dave Leeper. 296, 6 home runs, and 29 runs batted in. And they have to give this guy some respect, even though the infield has to be drawn in to cut down that run. Nice pitch by Gurra. As you can see, Larry, as Terry mentioned, not throwing with a lot of velocity. And he has to maintain that accuracy, or else he'll really fall into some trouble. One ball and 2 strikes. On deck, cleanup hitter tonight, Rich Murray, who's in the DH spot.
Larry Gurra is a master at spotting the pitches, picking the finest place and getting his breaking stuff over the plate. Good location pitcher. That is his trademark, and that's what he has to have to be successful. He certainly is not going to throw it by anyone.
Right this way. Another souvenir gets by Leahy. Ugh.
I'm like Dave Owen. I don't have as good a range to my right as I do to my left. Look at the infield coming in here, Torrey, with 1 out.
Well, you know, they want to cut that run down. They don't want to give up runs early to the Royals and Rosenblatt. Leeper with a good eye there, and the count's even up at 2-2. That outfield, a couple of steps toward right, but he does have some extra room in the left center field gap. There's a light breeze going to it right. I talked to Pat Putnam about that earlier today. We'll get to that in just a second. Leeper protecting the plate very well. Asked Pat, he was out running some warm-up laps about 3:30 this afternoon. I said, hey, you're going to hit a couple out tonight? He says, the wind's just right. And at the time, the wind was. But it's not as strong as it was earlier, so we'll have to see. But with this lineup, the Royals really don't need help from the wind. They've got some long ball hitters. Straight up, right side of the infield. Who wants it? Owen Hostetler. It's going to be Hostetler. And Johnson will have to stay at third base. So Leeper pops out to first base, and Rich Murray is up. batting at .254, 3 home runs and 8 runs batted in. We have 2 down. We're in the bottom of the first inning, and there's no score, but the Royals do have their leadoff hitter, Rhonda Johnson, at third base.
Well, now that RBI situation for Rich Murray will have to come in a clutch situation with 2 outs. But you really have to credit Bob Higman for going to the right side of the infield to allow that runner to get to third base, and that's what caused the infield to have to come in with just the 1 out.
Well, of course, now the pop-up, which is what really is not a bad thing to happen in that situation because it doesn't hurt anybody but the hitting team, allows that infield to relax just a little bit. Butch Davis is on deck. Rich Murray takes that called strike. No balls and a strike. That thing exploded. Sounded good when it hit the catcher's mitt. So now Murray finds himself behind on the count 0-2. Rich, of course, not to be confused with any relation to Cox Cable's Kevin Murray. However, he is the brother of Baltimore Orioles' Eddie Murray. Ooh, and is he going to get the base? Yes, he is. Guessed wrong on that one. Kind of leaned into it, and it broke right out his hip. And it really wasn't thrown all that hard, so I don't think that Rich, while he probably felt that, no great pain. So Royals have runners at the corners now, and I really don't think that Larry Cox or Larry Gurr or any of the Cubs wanted to see this situation now, getting Butch Davis up. Davis at .258, 3 home runs, 19 runs batted in, but boy, this guy's tough in the clutch, and right now it's a clutch situation because you have a runner in scoring position.
About the only good thing you could think about for Iowa would be the force-out chances at second base.
And they want to hold Murray at first. Gurr comes to the plate, and that'll sneak through for a base hit. He just waited on that off-speed pitch. Davis just waited and still was able to pull it enough and got it in the hole. So Butch picks up his 20th run batted in with that single in the hole at shortstop. And the Royals lead it 1-0 as Murray goes to second.
They have patience on their swing against Larry Gurr, Torrey, because they know they have to operate against his breaking stuff, and you have to shorten up. You can't overcommit. You have to be able to readjust. That's what you have to do against Larry Gurr.
Well, Davis was able to do it. Now comes the big guy, muscle man in the team, Pat Putnam. .292 average, 5 home runs and 30 runs batted in. That's a called strike, but Castillo came up as if he was going to throw, and of course he saw the ball get by him.
You saw Putnam there struggling himself to try and get the good swing in that situation.
Nice breaking pitch.
And when he throws it across the strike zone like that, that's what you have to have. That's the location.
No balls and 2 strikes, and of course a lot of the guys in this Omaha roster are not unfamiliar with Larry Gurr, as he just recently left the Royals organization. Of course, I remember the controversy and all the hoopla surrounding Larry when he became a Royal after being a Yankee. That was interesting.
Started with the Chicago Cubs organization, and he's pretty much in a situation where he's finishing up there now. And he was traded for Fran Healy, one of the original Omaha Royals. That's how he came over to KC from New York.
Again, he misses, trying to work the corner twice now to Putnam, and Pat won't fish for it, so now the count is even at 2-2.
And it's a tough pitch for Putnam to handle, being a left-handed batter against the southpaw pitcher. That's the very tough percentage. That's not the good platoon advantage.
Two delivery. Took a little bit off that one, but Putnam way in front of it. Coach Rich Doobie calling that one down in the first base coaching box. So the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Is it time for the rally caps, Terry?
Wasn't that something?
Deuces Wild, they're on the board.
That's the great part of collegiate baseball that so many Omahans have grown to love and enjoy so much.
Well, now Putnam with his good eye, works it to a full count. And I guess I can gamble and say with a 3-2 count and 2 outs, the runners will be going.
Especially against Gurr, it's a good pitch to go on. You figure, even though it's a payoff pitch, a tough payoff pitch, he might be coming in with the breaking pitch again.
And he makes the double take and keeps Murray close. You can never, as an announcer, I guess you play it safe like that. And you can't get hurt when you say, in this situation, the runners will be going. But the Royals already have pushed the run across. Putnam puts that one deep down the line. Foul. About 5 rows up into those bleacher seats. There you see right there. Carol Egner hot on that ball from our up-high camera in the press box.
Well, on an earlier pitch in this sequence, Pat Putnam was looking for a slider, and the big breaking curve came in right at his eyes, and he couldn't adjust. But that time, that pitch hung up in that strike zone, and that'll spell trouble for Larry Gurr, for any pitcher, if you want to look at it that way.
There it is. Payoff pitch. Got him on that breaking pitch on the outside that Pat watched 3 straight for balls, and he went after that one, and Gurr gets him on strikes. So that's the first strikeout of the ball game for Gurr, and after the Royals go out, they got a run on a couple of hits. There were no errors, and they left 2, and after 1 full inning, the Royals lead Iowa by a score of 1-0. So we talked so many times, Terry, about the leadoff man, how important it is for him to get on any way he can, and of course, when you get on with a hit, and RJ looked real good at that point because Valdez pulled in up on the grass. RJ takes that inside pitch, slaps it right by him up the line, and with his speed, he's going to get 2.
The on-base percentage is so important. Walks, getting on any way you can. We've said it a million times. I know if it takes catcher's interference, hit by a pitch, just get on. And then look at the role Hegman has in the second spot there. That's a role you really have to recognize when you are constructing your batting lineup, Torrey. And Hegman was thinking right side. I want to get that runner over to third with less than 2 outs, and he did it.
Well, and again, talking that strategy, it's so important, and Hegman found the pitch he needed to move the runner over. And the thing I liked about the way it was done, Hegman willingly gave himself up. And I know that controversy has raged, should they give a guy a sacrifice? I know they've talked about that before in a situation like that. Because Hegman went after the first available pitch to hit it to the right side, knowing that his chances of getting a base hit weren't too good, and he grounds out to second base, but he does move the man over. Again, unselfish play by the Royals, and it helped them because they got a run in. So we're moving to the top of the second inning, and the score is Omaha 1 and Iowa 0. The Cubs will have Tom Lombarski, Sean Dunston, and Tony Castillo.
It's great to see you again up here, Torrey. I thought you might have gotten on board the Concorde or something.
Well, wasn't that something?
I thought some of the Royals might have.
I don't know if any of the people out there know, or even if they care to know, but I know that one of your hobbies is jet airplanes. one of the least expensive hobbies one could have to have looking jet airplanes is Lombarski swings and misses. Hargesheimer comes in with some heat.
Well, the former voice of the Evansville Triplets and San Antonio Spurs and a lot of other teams, Larry Calton, used to fly his own Learjet to the ballpark. Not to the ballpark, to the city.
I wouldn't put it past Calton to
either.
fly it to the ballpark.
He probably could have put it down on a dime.
Well, Larry, something else. Souvenir for some people tonight. As we mentioned, it's Girl Scout Family Night and Keep Omaha Beautiful Night. Good crowd. Nice to see, especially after the College World Series when this place was almost standing room only night after night. It's good to see a lot of people here in the stands. Al works him outside, tries to paint the black. Lombarski says, I'm not going to go for that. It's a ball and 2 strikes. On deck hitter, Sean Dunston. Inside, low in the dirt. You know, we talked about the catching corps injuries. I wonder if Jamie Quirk had any idea he was going to get this much work when he signed up with Omaha this year.
Well, you know, he was looking around for a job, Torrey, and I'm sure it doesn't upset him too much. He was coaching for the St. Louis Cardinals. He was going to be their bullpen coach, and then in the early part of 1984, he got on with the Denver Bears, and now he was with Cleveland. Now he's back with Omaha.
Just missed. 2 balls, 3 balls and 2 strikes. See what Hargesheimer does. Lost him high and away. So the first walk given up by Al. And Lembarski's on to lead off the bottom of the second. You don't ever like to see the leadoff hitter get on. Well, we'll see exactly what this young man can do. Sean Dunston, of course, a lot of hype on this young man early in the season up in Chicago. Caused a little bit of controversy with veteran Larry Boa. And he was batting, what, 189, I guess, when they sent him down. So
coming up there in one of the definite media capitals of the world, turned out to be a bad break for Sean Dunston.
Well, you know, of course, talking to Steve Carroll, the Iowa Cubs play-by-play announcer, said that the Cubs have no less than 9 players injured, and Dunston is one of those. And that'll tend to really do a lot to a ball club, especially when you have a major league team that's leading their division. And Omaha is basically in the same situation in the fact that Kansas City until late last week were in the, you know, they're still in the running, but they were looking down at everybody in the American League West. The Cubs, of course, the Cardinals climbed a little closer today, but the Cubs still in the National League East, and both their AAA affiliates having trouble in the one-loss column. And in this situation for Iowa, injuries. Now Dunston fails to capitalize on that bunt attempt, so now it's a ball and 2 strikes.
You have to tip your cap to the Chicago Cubs of last season and this season with all the injuries they have had. You have to tip that cap to the Royals of last year with the Brett injury for the first part of the season, the first 6 weeks, and the same thing with Willie Wilson. And then you have to look at Detroit, one of the great teams of all time, arguably, and they battled injuries last season. They were without Alan Trammell for a spell.
So with a 1-ball, 2-strike count, Sean Dunston steps back in to face Al Hargesheimer, and he goes to first as they holding the runner there.
Guess what I'm saying is sometimes you can't use the injuries as an excuse because even the winning, successful ball clubs have them, and they have to overcome them.
Shot from our center field camera, Jeff Talbot out there. Well, Dunston went after a really wide breaking pitch, and Hargesheimer has strikeout number 2 of the night, and that'll bring up the catcher Tony Castillo. Castillo batting .271, has 5 home runs and 19 runs batted in. You know, when we were down in the Cubs dugout earlier today, Larry Cox came out of the dressing room, and I remember I did a double take because I swore Davey Lopes came down from Chicago to watch this game. And I don't know if manager Cox has been told that before, but man, he looks a lot like Davey Lopes. Or should we say Davey Lopes looks a lot like him? I don't know. That pitch is over for a strike.
We could debate that one all night, maybe.
Well, the Royals, as we mentioned a couple of times already, a very successful road trip. Man, anytime you can win twice as many games as you lose and come back home. Well, I'll tell you, they really played well, and they're only 5 games under 500. There's a base hit in the left field, but Lembarski will have to stop at second base. So Castillo comes up with a base hit rope in the left field with 1 out. And now the Cubs have a runner in scoring position, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Paul Noce. Noce has a .247 batting average, and 2 home runs and 11 runs batted in.
Has to check that runner at first and then come in with the pitch. And you can see that Castillo was looking for that.
Bill Norton, our director, down in the truck with Kevin Baines and Teresa Vitzum. He goes the opposite way, and it's going to drop in front of Hegman. And they're going to hold Lembarski, so the bases are loaded with Cubs now. And there's only 1 out. Nice piece of hitting by Noce. No question about that one. He found the pitch he wanted, went with it, sent it the opposite way.
In this situation, Putnam, you could see the first baseman getting into position for the cutoff. It's bad news for the Royals, but they did execute that. Now you have to battle with 1 out and the bases loaded.
Julio Valdez steps in. Virtual newcomer to the Cubs organization, played with the Red Sox. Matter of fact, he was their was a starter on opening day in 1983 up at Fenway Park. So the bases loaded and 1 out. Foul that one. You see him? These Cubs are really concentrating at the plate. You saw him try to slap that one the opposite way. Well, these guys are tough.
Really trying to go to the opposite field against Hargesheimer's good slider that sinks away from them.
Valdez was signed by the Cubs in February of this year as a free agent under the 6-year renewal plan. Up until then, as I said, there's a line shot past Putnam just over his glove. That should get 2 runs in all the way to the corner. Hegman's going to have to play it off the bounce. The Cubs will get 3 runs in, and Valdez is going to third, and he'll have a triple. Boy, these Cubs are hot. They took charge of the opportunities that were given to them, and boy, they just start slapping that ball around. Julio Valdez, that's his first triple of the year, and it clears the bases and gives his ball club a 3-1 lead.
Watch that swing. Sing the pitch all the way. Starts to rattle around down the corner a little bit on Bob Hegman, but it was so deep. That's about as deep as you could get it in this ballpark as far as the corners go. And it gets on the ground, and it's going to be trouble.
Well, you know, again, using one of the many cliches in sports, they call it a game of inches. That ball 3-4 inches lower, and that's a line drive out. Well, make it 4-1 Cubs as Bernstein wraps that one past the diving Plakota through the hole at shortstop, and that knocks in Valdez. Oh, the Cubs have their hitting shoes on now.
Gene Lamont makes the long walk, infield in. No angle at all. If they were back, they weren't trying to stop that run at the plate, they would have been able to handle that easily, but that's what happens when you draw that infield up.
Now, this early in the ball game, you know, you don't want to give up any more runs because you just gave up 3. But sometimes, you know, in this situation, I don't know, would you want to play for an out rather than stop the run? It's hard. You know, you're at home, it's early innings. And I suppose, you know, Gene Lamont has to live with it with all the hoots and hollers and questions from people in the organization if he doesn't bring the infield in.
I'm surprised that both teams have brought their infield in this early in this game because you really don't know how important these runs are quite yet.
There goes the runner, Bernstein, and the ball hits him as he slides in head first, and it scoots away. He's going to go to third, and he'll make it. So Pookie Bernstein didn't waste any time. He took off on that first pitch, which was a ball to Dave Owen. And the Royals will also be charged with an error. So he'll get a stolen base.
This is just a tough break. He comes in with a head first slide, and it goes into a no man's land, and he's on third. Somebody gets an error.
Now Jamie Quirk is going to be charged with that error for Bernstein. That's his second stolen bases in 2 attempts, so he's perfect in that department.
Now, Torrey, I think we know how important this run is. We have to bring the infield in.
Yeah, now you've got yourself in a situation where you do need to cut the run down. Still only 1 out. Hargesheimer is really just not missing by much, but if it's not over for a strike, there's nothing you can do about it. Count goes 2-1 to Dave Owen. On deck, Mark Gillespie. The outfield, well, deep in right field is Hegman. Butch Davis, medium in center, as his leaper in left. Off the handles.
He gets too good a cut there. Hargesheimer has to concentrate on keeping his pitches down. That is a strength for any pitcher.
Owen, the 7th batter this inning, as the Cubs have fought back from a 1-0 deficit. And they did it rather quickly. Lombarski led off with a walk. Dunston struck out. Castillo singled through the hole. Noche went the opposite way and unloaded the bases, and Julio Valdez just hit a line drive over the glove of Pat Putnam down at first, and that thing traveled right up the line. Hegman had a long run, cleared the bases, and Valdez ended up on third with a triple, and then Bernstein singled him in and promptly stole on the very first pitch to the batter now, Dave Owen. And the ball hit him and scooted away, and he got to third. So that's where we are now. 4-1 Cubs, 1 out, and they're still going. Hargesheimer loses him, second walk. So that puts runners at the corners, which you don't really want to put a runner on through a walk, but now you've set up a position where a ground ball, you get out of the inning with a double play. And I guess you always have to look at the bright side of things. You can't always think, oh, no, I didn't. If you're Hargesheimer, you have to think, I've got at least a force-out position, but I don't think he's going to live to see it because here comes Gene Lamont.
Well, this puts a lot of pressure on the corners of the defense. You'll bring the third baseman up on the grass. Putnam will hold the runner at first to try and give the Omaha defense a chance at that double play. And then you'll have to drop back the keystone combination, Scranton and Johnson. They'll have to look for the double play, but it's going to be tough to get one around the horn when Pacoda has to be thinking about coming in a few steps.
And I believe that's Mike Griffin coming in. Right-hander, number 24.
Mike Griffin is 2-4 on the year, an earned run average of 5.40. This will be his 8th appearance of the season. Now, Mike has started 8 games. He has no saves. He's pitched in 43 1/3 innings, 47 hits, 30 runs, and 26 of those runs have been earned. 22 walks, 18 strikeouts. He's given up 5 home run pitches during the season for the Omaha Royals.
Well, the line on Hargesheimer right now, he pitched an inning and a third, gave up 5 hits, walked 2, struck out 2, 4 runs. Right now, they're all earned, but he's also responsible for the 2 runners on base. So Griffin, who's a hard-throwing right-hander, coming in relief. And as you mentioned, Terry mentioned, he's also been known as a starter.
No lights out there in Council Bluffs yet.
Skyline.
Griffin operates the right-hander with a 3/4 overhand delivery. He's coming in here in trouble.
Well, I guess that a lot of relievers thrive on that stuff.
But with a chance at a victory.
Sure. And, of course, you know, Royals, obviously, they have 8 more at-bats if they need them all. So the right-hander Griffin will come in and face a left-handed hitting Mark Gillespie. And that big thump means only one thing. Mad Mike has made his appearance. Well, they tried that double fake, which worked so effectively in the College World Series a while back.
The Royals have decided to put Pacoda back at third and hold the runner at first and look totally for the double play ball.
Yeah, I think you might have it. 1 pitch, 4, 6, 3, and they're out of it. Yeah, Mike Griffin sure made that one look easy, didn't he? But it was a big inning for the Cubs, as in the top of the second, they came up with 4 runs, and they did it on 4 hits. There was 1 error, and they left 1. And after 1.5, it's 4-1, Iowa over Omaha. Let's listen to this guy.
Are you ready? Say yes! Are you ready? Say yes! All right, on the count of 3, Omaha Royals from the heart. 1, 2, 3. Get Wyndon over here. 1, 2, 3.
I'll tell you one thing, Terry. I thought maybe Mad Mike was going to back up into a Larry Kerr slider. Boy, he got all over Castillo.
Pitcher's best friend, Torrey. 1 pitch. Gets them out of that inning in pretty good shape if you're Mike Griffin.
That's right.
Now you're rolling along, and you hopefully are going to get some momentum for the team. And like we said, he comes in with a chance. If his team could get back in this and take the lead, he could get a win if he goes the rest of the way.
Well, you know, Mike is, you know, we talked about that earlier, and the fact that, you know, in one of the last games we did before we took that break for the College World Series, Mike just gets up there and throws. He takes it inning by inning, pitch by pitch, and if mentally you can handle that, that's okay, if that's how you get yourself ready. So that'll be up to Billy Pacoda to try to get things going, as the Royals didn't waste any time in their first at-bat, getting a run across. But now Larry Gura finds himself ahead 4-1, 3 outs later. So we'll see what happens. Pacoda takes that pitch for a ball and steps in 2-14, looking for his first home run. He has 9 runs batted in. And of course, when Mad Mike was out there trying to get the first base side to yell Royals, as Valdez will take it on the grass as he was playing Pacoda on the grass. And we have one away. Jamie Quirk will step up, and this guy can put it out of the park really quick. But there are a lot of Iowa Cub fans here, and a lot of them are sitting over the Cubs dugout down at first base. And when the first base side was supposed to be yelling Royals on that double cheer, these people are yelling Cubs.
So they have a fan club that's very active, and it's a natural for them to make a trip over here across the river to Rosenblatt Stadium.
Some of those people were here at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Gurr with a big, slow breaking pitch, and there's only one thing home plate umpire Mike Felt can call on that one, and that's strike one.
And Jamie Quirk has to be thinking, I have to look for that pitch to hit that one. That's going to be tough.
There's a shot at the right field. It's going to make it all the way to the warning track off the fence. Quirk around second, rounding heading for second, and he'll be here with a stand-up double. Jamie, that's the second two-bagger in 1985.
Torrey started him off with that big, beautiful breaking pitch into the strike zone. And Quirk, again, able to adjust against Larry Gura. You think Jamie Quirk knows a little bit about Larry Gura? After all the years in this game for both of them, the training camps with the Kansas City Royals. Got a story to tell you about that.
Jim Scranton, no stranger to this situation, with a runner in scoring position. Switch hitter will bat righty against left-handed throwing Gura. And he tries to go the opposite way, and he golfs it just over Roger Simonson on a first base camera.
Lower third of that order. And Scranton's been doing it all season.
Well, you know, you talked about the theory with the designated hitter being able to use the 9th batter as a sort of another leadoff hitter, and of course a lot of teams have been doing that now for quite a while.
Scranton fits that role very well for the old Royals.
You know, it's not a bad idea to go to the right side of this ball field right now because of the sun situation, which we talk about every time we do a game. Scranton misses, though. Now it's 0-2. Well, I guess we ought to finish out the crew. I talked about Roger Simonson at first base, and third base cameraman is Kevin Jost. So that rounds out the crew. Let's see, did we get everybody? I don't want to get anybody mad. We got everybody.
Gura coming in with breaking stuff on the back door, getting the outside part of the plate. At the last second, getting that pitch against the right-handed batter into the strike zone, but on the outside part.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Scranton. Of course, you can't forget people from the engineering staff, right? Herb Dougal. Punches it to the right side. Short hop down there by Hostetler, but that'll get Quirk to third base. But with Scranton's speed, you have to be a little bit quicker on the ball than that, but nobody hurt as far as the batter's concerned if you're a Cub fan. So Hostetler makes the play on assist, and we have a runner at third base.
Scranton thinking opposite way. Fooled him just enough. Just couldn't get it hard enough to get out of the infield. It certainly would have scored Quirk from second.
Well, Rhonda Johnson, perfect on the night. He has that double past Valdez at third. RJ from Seattle, coming back from that back injury earlier in the season, as he goes foul. Good sized crowd here tonight. It's going to be good to get the official attendance figure. Larry Gurra in his second start for Iowa since being sent down from Chicago. Well, he's finding the points that you talked about earlier.
Great location. You see Castillo set up the outside part of the plate for that breaking pitch. That was the back door against the right-handed batter.
That one comes down and in, popped up to the right side, and it's going to be 0-in on the outfield grass, and the inning is over. So over the Royals at the bottom of the second, no runs, a hit, that double by Quirk, but he dies at third, no errors. They leave a runner 90 feet away from home plate. And the score after 2 complete is Iowa 4 and Omaha 1.
Save on air conditioning costs this year. Get Siebler's complete tune-up for only $32.50. Siebler services all brands and recommends Carrier. Call Siebler now.
To be the best at anything, you've got to be physically fit, train hard. You've got to be sharp mentally and be a team player. Most of all, you must have the burning desire to be the best. Incidentally, that's exactly what it takes to be a Marine. Be one of the few, the proud, the Marines.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 15th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9. Get a look at some looseness in the Omaha dugout. And there's a very familiar logo. I don't think they've changed their logo ever. I mean, some teams have gone through they want to get modern, and Cincinnati's one of those. Cleveland is one. But the Cubs and people like the Yankees just not going to mess with their logo.
And I'm signaling that you are not going to get me started
Yeah.
on uniforms.
Hochstetler steps in to lead off the top of the third inning for Iowa, and they lead in this ball game 4-1. Mike Griffin on in relief of starter Al Hargesheimer. Came in through one pitch, got out of the second inning. Nice ground ball double play. Boom. Did he check it? Yeah. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, that was a tough slider he held off of. Okay, I'll tell you the story Quirk told me concerning Gurra. Gurra's known as Slider. He throws a good slider. And Quirk says in the first training camp in the 70s when Larry came over, he gave him that nickname.
Well, we're just going to have to look at this one, and it's 5-1 Cubs. No question about it. Hochstetler got it all. 11th home run of the season, 36th RBI. Well, that thing was really hit.
I didn't want to have to look. I don't think Mike Griffin wanted to take a peek at that one either.
Well, you know, when you throw hard, the law of physics, for every action there's an opposite equal reaction, and that's what happened.
Hochstetler looking for the fastball there, and it was just too much of a batting practice pitch there, Torrey.
So Dave Hochstetler with his 11th home run of the season puts the Cubs ahead 5-1, and that'll bring up Tom Lambarski, who walked his only at-bat.
Like Brian Poldberg says, you have to have such a special talent to ever let your fastball get that good spin on it up in the eyes of the hitters, up around the letters. It's better, of course, to keep it low unless you have so much velocity like a Gooden or a Nolan Ryan that you could get away with throwing a pitch up there that high. Many times if you have that talent, they'll pop it up.
Ball and 2 strikes now as Lambarski batting from the left side. The on-deck hitter is Sean Dunston. Bring him up. So that's the first strikeout for Griffin. There's one away.
That was a great location for a high fastball there. Could do no damage. And you had Lambarski coming up after Hostetler's homer on the fastball, and he might have been looking for that pitch, and Mike was thinking, I'll throw it up there high, but I'll keep it outside. Maybe he'll swing at it.
Now let's see what the youngster can do. He came in hitting .310. Golfed straight up. This is a tough play. Shot doesn't make it. I thought he had the wheels. The kid is fast, but Quirk with a good shot down to first base. Well, that ball just bounced straight up in the air. Jamie Quirk.
Well, Jamie knows who he's dealing with in that situation, Torrey. He doesn't have time to set up, certainly. He has to move out, find the good angle with Putnam at first base, and he has to make the snap throw, accentuating a quick getaway, a quick release.
Time to bring up the catcher, Tony Castillo, who singled back in the second inning, scored the second Iowa run.
You know, if it was me out there running, you could take that little skip step, set up, throw overhand,
go for a hot dog,
point, give a good target, call another play,
and still get you with room to spare.
First base for me might as well be over in the Bluffs.
1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Out at that grain elevator I see over there.
Yeah, outfield for Castillo. Pretty much straight away and in medium depth. Oh, Butch Davis really looks lonely out there in straightaway center field. Well, Mike tried to waste one, didn't work. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Well,
On
Torrey,
deck will be Paul Noche.
that's important when you say wasting, when he tries to waste one, but it doesn't work. You know, that's the key point there. He's trying to make it work.
Straight out center field, couple of steps toward the gap and right, and Butch Davis hauls it in, and we're out of the inning. So for the Cubs, in the top of the third, they get 1 run on the leadoff homer by Dave Hostetler. That was the only hit that inning. No Omaha errors and no Cubs left on base, and the score after 2.5 now is Iowa 5 and Omaha 1. Want to pass on a couple of special hellos. This is Girl Scout night, Paddock Road Troop 310, headed by Mrs. Sue Fogelman, and whose husband Bill is into collecting baseball paraphernalia and memorabilia. If you're into that, you might as well take a shot at getting a hold of Bill Fogelman. Guy knows a lot about a lot of that stuff, baseball cards. He said that the condition of cards is important, and he also said that if anybody had a Dwight Gooden rookie card, you buy a pack of cards for what are they now? I haven't bought them for so long now.
35 cents.
Because I remember when I started, they were a nickel, and you got the gum. But he'd pay you $1.50 for a Dwight Gooden rookie card right now.
Nobody cared about the gum, did they?
Yeah, no, I never did. I won't say. I better not.
You still have it?
Yeah, I knew it from the bubblegum card companies are listening.
No, but the neat thing was when the little bits of the dust from the pink gum was still on the top card.
Well, we could get into that all night, couldn't we, about gum card collecting, the games you used to play to win cards from your friends.
Now we're sounding like Joe Falls of the Sporting News. That was his last column this week.
Detroit Free Press, Joe Falls. Larry Gurr, the left-hander, taking a little bit of warm-ups.
Well, Torrey, you know, like Joe Falls, there's a lot of things about Rosenblatt Stadium and the Royals.
Then we get a look at what happened before the ball game at Girl Scout night here, Terry. People
This is one of them.
Right, signing the autographs. And that's exactly, an autograph card is probably worth more as long as there's nothing else written on it.
And they were able to go out on the field to do that. They had the autograph days here with the Omaha Royals.
And again, I'd like to pass on another special hello to Mr. Scott Edgren, who's up in the press box watching with us tonight. Guy's a heck of a baseball fan. I understand he drives his mom crazy, keeps stats, books, and Terry, you and I never did that, did we? Just
No.
pile them up in the closet, and, you know, what happened in 1943, and the kid just, you know, turns the computer on in his brain, and he can tell you. Bobby Hagman, the right fielder, steps up. He's 0 for 1. He goes the opposite way, and that's going to be in there for a base hit up the line. Bobby heading for second base. Gillespie over in the corner. Hagman's not going to stop. He's coming for 3. The relay will not be made. Leadoff triple for Hagman. Well, I'll tell you what, if anybody ever wanted to learn a little bit about how to handle a bat tonight, These first 3 innings have definitely been a class in that.
Beautiful steps, beautiful launch positions. Those are the Charlie Loud terms of hitting. And you're also getting a lesson on the corners down the foul lines here at Rosenblatt Stadium. They are not rounded. They go right into that fence. There's just one big intersection down left field line and the right field line. Good coaching by Gene Lamont to see that.
Well, Hegman's first triple of the season, and he leads off the bottom of the 3rd inning. So with Dave Leeper, Rich Murray, and Butch Davis, not to mention Pat Putnam, all due up one right after the other, Royals could be looking at a very big inning, but they have to be able to solve Larry Gurr's situation on the mound. They touched him for a run in the 1st inning, but it's been tough.
Gene Lamont on that play where Hegman was rounding second was saying, come on, you get in the scoring position here.
Just like that. Give Leeper another run batted in, and it's 5-2 now. Dave Leeper with RBI number 30. Nice solid hit past the diving Owen out at second base. There you see Leeper at first. Rich Doobie, the coach.
Torrey, we talked about this during the CWS. How does Leeper feel playing so well down here, and there's no room up with the Kansas City Royals? There's another RBI.
That's Buster Keaton down there coaching at first base. Rich Murray steps in now. Rich was hit by an errant Larry Gurr pitch, and he got him on that one. Boy, fooled him really badly. Murray going to have to go see a chiropractor after that swing.
Well, that's what the breaking pitch will do to you. That's why it's so important to really come up there with a good mechanics and thinking about readjustment when a pitch is going to be coming in with that much speed off of it, and it's a breaking pitch.
Well, they give Murray some respect, especially in left field, as Noche is back deep. Bernstein is deep for a center fielder. Toward the gap in right field, Gillespie, and he's fairly deep. But they're keeping Leeper close. Butch Davis is on deck. There's no outs. 1-1 the count to Rich Murray, and it's 5-2. As the Royals have been able to knock a couple run across in this inning after a leadoff triple by Bob Hegman, and then Leeper singled him in with a nice shot up the middle.
Torrey, there was nothing Rich Murray could do with that last pitch. The location was just outstanding on the outside part of the plate. Might have been a question whether that was a little too far outside, but it was a great pitch, and he got the break.
Laid off that pitch. I think that probably, in this situation, is a tough pitch to lay off. I mean, the thing came in, let her high, but it was inside. Right at the handle.
Especially after going outside to him earlier in this sequence.
I'll tell you what, Gurr is showing the stuff that kept him in the majors. I mean, the guy is throwing, he's pitching strategically. Again, he did it, and Murray goes down swinging. That is Larry's second strikeout of the ball game. We have one out, and that'll bring up Butch Davis, who had an RBI single in the 1st inning.
Torrey, the pitch before that came in kind of a cut fastball, riding in on the right-handed hitter. That time he came inside again, but with the breaking stuff, coming from the outside, getting it in the strike zone, then it dropping right at Rich's knees.
Got to look at Larry Cox down there at the edge of the Cubs dugout, motioning and moving his outfielders. He took that towel to get their attention, and he moved everybody a couple of steps toward right field for Butch Davis, but he really has Bernstein toward the right center field gap. Pat Putnam to follow Butch. There's a shot to left field. Noche back by the track. He hauls it in. Leeper have to scoot back to first base. And we have 2 outs.
Well, he ends up pulling that pitch, and the Cubs, as you said, they adjusted their outfield. Might have been thinking that one of the Omaha Royals was finally going to adjust to the pitches on the outside part of that plate. But Butch fools them, makes good contact there, but no dice.
Putnam, who went down swinging to end the 1st inning, now steps up. Get a second crack at Larry Gurr. There goes Leeper. He beat it. He beat that throw. Leep he got an early jump, but he sort of ran in place. It didn't look like he got too much territory on that start. And he got in underneath the throw. So you have to credit Leeper with a stolen base. That is his 6th of the season.
Watch the pitch that Castillo is able to handle. Fastball, perfect. Almost like a pitch out. If it could have been a little lower to Dunston, they would have had a caught stealing.
Now Putnam now has worked the count to 2-0. Flag in center field hasn't moved since the bottom of the 1st inning.
I'll bet Gene Lamont was thinking as Dave Leeper ran, oh no, they're throwing a fastball on the outside part of the plate of all times.
Again on the outside and high, and it's 3-0. But yeah, I watched Leap take off, and usually he just gets a real good jump and puts on the hot wheels, but that one kind of happened in slow motion, but he beat the throw, and that's all that counts.
Let's see if Leeper, or not Leeper, Gura on 3-0 comes in with a fastball here. He has to come in with something good.
Back this way, souvenir time for somebody as it goes over the press box roof. Sunday, June 16th, Crossroads and Coyle Father's Day celebration. Every dad attending the game will receive a Father's Day gift, except for Terry, because he's not a father, of course. Omaha Royals and the Cubs, doubleheader starts at 6:05. 3 balls and a strike now to Putnam with 2 outs. Leeper in scoring position. Boy, Royals would like to get him across, make it a little bit easier. 5-3. Score another run here in the 3rd.
Gura did use a fastball. Now the real question mark. 3-1. What's he going to throw here behind in the count?
Line shot. Bernstein waited on it, and he has to come in. Did he make the catch? He did not, and it's 5-3. I don't know what happened to Pookie out there. It's like he kind of hesitated, and then the ball just died. And he tried to make one of those circus catches, and he trapped the ball.
Putnam was looking for the pitch over the plate, the fastball. Actually turned out to be pretty much a slider, and he was looking for it. He made good contact. Probably should have been an out.
Well, they're going to give Putnam a single and a run batted in. So for Pat, that increases now. He takes over the lead once again because Dave Leeper had tied for the team lead in RBIs when he knocked in Hegman. But now Putnam has 31 runs batted in, and Billy Pacoda is up. They're going to hold Putnam at first base. 1-0 count to Pacoda. Another nice fat-looking pitch that's hard to lay off of. Gura just really challenging and tempting these Royal hitters.
And they look better when they're going up there against a right-handed batter like Pacoda, and that's why Bob Hegman is in the starting lineup tonight.
You know, I wonder what it's like, especially at the major league level, but here, Pacoda one step away, his rookie season at AAA ball, and he has to face a very wily and experienced veteran from the major leagues who has been sent down. So Gura's not going to pitch any differently. And you wonder what goes through someone like Pacoda's mind, but he's worked the count 3-0. Lost him on 4 pitches. And that is Larry's first walk of the ball game. So the Royals now have runners at first and second as Putnam moves down to second base. Jamie Quirk is up, and one pitch, and the Royals will be up by a run.
Well, Tori, you were talking about what Pacoda was thinking there, and he did a very fine job holding off of that pitch. He was thinking, well, he's way behind again, and I don't think this veteran, the wily veteran that you talked about, can come in with anything too good here. He had the runner on already, and he was looking and had the good judgment to hold off of that pitch.
Well, obviously, there you get a look at Jim Colburn going back to the Iowa dugout. Colburn, of course, is no stranger either to the major leagues. He broke in with the Cubs. He pitched for the Brewers, also with the Royals and Seattle. Graduate of Santa Paula High School in California. He went to Whittier College. Jim has a degree in psychology, which is good for a pitcher, I guess, huh?
Pitched the first no-hitter in Royal Stadium by a Kansas City pitcher.
Terry's doing his homework again.
1977 against Texas.
2-0 now. Larry really having problems, but there's nobody throwing at the Cubs bullpen.
Yeah, you say I'm doing my homework as I scurry to the media guide here to make sure we didn't let one get away there.
Hard but high. Bernstein this time isn't going to waste any time at all to come in on this one. And the Royals are out at the bottom of the third inning, but they come up with 2 more runs, and they did it on 3 hits. There were no Iowa errors, and the Royals did leave 2 runners on base. So after 3 complete, it's Iowa 5 and Omaha 3. And who would have thought that we'd be seeing these type of antics in the first 3 innings as the clubs get together for 12 hits and 8 runs between them.
Well, Mike Griffin coming in relief here. Gets that double play ball back in the 2nd inning, Torrey. And he has to be thinking, I could get a victory here. I got us out of 1 jam. Let's keep going. It's got to help the team. All right, Jim Colburn, May 14th against Texas. It was 6-0. Nolan Ryan had pitched the first in Royal Stadium. Of course, Busby had the 2 in back-to-back seasons, but that was not in Kansas City. Might want to mention one other thing, Torrey. Mr. Gus Cherry is in attendance tonight.
Well, we got a chance to see him down in the Royals dugout before the ball game and talk to him. And, of course, it's always a pleasure to see the new owner of the Omaha Royals, the man that helped to bring hope to all the baseball fans in this city that the Royals would be staying. And there was so much speculation of them being moved. And, of course, when Mr. Fogelman made Memphis the AA affiliate, and everybody thought, oh, the next step, the Royals could be in Memphis now, AAA team. But with Gus Cherry, they're staying in Omaha. And, well, I tell you, that's good to hear, and I'd like to continue to see this type of crowd out every time the Royals take the field at Rosenblatt.
And it's just a beautiful evening here in Omaha, Nebraska. This is really quite a ballpark, and it's very historical because of the College World Series, and we've had such a fine relationship with the Royals. And the biggest attraction to me is the fact that this is just 1 step below the major leagues. And here we are with Larry Gura of Iowa pitching. The well-known Sean Dunston, the phenom shortstop in the Cubs organization, is here tonight playing for Iowa.
Well, not only that, but, you know, you couple AAA, because this is 1 step below the major leagues. We have already seen several participants of the College World Series come in for American Association games. Oda B. McDowell, to be, you know, just of note, and he was here early in the season, and now he's enjoying the big leagues.
Oklahoma City lost 3 straight games after his recall.
I wonder if that obviously tells you something.
Keep it up.
Of course, we have another College World Series participant here tonight, and that's Iowa's Mark Gillespie. Right now, though, left fielder Paul Noce is working on a 1-1 count to Mike Griffin. On deck hitter will be Julio Valdez, who has 3 big runs batted in tonight. Again, I think that was a key hit because if that ball is 4 inches lower, Pat Putnam grabs a nice catch line drive defensively, and those runs don't score. Now they appeal down to first base as Mike Griffin asks. Umpire Felt to check with Dale Scott. He says, no, it's a ball, so now it's 2-1.
Torrey, the flag is dead still 420 feet away at center field, and that turns this ballpark into a pitcher's park again. It wasn't for the balance of the College World Series.
Well, they didn't miss breaking the record for most home runs in the College World Series by much this year. You know, and it's funny because when I mentioned earlier in the inning that the flag, the breeze had stopped, I was thinking that. That's going to make a difference. That makes this ballpark bigger, and it's big enough already.
And Mike Griffin has to be thinking, just keep it in the park, keep it low. I have a good defense behind me, and I don't have to worry about the wind right now.
Well, there's that bunt. Pacoda with a big charge, and he has trouble getting it out of his mitt. He got to the ball in plenty of time, but he was kind of like off step. Bill makes that throw just right. We have it out, but instead, Noce gets a bunt single down to third base.
Well, how do you like that? Paul Noce says, all right, Mike Griffin, keep it in the ballpark, but I'll keep it very close to the pitcher's mound, and I'll get on base, and I don't have to worry about the wind at all. I'm still on.
Well, Valdez, as we've talked about, hit that line shot over Pat Putnam into the corner at the 343 mark at right field and cleaned the bases with that triple.
Here's the effect of the sun also in this ballpark. Rondon Johnson is battling it at second base, and he is looking to Jimmy Scranton, the shortstop, to see what the pitch is that Mike Griffin and Jamie Quirk have decided on. And he can't see Scranton. He has to shade his eyes. There's Jimmy telling him now.
Well, you know, with all that communication going on the field, Valdez still can't figure it out, and he swings and misses and evens the count at 1 ball and a strike. You know, I go back, I talk about that triple by Valdez, but it sure was good to see Bobby Hegman hit that way. Boy, he took that pitch the opposite way and just used his speed. It's good to see that youngster hitting the ball. A little bit of a pitch out, 2 balls and a strike now.
You know, when we talk about the communication that has to go on, the source is the shortstop and second baseman, because they could see the signs by the catcher, but the first baseman and the third baseman cannot. That's where they have to tell them what the pitch is, and that's the basis for defense.
Now the runner goes, but it's lifted foul to the left side. Well, it's close to the line, and Leeper makes the grab coming in. So that's what you get for getting too assumptuous, I guess.
Well, we talk about Dave Leeper's hitting and his great offensive ability, and we say that on the flanks in the outfield, we'll give up some defense there, but Dave Leeper has good speed, and he's able to handle the glove out there very well.
You know, the pitch before that, the pitch out, they were looking for Noche to go, and you'll see that a lot. They'll throw a pitch out, and then the runner will take off on the very next pitch. But they tried to swing and go the opposite way, and it didn't work, so we have 1 out. And leadoff hitter Pookie Bernstein is up. He squares around, takes that bunt, takes a strike. Still nobody active at either bullpen, although Mike Griffin is the second pitcher tonight for the Royals, as Al Hargesheimer, the starter, lasted an inning and a third.
You get a leadoff man like Bernstein faking that bunt on the first pitch. That gets the third baseman, in this case, Bill Pacoda, thinking, I better come in, I better come in. Then on the next pitch, all of a sudden it's being slapped by him in the left field.
Well, we saw that work for Rondon Johnson, and he didn't even get to fake a bunt. Valdez just crept up on the grass as Johnson led off the first inning for the Royals, and he got that double past Valdez.
Play against your reputation. Do the opposite. They know that Rondon likes to square around, pivot in his tracks. He knows that. He sees him coming in, and he swings away.
Again, Griffin trying to catch Noche a little bit unaware down there at first base. But, you know, that's just a tribute to the ability of the ball player when they can do the opposite of what the opponent is thinking and succeed. It's so important to be able to execute. And we've seen that happen a couple times tonight. This is really, even though it's 5-3, if you like a lot of offense, this is a ball game for you, because both teams are showing and giving lessons of how to hit the ball and run the bases. And
when you have a well-known set of pitchers out there in a game, you know they're going to be going with a lot of breaking stuff. You could really easily pick up their pitching pattern to the different batters.
Well, you know, we talked about the situation for Pacoda against Gura. Well, Mike Griffin, of course, is no stranger to major league activity either. Golfed at that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Bernstein.
It's so important for a pitcher, in this case Mike Griffin, to throw over to first base to hold that runner, because not only are you helping your catcher out in keeping that lead down and keeping that guy from getting a good jump on a steal attempt, you're setting your double play combination in motion almost, because you're keeping him back on that, and you're giving your keystone combination a chance to turn the pivot at second.
There goes Noche. That pitch is hard to handle by Quirk. And now they got him as Noche on the slide came up off the bag, and they put the tag to him. And Larry Cox is right there arguing with the umpire as you get a look at a pair of sixes, Johnson and Noche, and there goes Cox back to the third base coaching box.
Why is Nochi still standing there? There you go, Paul. Jamie, a tough pitch here. Good throw. He doesn't really have a chance here. There you go.
You saw him come up off the base, and he did. Right there. Nice camera angle. I have to be careful if I start crediting our crew too much. You know, they get a little uppity, and you got to kind of keep them at bay. Well, there you go. That's the way to end an inning. Bernstein down on strikes. That is the second strikeout for Griffin. And for the Cubs, they come up with no runs. They had a hit. There were no Omaha errors and no runners left on base. And after 3.5, it's 5-3, Iowa over Omaha.
Story of the managers, Gene Lamont, Cox of the Iowa Cubs, have to be thinking, looking at a score sheet, let's get a 3-up, 3-down inning here. Let's throw strikes because we don't have the wind being that much of a factor here at Rosenblatt Stadium tonight. Usually it is. You have to be even more careful. And of course, when you're dealing with a pitcher like Larry Gurup, Larry has to get his breaking stuff over because he does not have the good fastball. Even when you are early in your career and you have some good stuff on your fastball, you still have to be able to consistently get the breaking pitch over in critical situations.
Get a look at the crowd down there. And we're going to see this again, Terry, that play at second base.
Well, look at that pitch. Jamie gives his team a chance to get that situation there.
Bring him up.
They couldn't get him right away.
He was out that time, too.
But at least he... That's good. I'm glad.
I'm not sure. I went down to check with Steve Pivovar, and we have to wait on an official ruling on that, whether they'll get a stolen base, and then they get the put out and assist.
What I'm saying is, Tori, excuse me, is Jamie on the tough pitch still got it down there and in a position where they were able to get a put out there when the player lifted that leg as he got up off his slide.
Well, you know, it was a tough pitch to handle for Quirk, but he did gun it down there, and again, that made the difference. It was there when it needed to be, and they were able to capitalize on that opportunity. So it's Jim Scranton who tapped out the first base his only at-bat. And again, another dangerous guy, a switch hitter that could get you on base and get your leadoff hitter on. Pulls at this one. Valdez playing right even with the grass, corner to corner, and we have one away. So it'll be interesting to see if Rhonda Johnson will be first ball hitting. How that strategy comes into play from inning to inning.
You talk about a hitting instructor like Frank Howard, who's now instructing with the Milwaukee Brewers.
Little Frank.
Did you ever see him in the third base coaching lines, like when he was with the Mets?
Oh, isn't that incredible?
Back and forth?
How would you like to be the batter, the runner on third base when he's up? The runner, can you imagine that? Don't pull the ball, Frank. Please, don't pull the ball.
There was a book out on the Senators of the 60s, if you can imagine that.
Did Warner Wolf have anything to do with that?
Well, it was their play-by-play man. He talked about a discussion between Ted Williams and Frank Howard. Ted wanted him to spot the pitches more.
Rondon kind of slapping at that one. Owen will make the easy play. It's 4-3, and there's 2 outs. Now Bob Hegman is up. Last time up, tripled into the right field corner.
In other words, Torrey, Williams was not crazy about first ball swinging. His idea was, well, you could spot that pitcher a strike, and you get down on the count, but you might be looking for your pitch then, not his pitch.
Mm-hmm.
And Howard, he struck out quite a bit, obviously.
Well, you know, obviously, and Ted Williams, of course, splendid splinter. They, you know, baseball, I think, out of all the professional sports, probably can over-exaggerate their superstars. And, of course, you hear the things that Williams, you know, if he hadn't had to spend 5 years during the war with the Marines and he was in the military that long, that he'd probably done this and done that. And last guy to hit 400. And, you know, all kinds of different stories crop up of that, being able to watch the seams of the ball, you know, the best eyesight. It's incredible the things that can happen in a player's career. 2 balls and a strike to Bobby Hegman. We have 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning, and there's no runners aboard. Off the handle, loops it in, and it's going to be over. Shortstop for a base hit to center field. Dunston couldn't get to it, so Hegman is 2 for 3 tonight. And again, doing exactly what he has to do to get on base. Not a bad pitch to hit, and he got enough on it to beat the infield.
He saws this one off, and he gets it into that no man's land, and he was able to power it, and it was on the inside part of the plate. It ended up there, and he got it into a good location. He was thinking, well, I can't go opposite way here, and he was in a situation where I'm going to pull it a little bit. Actually, he was just trying to stay alive, and he gets it out in the shallow left field.
And he did everything mechanically correct he needed to do. He got jammed on that pitch, and as you said, he powered it out. Well, Dave Leeper, see what happens now with 2 outs. The bigger hitters of the Royals lineup are due up now. It'll be Leeper, Murray, Davis, and Putnam. I don't know anybody who'd want to face those guys. Dave Leeper, a good hitter with 2 outs. That one's high, fairly deep. A Bernstein should draw a beat on it, and it should end the inning. It does. In the 4th, the Royals got no runs on a hit. There were no Iowa errors. Omaha leaves a runner on after 4 complete. They trail Iowa 5-3. Some other things going on during this series. As we said, a doubleheader on Sunday, single game on Monday, and a doubleheader on Tuesday. So come on out for this rivalry, interstate rivalry between Iowa and Nebraska in professional baseball. The similarities I started to make is that both major league affiliates are right up there in their divisions, their respective divisions, but yet their AAA affiliates struggling, except the Royals are coming on now, fighting off injuries, and or more than one injury in the same position as the Royals, the catcher, and Cubs have 9 players injured. And you wonder about how that affects the big club when you get down to the stretch.
Gets into the question of depth, and both of these clubs struggled last season. I think they're much better baseball teams than they were in 1984. You have to remember something about the Kansas City organization and how it relates to the Omaha franchise. Look at the fine young pitchers performing in Royal Stadium right now. They never stopped at AAA.
That's right.
Gubazon, Saberhagen. Danny Jackson worked here, but he was up and down last season. Now he's doing very well up there.
I'm happy for that young kid, too, by the way, Danny Jackson.
And Charlie Liebrandt, who did so well here early, Torrey. And look how well this team was doing at this point last season. And then everything went right down into the river, for that matter.
Well, Liebrandt, matter of fact, Charlie came over from Indianapolis and didn't really pitch that long in Omaha, and he was a major leaguer.
Pitched enough to win 7 of 8 decisions. Then he was gone, and suddenly it's September 29th out in Oakland, and he's nailing down the Western Division Championship for the Kansas City Royals.
Dave Owen to lead off the top of the 5th. 1 ball and a strike. As you saw that graphic, Owen walked his last time at bat. Still looking for his first hit. He grounded back to the pitcher in the first inning.
Torrey, this pitching staff, to conclude that discussion, is coming along fine with Strode. Huseman doing well in relief. He has 15 saves. Tony Ferreira, the addition of Steve Farr. That wasn't going on last season. Now this team is coming together as a pitching staff.
Strikeout number 3, credited to Griffin, his 2nd in a row. As Owen is called out on strikes, and that'll bring up Mark Gillespie, who's 1 for 2. He hit into a 4.63 double play. Matter of fact, he was the first batter to face Griffin in relief of Hargesheimer. 1 pitch did it all. Let's see what the left-hander does this time. Goes the opposite way, foul. Now they have, I had to do a double take because I'm looking out at the scoreboard, and they have Tony Castillo's name up there, and That's Mark Gillespie up at the plate. 5-7-0 for Iowa, 3-7-1 for Omaha.
You aren't going to believe this. You're talking about Iowa and the numbers. I have Gillespie as 25.
Well, that's what it has on the roster that they hand out before the ball game. Count now goes 2-1 to Gillespie.
Why are they doing this?
Keep you on your toes.
It's like batting out of turn.
Three balls at a strike. Wasn't too long ago when this same ball club, as Terry mentioned at the start of the broadcast, was known as the Oaks, and they were affiliated with the other Chicago Major League team, the White Sox. As a matter of fact, Don Kessinger managed down here for a while. Foul.
Saw the cover on their program over there at Des Moines, and it had a number of the Oakland players when they were affiliated with the Oakland A's. And Finley had that great talent in here. Vida Blue, Gene Tennis, John Blue Moon Odom.
Well, he works him for a walk. First walk given up by Griffin. And the cleanup hitter, Hostetler, will step up to the plate. Of course, Hostetler, as we mentioned, logged a lot of time in the major leagues.
Well, you get that one out in this inning, and you have the runner on first. And you have a great double play combination out there. Scranton and Johnson.
Sounds like a law firm. Scranton and Johnson.
Well, it'll sound like a law firm and music to Mike Griffin's ears out there. If he could get one on the ground, one of those two, to get it turned.
Well, a runner at first base with one out here in the top of the fifth inning. That runner is Mark Gillespie, who just walked, being held by Putnam. Griffin's pitch is in the dirt outside. 2 balls and no strikes. See business manager for the Royals, Terry Wentlatt, down in the stands. I think I see Fred Girardi, too, right next to him. I'm not sure. Fred, of course, just recently back from the Division II College World Series. Nice shot. Pass Bakota up the line into left. And Gillespie has to put on the brakes at second base as Leaper quickly up the line makes the play and holds the runner. So you have to give Hostetler a hot single right up the line. Well, he's a big guy. We're going to look at this. He just really rockets this one.
Bakota is a fine fielding third baseman. He just couldn't lunge in time to knock that one down. He has a good arm. It would have been interesting to see that play at first.
Well, that'll bring up Tom Lebarski. Lebarski looking for his first hit in 2 trips. He walked and scored a run in the second inning. Then he went down on strikes back in the third. Now he misses, ball and no strikes. Infield looking for that ground ball double play. It's over the inside part of the plate.
Some great movement on that pitch. That was pretty much a slider there, Torrey. It had the spin. It was coming off the fastball delivery, and then it broke just at the last second. Not as much as a curve. The slider comes off of the fastball.
There you get a good look at Lebarski checking out the signs with Larry Cox. Did you see him answer him back?
And he doesn't look away too soon. If you get your sign and the coach is still giving them and you turn away, you're inviting the opposing team to be able to pick those signs up and figure them out.
Now Griffin blows that one by him. Now it's a ball and 2 strikes. The outfield for Lebarski pretty much straight away, although Davis is a couple of steps toward the right center field gap.
Talk about giving signs. What indicator is he using?
That went back this way, back up on the roof.
But when you're looking and studying your third base coach for the signs, or you might some teams even be looking to the first base coach. The important thing is not to take the attitude as a coach flashes the signs, oh, I have mine, so I'm going to get back in the batter's box, because that's just tipping them off.
Well, you know, that's really important. I don't think a lot of people think about that. Another bit of strategy that could be disastrous in certain situations. Again, he fouls it back. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The third base coach, with the help of the manager, Gene Lamont, works the coaching lines here. And Larry Cox, the manager, he also is at third base calling the signs. The coach is just trying to coordinate individual actions into one team effort when he gives those signs, with runners on and giving the signs to the hitter also.
Leaper in his tracks, backs up now. Runners go halfway, and they'll have to hold. 2 away. Sean Dunston, hitless in 2 trips. He golfed one straight up, which could have been a tough play, but Jamie Quirk with a rocket arm popped out from behind the plate, grabbed it and threw him out. We're in the top of the 5th inning, 2 outs, 2 runners aboard for Iowa at first and second, and they lead Omaha 5-3.
Larry Cox is thanking the Iowa manager. I'd love to give a good report in the morning to Dallas Green in Chicago, saying that Sean Dunston had a couple of RBIs on a triple.
But that would be bad news for the home team.
That's right.
Griffin starts him off with a fastball. Infield still at medium depth, although the Keystone is back. Johnson more so at second base. Outside pitch, he really swings tough at that one, and Johnson will make the play. And boy, Dunston mad going down the first base line. He throws his helmet to the ground. And Dunston now twice has had to really reach for a pitch that's been low and away. So for the Cubs at the top of the 5th inning, there were no runs, 1 hit, no Omaha errors. Iowa left 2. There's your score after 4.5. So we say hello to Roger Simonson.
That's where that scouting comes into play so much, Torrey. The book on Dunston is to feed him the breaking pitches and get them to go on to the outside part of the plate. So Larry Gura gets to the mound, and he'll roll along again. And that's a situation there that is very important, not for those guys, but
No.
for the teams, for the pitchers, for the pitching coaches, and the manager. The fact that in Rosenblatt Stadium tonight, the catcher comes into play.
Well, that
Jamie
man
Quirk.
right there on that play on Nochi that we talked about has been officially ruled as a caught stealing. So you can ring up another steal attempt on Jamie Quirk as we get a look at Gene Lamont.
Once again, both managers work the third base coaching lines, and a lot of college coaches do that, Torrey, and a lot of it depends on if you feel comfortable that you could work the game from there and still be able to make decisions. That a lot of major league managers stay in the dugout. They won't go out there. It's very unusual to see a manager in the major leagues work the third base coaching lines, except I think George Steinbrenner wanted Billy Martin on one of the 8 million returns of Martin to work the lines, and I guess
Slightly over-exaggerated.
George must have been thinking, well, I'm going to get him into the game here. Now, who are you thinking?
I was thinking Dick Williams, that when he did his turn with the A's, which I guess back then was almost as revolving door for managers as the Yankees have been. But I think Dick Williams might have worked the third base coaching box. The mustachioed Marauders. Rich Murray, that guy, when he goes, he reminds me of Earl Wilson. Do you remember Earl Wilson, the pitcher with Boston and Detroit? When he cranked up the swing, he wasn't going to stop. He just went all the way around.
Well,
And Murray,
how about the hilarious Joaquin Andahar at the plate right now for St. Louis. Just a laugh, and he's effective, but it's just funny.
Well, I remember, talk about pitcher swing, somebody accused Louis Tiant in the 75 World Series of resembling a rusty gate. And he also forgot where home plate was, too. He had to go back and get it. Well, Murray's down on strikes. Rich having a tough night. He's been hit by a pitch, and he struck out twice. That's Larry Gurr's third strikeout of the night, and 2 of them have been Murray. Butch Davis is up now. The Butcher looking for his second hit of the night. He has an RBI single to go with that flyout, you see.
Well, Gurra gave up the single to Hegman in the last inning, but he's getting close to the situation where you could say slider is in a groove.
Well, you know, and it's important at this time for the Royals to punch across some more runs because Griffin has been able to keep the Cubs on the goose egg side of things. You know, someday, some game, and I don't know if you're going to like this. We got to get Mad Mike up here for an interview, huh?
Can we lock that one into the press box?
1-1 pitch. Wrap to third. Valdez digs it out. Should have an easy play coast to coast. And there's 2 down. That'll be up to the big guy, Pat Putnam, who has a single and 2 trips, and he also has a run batted in tonight.
Gurra is mixing the breaking pitch on the outside part of the plate, a little screwball action. He has that pitch in his arsenal. Then he's able to work it further inside on the hitters.
Putnam, a native of Bethel, Vermont, now resides in Fort Myers, Florida. He was the Texas Rangers' first selection back in June of '75 in the secondary phase of the free agent draft. Previous to that, he had been drafted by the New York Mets in June of 1974. No doubt this guy can jack the ball out of the park.
Oh, this is just a clinic right now by Larry Gurra on the art of throwing the breaking stuff.
That one's high, and he lays off at the counts as even as there's 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
And he's been so successful with the breaking pitches and the curveball that he's gotten to this point in the game, and he could throw that slider even more.
Boy, that was a rocket shot. Gurra, can he make the play? They got him. Larry Gurra. What a move by the veteran pitcher. There you get a good look at him. I don't know if he's saying prayers to deities above but anyway, the Royals are out in order in the 5th inning. And after 5, it's still Iowa 5 and Omaha 3.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 15th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9.
Back at Rosenblatt Stadium as we head to the top of the 6th inning with the Iowa Cubs ahead of the Omaha Royals by a score of 5-3. Here you get a shot of the center field camera.
Torrey, one of the things Larry Gura has been cheated on in his distinguished career is his fielding. He should have been able to pick up some gold gloves along the way. Always has been an outstanding fielder. He knocked that one down, or actually the ball almost knocked him down, but he kept the poise to make the throw over to first base and record the out.
So important. He's had a lot of those rocket shots at him. Norm Majors, who runs the Message Center scoreboard today, wants to know, Terry, who the first American League player was to hit a home run in Canada. So obviously, the game was played in Toronto. That's not hard to figure out. Tony Castillo steps in to lead off the top of the sixth for the Cubs. We'll let you think on that one. No books. No books. Not that Terry uses books. I mean, this guy really knows some stuff. But you're not going to use the books on this one. I think it's time, if you're a Royals follower, Terry, you have to be getting a little antsy. You want the Royals to start getting some runs because, not that Mike Griffin isn't an effective pitcher, but, you know, the chances of a pitcher keeping a team scoreless for a long time really aren't all that good. So, you know, you want the home team to start getting some runs for this guy. Here's a line shot. Leaper should have this. One away. That'll bring up Noche, who was involved in that somewhat controversial play at second base. He tried to steal, and the throw was down there, and when he came up off his slide, he danced off the base, and Scranton put the tag to him.
It was a situation where the replay clearly showed that the out was made down there at second base.
And, you know, that shows good concentration on the part of everybody, because usually in a play like that, if the guy looks like he's got the base, sometimes the throw won't be made for fear of a hurried throw, might go errant or something, but everything was done correctly. And Scranton heads up. Watch Noche as he tries to bunt and puts it into the fourth row of box seats. Scramble for the ball. Guy in the hat climbs chairs to get the ball, and the young lady just sits there and gingerly picks it up. Gonna go home with a souvenir.
I've been waiting 2 years to ask you if you've ever caught a foul ball at a game.
You know, there were two chances I had as a kid as Noche fouls it back. And I had a great chance. How's this for trivia? Off the bat of Albie Pearson. The Angels were at Fenway, and I was sitting at the grandstands down the right field line, and he fouled one off, and they used to sell popcorn in these cardboard-like megaphone things, and after you got through with the popcorn, you take the bottom on it, and the ball went in there. I reached out, the ball went in, and it bounced back out and went down one of the ramps. And the other time, I was sitting at third base, as Noche goes right back to Griffin. We should have another out, score that 1-3. 2 down, it'll bring up Julio Valdez for the Cubs in the top of the sixth inning. I was sitting at third base box seats at Fenway, which is really a bad place to sit. Frank Robinson hit a 3-2 pitch off of Jim Lonborg, and I didn't want any part of that one. We were all scurrying down there.
So you, at that point, hadn't taught Jim Lonborg how to ski, had you?
No.
Well, that might upset you a little bit. I better not.
No, that's all part of life.
That was a bad day for New England baseball, the Lonborg knee injury.
Off-season, and now, of course, there's a lot of things written into pro players' contracts. They can't do that sort of stuff during the off-season. Third base side foul. Pacoda has lots of room, and he makes the catch in front of the Royals dugout. So both teams go down in order back-to-back. In the Cubs' sixth, goose eggs all the way around. And after 5.5, it's still 5-3 Iowa. Jim Bailey, of course, a good friend here at Rosenblatt Stadium. We were out here setting up earlier today, and Jim was dragging the field and having a good time on that tractor. Saw me coming down from the press box. I didn't know the tractor had a horn. But Jim, of course, no stranger to sports, whether it be baseball or ice hockey. And, of course, he was in the Twins organization for a while.
Involved in athletic training, and Jim was, while he was at South High School, was one of the original clubhouse men with this franchise in '69. And Jim worked here with the original Omaha Royals, and now he works for the city. He's a high school football coach and teacher.
And Jim also got his picture in the paper during the College World Series. So, Jim doing a good job as Larry Gurr goes into his 6th inning of work. Pitched this many innings against Denver in his only appearance for the Cubs, and he won that ball game, Terry.
I guess I'm still laughing about Albie Pearson.
Albie Pearson.
Next you'll be telling me you turned a double play with Bobby Knopp and Jim Fregosi.
I think at the time, growing up, my all-time non-Red Sox favorite player would be Rich Rollins. Huh? Third baseman for the Twins. Got to a World Series. Earl Batty. I'll never forget about Earl Batty. They said Earl Batty did not want to follow in his mother's footsteps, so he became a catcher. His mother was a premier fast-pitch softball pitcher, and that's how Earl learned to catch. As Pacoda, leading off the bottom of the 6th inning, runs the count to 1-1, he would go out in the backyard and he would catch for his mother. Incredible.
Tony Pena, possibly the best defensive catcher in the National League, learned his skills as a catcher from his mother.
5-8-0 for Iowa, 3-7-1 for the Royals. Pacoda, that could drop in, Terry. That could be trouble. It is. It gets between Bernstein and Dunston. Pacoda takes the big turn to first, but he won't go anywhere. So Billy Pacoda leads off the 6th with a single, and it's so important to get that leadoff hitter on, as the Royals have been able to do that 3 times of these 6 innings.
And Pacoda comes down and makes that big turn. He knows the baseball is in a place where the fielders have to really go after it. It's in that no man's land that we talk about. There's Dunston going out. And now he sees a situation where the center fielder is having problems picking it up, and that's why Pacoda took the big turn.
So that'll bring up Jamie Quirk. He'll bat from the left side. Big spot for the Royals now as Valdez is in, even with a bag at third base. Nice play by Castillo.
You know, when that breaking pitch like that comes in from the left-handed pitcher to the left-handed hitter, it almost looks like it's coming from the grain elevator over there in the bluffs. It's like it's coming from the right field line, like it's coming across from the foul pole. Very difficult to see that pitch.
That one's over. Ball and a strike.
You see Jamie working to try and adjust to that, and he ended up being fooled and making a movement and a lurch right as the pitch crossed the plate.
I understand the Detroit Tigers had a big game. They scored 18 runs as Quirk gets fooled on that big breaking pitch. You're right, the way Gurr comes over, and he's really deceiving because he has a consistent delivery style. And whether he comes in, as you mentioned, his fastball is suffering a little bit, but he still can put decent velocity on it. But because of that style he has where he doesn't alter it, bringing it to the plate, he can take a little bit off of what he's doing now and still be very deceiving. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good time for that pitch, too. Very good time, and he got Jamie. That's his 4th strikeout tonight.
Torrey, you were talking about his style there and never changing it. And that's tough to do when you're consistently trying to throw those breaking pitches, because you have to start when you have your arm back to make the adjustment with your wrists.
The National Weather Service has issued a weather advisory. For more information, please turn to Cox Cable Channel 2.
Some 2 trips. Gurr goes to first to keep Pacoda close. Of course, you know, you mentioned that Larry Gurr was in Omaha earlier in with that exhibition game in Kansas City. He and Joe Beckwith were part of that preseason caravan that goes to the various towns in the Kansas City Royals area. And a lot of the questions that Larry had to answer was his situation with the ball club at that time.
Well, you have to figure that Larry Gurr is thinking about the injury problems that the Chicago Cubs have had with their pitching staff. And I'm referring to Sanderson's back problems. Ruthven's been injured. And then you ended up with Sutcliffe having the slight tear in the hamstring earlier in this season.
Trout also going on the injury list.
The burden has really fallen up there, especially last month on Trout and Ray Fontenot.
Well, you know, the Cubs have been able to hold their ground with, I guess you'd have to call it a makeshift pitching staff because of the number of injuries. Jim Fry having to do his best. Of course, Fry, a winner in Kansas City.
I loved Fontenot's remark in the Sporting News. A reporter asked him, well, who's the most important pitcher now that Rick Sutcliffe, probably the best pitcher in the National League, is hurt right now? And Fontenot says, the pitcher out on the mound is number one during that day that he pitches. He's the one. That's the way we're looking at this.
2-0 count to Jimmy Scranton, and again, Gurra wants to keep Pacoda close. It's a big situation for the Royals now. They're only down by 2 runs, so with Pacoda on first base, everybody that steps up to the plate this inning will represent the tying run. And we're in the end of the second third of this ball game in the bottom of the 6th. And Mike Griffin has been able to keep the Cubs quiet since he gave up a leadoff home run to Dave Hostetler in the 3rd inning. That was the last run the Cubs have scored in this ball game. They lead it 5-3.
Scranton gets up there and he's thinking bat control, compact swing, making contact. He's not going to hit it out too much with that stance, but he's going to make contact.
You know, and he has to keep that concentration all the time. Gurra is throwing to first base. But Jim, patient enough, works the count to 3-0. And right away, people get up out of the Cubs dugout and start heading down toward the bullpen in the right field foul area. People grabbing masks, grabbing gloves, and there'll be some warm-up action. Scott Holman could be one of those warming up. Well, he worked them for a walk, 4 straight pitches. So that'll move Pacoda down to second base. That's only the 2nd walk tonight given up by Gurra. And that brings up the leadoff hitter, Rondon Johnson. As again, there's another trip by Jim Colburn out to the mound.
In Gurra's previous outing, in his first start in an Iowa Cubs uniform, he went 6 innings. So it'll be interesting to see how he operates the rest of the way here, as we are at this point in the baseball game.
Rondon Johnson waiting to face that man, Larry Gurra. Now it's Ron Meredith, the left-hander for the Cubs in the bullpen, along with Dave Gumpert, the right-hander, warming up down there. So RJ up in a good situation, just 1 out, and this guy can go to the opposite way. There's a pickoff attempt at second base, but Owen not quickly enough to the bag. Well, they've kept Pacoda busy. First they played the cat and mouse game with him at first, and now they want to work with a rookie to the AAA at second base.
If Cox goes with the right-hander, that would allow Gene Lamont to get Kenny Baker into this game in a pinch hitting role.
Good hitter, that Baker. Line drive double play. Well, that'll do it to you. So the Royals are out of the 6th inning. Matter of fact, an unassisted double play. They came up with no runs on a hit, no errors, and they left 1. And after 6 complete, it's 5-3, Iowa over Omaha.
Dunston in perfect position here, but actually, Torrey, you could be at third base and get across to make that play. It was hit in such a way.
Say hi, Dad. Hiya, Dad. Go Royals, go. Good. And get down there. Get excited. Jump up and down. Wait.
And quickly, from a big Royals rooter to a big Iowa Cubs rooter.
Why doesn't Mike go across and get some of the Iowa people to jump up and down?
Well, in the words of that young lady's husband, I know that dude. That's Karen Norton, the wife of producer-director Bill Norton. She's looking for Bill. Well, we have our promotion here at the top of the 7th inning. And they're going to try, what they try to do is throw a ball through a bullseye here. You see all the Girl Scouts behind home plate. But they get selected people now. He's going to wind up and hit that bullseye. He's just got to put that orange ball through that target. And you go home with a truck. That's not easy. That's probably one of the toughest promotions I've ever seen.
I have the quiz answer.
Would you? I was guessing somebody who played for Toronto.
Turned out to be with the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, and he was with the White Sox at the time they had some heavy hitters.
It was Oscar Gamble with the White Sox was on the team with this man. Oscar didn't hit it. The Southside Hitmen, Richie Zisk hit that one in '77, and the Sox were in contention, and so were the Cubs that season before Shy Mania died in the dog days of August.
Finally recognized that he was on camera. He was doing a little bit of maintenance down there, Kevin Jost. Well, we're moving to the top of the 7th inning, a heartbreak 6th inning for the Royals. But there are a lot of Iowa Cub fans in this area, so they have to be happy that Dunston, maybe not doing anything with the bat, but pulled off a good defensive play.
But Dunston was under some unbelievable pressure starting, well, during the whole off season. And then they were putting on these specials, these baseball specials and talk shows, and they were having sports writers in Chicago talk about the shortstop situation. And then Boa started off. Well, Larry Boa will probably at this point never have to worry about seeing the lights of Council Bluffs. But we're happy to be here on Sports 9, and it's fun to get down to this ballpark and take a look at them.
Couple of things coming up later on during the season. On June 26th, it's a Wednesday. It'll be Dean's Camera and Polaroid Photo Night. All children under the age of 14 can have their picture taken with a member of the Omaha Royals from 6 p.m. to 6:30, courtesy of Polaroid. The Royals will be playing the American Association West leaders, Oklahoma City 89ers. Game time at 7:05 p.m. Max Patkin, the Clown Prince of Baseball, will be in July 3rd. That is Omaha World Herald Fireworks Spectacular Night. The Royals will be playing the Denver Zephyrs. 7:05, and leadoff hitter here for the Cubs, Bernstein, lifts it very high to right field, and Bob Hegman makes the grab. So quickly we have one away. And the Chicken is also due back in later on this season.
Bring him up here for an interview with Mad Mike.
Please, give us a break.
We better have plenty of pizza up here for them.
Dave Owen steps in from the left side. Chicken will be in July 27th. Of course, Terry, you were here the last time to see the Chicken.
Seems like a million years ago, the College World Series.
Well,
I
don't think a lot of people, even in the media, understand the incredible amount of energy and in the length of time and the amount of work that goes into an event like that. We now see there's a slight breeze that is kicked up. It's going the other way than it was at the start of this ball game. 2 balls and a strike now to Owen. Owen looking for his first hit tonight. He's grounded back to the pitcher, walked, and been called out on strikes.
Owen is in a role now in the Chicago organization as a complete utility player. He doesn't really, at this point, have the offensive skills to be playing at a regular position. And how far he goes in the majors, and Tori, that's what I said earlier, it's a lot like our buddy Biancalana. It depends on how much better he's able to handle major league pitching.
There's a shot foul in the right field. Well, we'd like to welcome you live now. We had some severe technical difficulties at the start of this ball game that had prevented us from coming on live at 7 o'clock as scheduled, and Of course, we know as viewers that you probably, when you turned to Channel 9 and didn't see it on, probably said, now what? Well, you know, nobody's more disappointed in something like that prevents you from coming on live than our production crew. And, you know, he is swing and a miss, and Owen's down on strikes. And that is the, well, we'll have to check that out. This is the 4th strikeout for Griffin. But as I started to say, nobody's more disappointed than our production crew. And I'll tell you what, our guys work really, really hard to make sure that everything goes right. And sometimes it just doesn't, and there's nothing you can do about it right at the moment. But they worked and they worked. Of course, you know, you have to tip your hat to a subsidiary company of ours, Comline, who's involved in that. And of course, the engineer from our head end system, Herb Dougal, was down there. And I know producer-director Bill Norton was trying to direct this thing as well as help with the technical clearance. So we're back online live, and we thank you for staying with us here at Cox 9. Mark Gillespie now is working with a 2-0 count against Mike Griffin. Dave Hochstetler is on deck. Griffin's throwing some heat.
He really challenged him there, Torrey, and he was able to get away in that situation by pitching up high and just throwing it by Mark.
I'm still trying to find out if the rumor is true that if this gentleman's college jersey, Gillespie that is hanging in a local eating establishment downtown.
We spent one whole evening in the CWS hospitality room trying to figure that out. We were talking with some of the Mississippi State media people who were allegedly at this place.
Well, he got a hold of that one, but too high. Butch Davis really didn't have to move. Now he does toward his right. Well, now the Cubs have gone down in order for 2 straight innings, and Griffin has retired 8 Cubs in a row. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left after 6.5. It's 5-3 Iowa over Omaha. We'll be back for the Royals, bottom of the 7th.
What are your light construction needs? From air compressors to wheelbarrows, quality equipment has it all.
Where's the air conditioning? Right here. Carrier's the game, Siebler's the name. Get cash for your old and save on the new. Double savings at Siebler. Now.
Bob's a welder. Carl teaches school. Larry cuts hair. Tim cuts lumber. And they come together 2 days a month and 2 weeks a year. They're a tank crew in the Army National Guard, and America needs more teams like them. Join Americans at their best. Call toll-free or see your local recruiter.
Moving into the bottom of the 7th, the Royals really need to capitalize on some opportunities that they've been taken out of. They're due to send up Bob Hegman, Dave Leeper, and Rich Murray.
And with the folks just joining us live now on Sports 9, Torrey, that's Larry Gura on the mound for the Iowa Cubs, and he's been masterful with his breaking pitches in this one so far.
Well, Hegman having a heck of a night. He's 2 for 3. Has a triple, a run scored, and the Royals could use some of that now. They had a great opportunity in the 6th inning, but you know, it's great. It's easy to say that from this situation in the press box. But it's not always that easy to take advantage of something on the field.
Especially when a pitcher like Gura has his good stuff in a ball game.
Straightaway center field, Bernstein almost again getting burned by Hagman. Boy, I don't know if Pookie normally plays center field that way. I think he's having some problems tonight, and I still haven't been able to figure out what it is.
Sometimes center fielders in particular, but athletes in general playing in the minor leagues, will have the good speed to cover up for their mistakes, and particularly in center field. Early on last year, John Morris was doing that, and the biggest example I've seen of that at AAA baseball is the brilliant Vince Coleman, who played at Louisville last year. He was able to cover up for mistakes with his speed, and he has a lot of it.
Well, Dave Leeper with a 1-1 count. Leaf has an RBI single and a run scored. He taps this one back to Gurr, who's had to handle a couple of shots already tonight. Throws Leeper out easily, and we go to the cleanup hitter, Rich Murray, who reached his first time when he got hit by a pitch, and since then he struck out twice. So Rich is due, and I'd like to see him come through with a base hit because, one, it will help the home team. More importantly, it's got to do something for your confidence when the pitcher you faced all night long has had your number, and then you tag him and get on.
And Torrey, another thing with what you're talking about concerning Rich Murray, this is only his 29th game this season.
And you have to look, of course, at the at-bat, number of at-bats, and I don't care how much hitting practice you get, it's not game condition. The pressures aren't there. You're not looking down looking for signals. All you are is you're in the cage and you're swinging a bat, which is important, but still so different when you get into a game.
Brian Goldberg, talking about pitching like we often do before a game, said there's such a big difference between a batting practice fastball and the actual fastball.
So true. And that's why when you see a pitcher getting rocked in some games, you'll hear the phrase used to describe his performance as a batting practice thrower. Because the pitchers are just coming in nice and fat and they're easy to hit. Again, Murray fouling it off. That one off his fist. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out.
As we move to the later stages of this game, Gura, a notorious junk ball pitcher, has gone to a lot more velocity on his pitches as we get to this point in the ball game, especially the slider. That's what he's very well known for.
Hill's up on this one. They appeal it down to first base, and umpire Dale Scott says he's all right. So it's full up now. 3-2, the big one due.
You know, with Gura, it's almost like a contradiction. They say his fastball is nothing, yet the slider is his best pitch, and the slider is off of the fastball. That's what you throw it off. The basis for it is a fastball motion.
So Larry Gurr continues to have Rich Murray's number, and the Royals go down in order in the 7th. That's strikeout number 5 for Gurr. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And after 7 complete, it's 5-3 Iowa.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 15th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Hostetler, Lombarski, and Dunston due up in the top of the 8th inning here as we continue to move on into the final third of this 3-part ball game, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, and Tori, you could set up some batting orders for tomorrow night also down here, because the Royals and the Cubs will be getting together for 2. And the scheduled pitchers, David Cohn and Buster Keaton for the Royals, and a former Royal, Derek Botello, and then Ken Price in the second game. They'll hurl for Iowa.
Well, you know, we've had a couple of ex-Royals named Players of the Week in the American Association. One of them you just mentioned, Derek Botello. And for this past week, Buffalo Bison Mark Ryle has been named the American Association Player of the Week. Hostetler takes a strike from Griffin. Now, I'm not sure if these two ever faced each other in the major leagues. Again, Griffin, a little off speed, goes wide.
Speaking of Derek Botello, he has won 7 of 10 decisions this season for the Iowa Cubs.
Big Bad Bo, as he was known when he was with Omaha. He and Frank Wills had always talked about thinking about going into business together when baseball was all done and finished for him. And Derek Botello, a heck of a guy. Hostetler not sure what to do with that pitch, so now we're even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Great movement on that pitch there by Mike Griffin. Pretty much a sinking slider coming in there on Dave.
Out in right field, Hegman has a couple of steps toward the gap. Davis is straight away at center. Leaper toward the line and left, so there's a lot of room in the left center field gap for this power hitter, but he goes the opposite way. Johnson will get it just in time. Johnson with some great range, but that was a tough play because it had side spin on it as it came off Hostetler's bat and just sort of died as it continued to roll.
And Johnson has to use a classic second baseman's toss to first because he doesn't have the time. It's not so much, oh, you want to have a fielder, Torrey, with the strong arm, but the second baseman has to be able to snap that throw and get a good release, usually from that sidearm angle.
Lombarski the batter now. Al Johnson busy this inning. So 2 ground balls, 2 outs, and it'll be up to Sean Dunston, who's hitless in 3 trips.
You talk about soft hands. Did you see him cradle that in, brought it up?
Really looked nice.
He stays low because the trick is, as a fielder, stay low because if it does short hop you and come up, it's easier to come up rather than be up high with your hands and then have to drop down. And anyway, you have your body behind you to help back you up in that situation.
So Dunston will step in now. And as I said, he's looking for his first hit. He's been frustrated at the plate tonight. Official attendance, Terry. You want to give a guess?
No.
Be like some sports information directors on the North Central Conference. 12,000 people. No, the official attendance just handed to us tonight. We'll get to it after this 0-1 pitch. Big overhand, check swing foul into the stands. 4,233 people. Thank you, Girl Scouts. Thank you, Keep Omaha Beautiful people.
And the Royals have 2 more cracks at it coming up to try and get Mike Griffin a win, and he certainly deserves it. He's pitched well in relief of Al Hargesheimer.
Well, of course, Larry Gurra obviously doing well himself, keeping the Royals off the scoreboard. He had a couple of tight situations, but he got out of them. That one into the dirt. Well, I'll tell you what, Dunston would have been talking to himself if he'd gone for that one. But, you know, I talked about this. We're into the 3rd part of a 3-part ball game because it's been that way. The first 3 innings, a lot of offense. Middle 3 innings, no runs across for either team. Well, he got him on that outside pitch. Well, the home plate umpire rang him up. So what we're going to do, we'll give Griffin his 5th strikeout. And because the throw was made, we'll make it 2-3, an assist and a put out for Quirk and Putnam. Down in order in the 8th. Go to the bottom of the 8th. Royals trail it by a score of 5-3.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Hello, I'm Andrew Parker, and this is my family. This year we have an exchange student from Sweden living with us, Lena Axton. Lena is a high school senior and has been active in basketball, runs on the cross-country team, and plays in the concert band. Our experience is extremely rewarding, and Lena has become a real member of our family. If you would like to share your American way of life and traditions and learn about the people of another country, be a host family.
Call the American Intercultural Student Exchange at 1-800-SIBLING.
How do you describe that when you come back? I'm all set to give a yogiism, and we see 2 lovely young ladies. And well, I guess I could give a yogiism on that one, huh? Supposedly in spring training, I'm going to do this. Hot and muggy day. He's walking down the street down in Florida. A couple of women come up to him and say, "Gee, Mr. Berry, you're looking cool and comfortable on such an uncomfortable day." And Yogi looks at them. He goes, "Yeah, you don't look so hot yourselves." And that's a yogiism. I read that. You can look it up. I read that.
I love the one where he had the audience with the Pope in Rome just in the last year. And I guess someone asked him, so you had an audience with the Pope in the Vatican? And Yogi said, yeah, and we got to talk to him too.
Is that anything like being perplexed and puzzled? Butch Davis leading off the bottom of the 8th, and another yogiism. It gets late early out there, and it's getting late for the Royals now. They need to get some runs. They don't want to have to do it in the 9th. Butch Davis, who was first ball swinging, now on a 1-1 count. This is in the bullpen, and right there you see a tough situation for the outfielders. Mark Gillespie had a beat on that ball, and he had to run over the warm-up mounds in the bullpen, and it cost him.
We don't want to say that right field in Rosenblatt Stadium is as tough as right field at Fenway Park, but you do have the bullpens down there. The corners are not rounded, and that's just a plain case of being unfamiliar with the ballpark. But Mark Gillespie is from Omaha. He's played in the College World Series, so that's kind of an interesting replay there of Mark having those problems down there.
And that was a great camera shot, too. Followed that all the way.
But I guess Fenway Park is considered possibly the toughest right field that Dwight Evans
has
patrolled.
Because just the way it curves out there and the padding on the outfield wall. Well, Butch Davis got a second chance, and he couldn't capitalize. 6 strikeouts for Larry Gurra, 2 in a row, and that'll bring up Pat Putnam. Well, the Royals just need to make contact and get some runners on, although they do have their long ball hitters up.
Larry Gurra has allowed, as I have it, 1 walk in this game. Bill Pacoda in the 3rd inning. That's exactly what Gurra has to do to be successful, to have that great control.
Well, this one's going to send Noche back to the track, but it'll be caught. As Putnam went the opposite way, but he just got under it a little bit too much. 2 outs, and it's up to Pacoda.
Put a star by that play on the score sheet. Noche has no real good angle on that. It's coming right at him, and he's twisting, he's turning, he's trying to get set to turn around. It's not like it's hit into the gap where he's running and can reach up and see it for quite a while. It's coming right at him. He's turned his back on that.
Well, he passed the play, that wide receiver deal where he looks over his head, and we saw in the College World Series how that could hurt somebody. As Bill Bates from Texas got an inside the park home run on a play like that. Center fielder lost the ball. As Pacoda now swings and misses at his second strike, it's 0-2.
Bill Bates. He had the MVP award taken away by Miami and Greg Elena.
Well, I'll tell you what, it says in the Longhorn press guide that when they went after Bates, they told him, we want you to be the next Spike Owen, and I don't think he disappointed the Longhorns. Can you imagine Cliff Gustafson coaching 18 years? As Pacoda goes the opposite way, it'll be in there for a base hit. Gillespie has to go to the line. Pacoda will get 2. Timely hitting by Billy Pacoda in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 outs. And it keeps the Royals alive and gives Jamie Quirk a chance to step in.
Bill Pacoda, 7th spot in the order. We know he could play third base. It's a question of how well he can hit. This is certainly a big lift for Bill and a clutch situation now for Jamie Quirk.
Pacoda's 4th double of the season. And if Jamie can capitalize, although he does have a hit in 3 trips against Gura, he had a 1-out double up the line in the 2nd inning. So we need the big guy to come through right here. Fastball hit toward the right side. Backhanded by Owen. The inning is over. So Quirk not wasting any time going after the pitches thrown by Gura, but it worked out to the Cubs' advantage. No runs, a hit, no errors, a runner left. And after 8, we're going to the 9th, and Iowa leads Omaha 5-3.
What are your light construction needs?
From air compressors to wheelbarrows, quality equipment has it all.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 15th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9.
Well, Mike Griffin has pitched brilliantly since he's come on in relief of Royal starter Al Hergesheimer. He's only given up 1 run, and that was a leadoff home run in the 3rd inning to Dave Hostetler. Meanwhile, Larry Gura has pitched just as brilliantly, and he's kept the Royals off the scoreboard when he needed to. They've had a couple of opportunities. An unassisted double play by Sean Dunston stopped a possible rally by the Royals. They've left a couple extra guys on base. So it's been pretty much a pitcher's duel since Griffin came in, and the Royals trail by a score of 5-3 as we get a look at the Cubs bullpen down there in right field.
And the good news for Larry Gura is that in his last outing, he didn't give up a walk. He's doing well in this game. And in that last start in Denver, he went 6 innings. And here he's looking for a complete game.
5-8-0 for Iowa and 3-9-1 for the Royals. Be a long run for Davis. Johnson, Hegman, it's Davis. So Castillo is out to lead off the Iowa 9th, and Paul Noche, who is 2 for 3, has a single and a run scored, has a bunt single. And he tapped back to the pitcher.
But Butch Davis on that one turned what could have been an adventure into a boring putout with his speed coming in. Bridging the gap of the no man's land out there in the shallow part of the outfield.
Alpha Noche now, the outfield straight away and medium depth. Goes after that outside breaking pitch. So the Royals, again, as we said, will be playing the Cubs 5 more times after tonight. They have a doubleheader on Sunday, single game on Monday, and a twin bill on Tuesday. Inside pitch. So now he's way ahead of the hitter. No balls and 2 strikes. After the Cubs leave town, the Royals do too. They head to Denver for a 5-game series, then come back for the last 6 days, 7 days in June. Oklahoma City, big series will be in. And then Denver comes in the 29th to 30th of June, and then they're here through the 3rd of July. Bring him up and give Mike Griffin strikeout number 6.
Bring him up with a fastball, too. A great challenge.
Well, you know, too, when you get your opponents out swinging, you know you have your stuff working for you because they're going for it. And they want to protect the plate. And if you think it's close, you're going to swing in most cases. And Julio Valdez, who had that big bases-loaded triple, I still say that was the hit of the game right now for Iowa, the way things have worked out, because he did just get it over the glove of Pat Putnam. I really thought Pat was going to haul that one in.
Then Griffin comes in that inning, throws 1 pitch, and gets Gillespie to hit into a 6-4-3 double play.
1-1. Valdez to the left side. Scranton on the short hop. This inning is over. So Griffin, with a great exhibition, is retired. Let's see, make that 16, 18 Cubs in a row. Or 14 Cubs in a row. And as we go to the bottom of the 9th, the Royals' last gasp, they trail 5-3.
What are your light construction needs?
From air compressors to wheelbarrows, quality equipment has it all.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story, with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 15th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9.
Well, he's trying to stir up the home fans, get the home ball club moving as he goes up and talks to Jimmy Scranton. Larry Gurra's gone the distance for the Cubs, and he has looked good in doing it.
And Gurra stays in there. We have a pretty good setup as far as the batting order goes here, Torrey. I like Scranton coming up. Then we get to the top of the order. But once again, it's tough for Gene Lamont to bring Kenny Baker in off of the bench to face Gurra. If they were to knock Gurra out here and maybe get a right-hander in there, we'd be able to see Kenny Baker.
And now, Scranton being patient. It's interesting to see the strategy here. Bottom of the 9th. In some situations, you'll go after the first pitch, but I think possibly they want to be a little patient, but the way Gurra's been throwing, you don't really want to get behind on this guy.
It's a matter of Gurra being able to get his breaking pitches over. You can't wait too long.
You know, Valdez has been playing either even or ahead of the bag most of the night. And he's only been burned once, and that was a leadoff double by Rondon Johnson in the first inning. So, 1-1 count to Jimmy Scranton. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Bottom of the 9th. Boy, Bernstein really shallow at center field.
I was just going to say, against Scranton, they will play him very shallow. They realize that he is a punch hitter. They're going to keep it pretty much in front of where they are. Now you get these 2 strikes, and the third baseman is able to move back. But you really have to adjust against Scranton and Johnson in this lineup.
Valdez toward the hole. whips that throw to Hostetler, and he's out 5-3. So Scranton just totally throttled tonight by Gura. 0 for 3. He did walk once. That was back of the 6th inning. Top of the order, Rondon Johnson now. Bob Hegman is the on-deck hitter. Again, a lefty-righty tandem in the bullpen for the Cubs.
Valdez at third base for Iowa has now picked up 4 assists in this ball game. Rondon Johnson forces him in again at third a few steps.
Well, Gura finding the pinpoints of the plate as he has all night long. No balls and 2 strikes now to Johnson, and he's put himself in a situation where he's got to swing if it's close. Well, he wraps that one on the line. Bernstein can't get to it. Bounces in front of him. Boy, that would have been trouble because the left and right fielders had a long way to run to back him up. But he did the right thing and he kept it in front of them. But more important for the Royals, they now have the tying run coming to the plate.
Pookie Bernstein really takes a chance here. He keeps it in front of him by making that dive off the diving board there. But that gets behind him with all that real estate in center field. And Rondon Johnson with a good speed, he could have gone a long way.
Now, do you want to take a chance? Send your runner to take off the force. Hegman waits on that pitch, but he hits it to the opposite side. Gillespie has to hurry in, and he makes the running catch. Well, now we're down to 1 out, and Dave Leeper is up.
Becomes a moot point, Torrey, your question as far as Rondon Johnson sending him from first base. But with the kind of stuff that Gura has, it might not be a bad idea because he's going to get the ground balls.
Well, now with 2 outs, it just makes it even tougher to even want to send a guy. With 1 out, at least you break the force. Leeper watches that one on the outside corner for a strike.
The classic Larry Gura slider on that pitch. Going away from the left-handed batter, Dave Leeper. You see the velocity and the rotation on that one.
Didn't make it with that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. I think Larry thought it was over.
Now he's gone outside on 2 pitches here to Dave Leeper, and you'd be thinking about possibly busting his screwball or fastball back inside, but he has to be careful with Leeper, a very fine, dangerous pull hitter.
That one misses also. 2 balls and a strike. Well, you put Leeper on, and you've got Rich Murray, who's had trouble even getting wood on the ball tonight against Gura. Although he was able to foul some off, he struck out 3 times. But you have to worry about Leeper right now. 2 balls and a strike. No hold at first. Leeper holds up on that one as Gura took a little bit off it. 3 balls and a strike. They're not holding Johnson at first, although Hostetler is kind of in his blind spot down there defensively. He's tucked in behind Johnson where it'd just be a couple of steps and he's at the bag. But I don't think they want to mess with that right now with 2 outs. But they do give Leeper a lot of room down there on the right side of that infield. Well, Dave went off that pitch, fouls it off, and now we're in a good classic confrontation. Bottom of the 9th, 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Tying run up at the plate. Hostetler guarding that line, Torrey. And I'm surprised that Valdez is not guarding the third base line from his third base position, particularly when Gura is pitching Dave Leeper to the outside part of the plate.
And it gets by Hostetler. Johnson, good speed, could get to third. He will. That ball's running all over the place. Here comes a relay to the plate. Castillo has it. They caught R.J. leaning the wrong way, but again, as I mentioned, Hostetler was in his blind spot, tucked right there behind him, guarding the line, and the ball from Gura went past Hostetler up the line.
Looked like the Keystone Cops in the Iowa Cubs bullpen fishing for that overthrow. They tried to work the pickoff play, and it just didn't time up at all. Hostetler was not holding the runner, but he tried to get in behind him. Larry Gura has one of the finest moves to first base, but he just didn't get that one timed up for the pickoff there with his first baseman.
Okay, what's this do to you now? Obviously, a veteran like Gurra, you would hope that wouldn't unsettle him if you're a Cubs rooter.
Larry Gurra has a reputation as kind of getting down when things don't go well behind him.
Puts the runner on the corner, high and inside. So now, Rich Murray, will he bat? Gene Lamont says yes. We'll send 23 to the plate. Third walk given up by Gurra tonight. And now, Larry Cox is coming to the mound. And he wants the right-hander. I believe it'll be Dave Gumpert. So now we have a chance to see Kenny Baker, but we'll see how that all unfolds when we come back.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Save on air conditioning costs this year. Get Siebler's complete tune-up for only $32.50. Siebler services all brands and recommends Carrier. Call Siebler now.
To be the best at anything, you've got to be physically fit, train hard. You've got to be sharp mentally and be a team player. Most of all, you must have the burning desire to be the best. Incidentally, that's exactly what it takes to be a Marine. Be one of the few, the proud, the Marines.
Dave Gumpert in relief of Larry Gurra with 2 outs here in the bottom of the ninth. The Royals able to put runners at the corners, primarily because of a throwing error by Gurra trying to pick off Rhonda Johnson. Line on Gurra, pitched 9 2/3 innings, gave up 10 hits, walked 3, struck out 6. The 3 runs he's given up are earned, and he's responsible for the 2 guys on base now.
Here's some numbers on Dave Gumpert. He's 2-0. He has an earned run average of 3.51. This will be his 21st appearance. So they have all been out of the bullpen as he has not started a game. He has a couple of saves. He's pitched 33 1/3 innings in 85, given up 35 hits, 16 runs. 13 of those runs have been earned. 18 strikeouts on the year against 14 bases on balls.
Well, you know, the guy that's stepping up to the plate now, pinch hitting for Rich Murray, the left-handed hitter, Kenny Baker, number 14. This guy, first year in AAA, and he has proven his worth. Started a ball game a couple of times, went 4 for 4, 3 for 4, and he's had some big pinch hits for the Royals so far this season.
Finally getting a situation where the tough left-hander Larry Gurra is out of the game, and you're able to empty the bench of those left-handed hitters. And in Gene Lamont's thinking, he wants Kenny Baker up there, and he finally has a right-hander on the mound parade in front of him.
Baker at 298 has a home run and 14 runs batted in. You look at those extra base hits, he has 7 doubles. And if he can rattle it around down at that right field corner, as a couple of the ball players on either team have done tonight, we could be tied because Dave Leeper at first has excellent speed and he runs the bases well. And Baker, no stranger to this clutch situation. And you're watching all this excitement on Cox 9. And if Baker can get on, but not end the ball game, Butch Davis is due up next. Gumpert's pitch. That one got over the corner.
Great location.
Up at 1-1. Those are tough to swing at. Again, we're in a situation where, you know, you want to give, we talked about this earlier, you'll give a pitcher a first strike. In this situation, I guess you can argue that if it's over, swing. But you don't want to set yourself up for anything bad. Base hit into right field. Leeper will go to third. It's 5-4. RBI number 15 for Kenny Baker.
What a pitch he hits. Gene Lamont has matched his strength on the bench against a weakness. In this case, nothing you could really do about it, Tori, if you're the Iowa Cubs, but they have to bring in a right-hander in relief of Gura. And Gene Lamont goes to the left-handed man on the bench, and a good one, Ken Baker.
Well, another pinch hit, run-producing display by Kenny Baker. We're going to have a pinch runner. It'll be Mike Kingery. Kingery, of course, not starting because of the left-handed pitching Gura. Kenny Baker gets all the high fives and the glad hands as he heads into the Royals dugout, and well, he should. The fans gave him a good round of applause. And the tying run is just 90 feet away, and the Butcher steps up.
He's been some type of tough customer, this Ken Baker. Jumped into the scene and into the spotlight in that Buffalo series here at Rosenblatt Stadium on the Bison's first trip ever into Omaha.
Well, the Royals now have 11 hits to Iowa's 8, but they trail by a run on the scoreboard. Gumpert with a fastball over for a strike.
Oh, those platoon advantages. The right-handed pitcher in, and immediately the Royals send up a left-handed pinch hitter.
Now these runs will be unearned because they had RJ dead to rights at first. If they had made a good throw, he was leaning the wrong way, but it didn't work that way. Royals still have runners at the corners, and they have to give Davis some respect, so he has a chance of dropping one in there. Big swing and a miss. Well, he was guessing fastball, but he didn't get around fast enough.
And that was a great location put together by the catcher, Tony Castillo, and Dave Gumpert. Butch is off the plate. Castillo sets up on the outside corner, and Gumpert gets it in there.
Well, after such a great road trip, it would be tough for the Royals to come home and lose this opening game of the 6-game set with Iowa. Now we're going to slow things down. It's almost like calling that timeout before a crucial free throw or a field goal. Try to ice this guy. You're not going to do it. As Dunston now getting with Owen, because they're looking for Kingery to take off.
They're checking their play. There's a number of different options that the defense has to combat the possible double steal with the runners on first and third, and that guy on first trotting towards second if he chooses to.
Well, he got him, and this ball game is over. Got him on a big, wide, sweeping pitch. And Butch Davis goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. The first and only strikeout for Gumpert in relief, but it turned out to be a big one as the Royals go down at the bottom of the ninth with a tying run 90 feet away, the winning run at first base. They got a run. They did it on 2 hits. There was 1 big error, and they left 2 big runners on base. The final score, 5-4. Terry and I will be back.
Cox Cable Omaha is your music connection. Bringing your favorite performers right into your home. We're Cox Cable Omaha, and proud of it.
Larry Gurr gets the win. He's 2-0, perfect for the Cubs since coming down from Chicago. And Hargesheimer only pitched an inning and a third for the Royals. Drops now to 2-4, but Mike Griffin with a great relief appearance. But Larry Gurr was just tough, and Larry Cox, genius, brings in Gumpert, closes the door.
And Gene Lamont almost looked like a genius, and in that case he is, in bringing up Kenny Baker to get that situation going in that last inning. Baker getting the RBI single that pulled the Royals within one, Torrey, but Gura did exactly what he has to do every time he goes out on the mound. Have great location on his breaking pitches.
Before we go, we want to quickly update some scores for you. In the American League, after 3, Kansas City and Seattle are tied 1-1 at the Coast. After 7.5, Texas over the Twins 9-2. Final scores, Baltimore continuing to roll. Earl Weaver with a perfect record so far this year, 7-5 over Milwaukee. Cleveland lost to Oakland 8-6. Toronto Blue Jays leading in the American League East, lost another one at Fenway Park, 7-5 to the Red Sox. Chicago over California 3-2 in a game seen on NBC today. And Detroit 10-8 over New York. In the National League, after 8, it's Atlanta 7, it's Cincinnati 0. The Cubs lost to St. Louis, a big series there. Cardinals winning 2-0. LA shut out Houston 3-0. San Diego got by the Bay Area people. The Giants 1-0. Philadelphia with a big win over Pittsburgh 13-3. And Montreal down the Mets by a score of 3-2. Well, Terry, it was a tough loss tonight. They just ran out of innings, I guess, and ran out of time. But the Cubs are here for 5 more games. Doubleheader on Sunday, single game Monday night, doubleheader on Tuesday. 4,233 people tonight. I'd like to encourage more people to come out to the ball game this weekend because big interstate rivalry with the Cubs.
And this team has certainly improved, Torrey, and not even thinking about that. It's Omaha's team. It's Omaha Royals, so get on out here to Rosenblatt Stadium. It's going to be a good summer.
Okay, once again, the final score, Iowa 5, Omaha 4. We want to remind you to stay tuned for a conversation with Fred Lewis. Immediately coming up after the game on Cox 9. His topic tonight is male pattern baldness. Thanks for being with us tonight, everybody. Producer, director Bill Norton. I'm Torrey Fantellian for Terry Leahy and the rest of the Cox 9 Sports 9 crew. And we'll see you someplace where there's a ball game. Goodbye, everybody. Left-hander. Over for a nice pitch. Took a little bit off that one.
Torrey, what do you do if you're Gene Lamont with Scranton at third and that fly ball? He got it out of the infield, but it was kind of in that halfway position out there, middle part of right field. Brower sure showed a fine arm there. The Royals got a break with that ball popping loose.
Well, you know, but they did it again. You think about it. They got that far. Billy Pecota. Okay, here it comes. Now, you watch this. Good base running by the Royals.
We want to commend Hegman. He hit a fine pitch there. It was a breaking ball. But look at the momentum Brower is able to get.
And then, of course, Cole heads down to second base.
The question is, did he drop it, let it go? Did Scranton knock it away?
Well, they scored it as a sacrifice fly and an RBI for Bobby Hegman. Count now to George Raditz at a ball and 2 strikes. But again, as I was going to say, the Royals might have got a break, but they helped them make their own break on the play prior to that when they tried to pick Scranton off at second base. Petralli threw down there on the fake bunt by Hegman, and Scranton just decided he was going to take off for third base. He wasn't even going to mess with that, and he had a pretty good jump too. Two pitch on the line to center field. Butch in, makes the grab. Butch Davis, number 15.
Left fielder, Chucky Kennedy.
Kennedy up. He tapped back to the pitcher. Actually, it wasn't a tap. It He had a broken bat rocket back at Ferrara.
Talk about trajectories. You have a couple of them coming at you there. The broken bat, the baseball.
We saw a couple of sawed-off aluminum bats in the College World Series this year.
And everyone kind of looks at each other thinking, an aluminum bat breaking? That's right.
That seems more scary to me than a wooden bat breaking. Kennedy goes around on that one. Outfield pretty much straight away. The wind is still blowing from left to right field. I keep on looking at Bob Hegman and that sun in right field. Straight out, left side of the infield. Scranton, Rhonda Johnson calls for it. Left side of the second base bag. 2 outs, Mike Rubel. Rubel fly to center field to lead off the second inning.
Mike Rubel, first base.
It's a big guy. He's played his share of innings since his professional career.
And Mike Rubel played 3 seasons at California State Fullerton. There in his college days. Team, of course, that is no stranger here to the College World Series.
Augie Garrido's crew. They had that relief pitcher, Tony Hudson, a few years back, and he kind of did a job for him when they won the College World Series. What was that, 1979?
Against Arkansas.
Yeah. Arkansas had a tough-hitting left fielder in their own right at that time. His name was Mark Bromble. Did he check his swing? No. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rubel finds a way to get on. Shortstop Jeff Conkle will get up. Herb Dougal and his son Jamie are in the press box. Herb, of course, part of our engineering corps at Cox Cable. Swing and a miss. Chalk him up as strikeout number 6 on the game and 46th of the season. They go down in order in the top of the 4th. No runs, no hits, no errors. And after 3.5, there you see the tie score, 1-1.
Located in the Crown Court, Highway 370 at Hillcrest, Bellevue, and an Omaha Royals souvenir gift.
You know, we have a new sponsor again this year, as we've had all season long on our live Omaha Royals baseball, and Krusty's Pizza, who will deliver a featured pizza to the game so that I can gain weight. Which is what everybody teases me about. It's right here. What do we got today?
We got a large double topper with sausage, black olives, and green peppers.
Oh, and I'm supposed to eat this. Look at this thing. Look at this. Huh? Krusty's Extra. We keep these guys working on game days. They know they're going to be working. I love it. I love this. This is great. Nobody else in the Joe Graciola, Harrington, they don't get to do this. Double topper with black olives, green peppers, and what else? Sausage? Oh, this is great. This is really good. You can come visit me anytime. But that's Krusty's Pizza. We got the, right there, Krusty's Pizza, extra, extra. Buy one and get one free, plus free delivery. You can't beat that. And might have to let Terry do the rest of the ball because I'm going to dive into this thing.
Make sure they don't leave.
Thanks a lot. Okay, we're into the 5th. And the Royals will have Pat Putnam leading off. Billy Picotta will follow him.
Ricky Wright has been tough, hasn't he, Torrey?
Oh, I'll tell you what, this guy, you said he had bone chips?
Yep, left elbow. First start, or his first appearance in May 5th. Ricky Wright on the mound for the Oklahoma City 89ers. And Bob Brower in right field nearly snuffed out the only run for the Royals at the plate.
Well, Pat Putnam is on. You know, you don't have to really worry about Pat getting on base because he's going to do it eventually. We talked about this before, but he and Jamie Quirk add such a different dimension to this ball club.
Third baseman,
And Quirk will follow the man who's stepping to the plate now, Billy Pacoda. Pacoda's fly to right field his only time up.
It was good news when we found out that Pat Putnam and Jamie Quirk were going to be with the Omaha Royals this season. Veteran flavor that was really missing last season on this team.
Pacoda checking his signs with Gene Lamont. Tried to explain the sign situation to my oldest daughter the other day, and I guess you either know baseball or you don't, as that one's fouled on the line and Putnam was going on the pitch, but she said to me, Dad, why didn't he just yell to him what to do?
You know, you're giving these signs here for sacrifice, or in that case looked like a hit and run, with Putnam at first. I was talking to Jim Hendry, Creighton's baseball coach, and he's not too impressed by the bunt defenses in baseball. He says, well, it's still pretty basic, especially in the professional ranks. They're going to charge the corners.
Infield, could be tough. Kunkel won't make a play. Buechele up on the grass. A little concerned that Pacoda just might plunk one down, and it paid off for the Royals. Buechele diving for that ball toward the gap, missed it, drawn in, disadvantage, and Kunkel had to make a break toward the hole.
Bill Pacoda says, I realize you're drawn in. I'll put it past you. That was a good move. Good move on the part of Gene Lamont to let Billy Pacoda swing away there when the 89ers were looking for the bunt play.
And now the Royals have something going. No outs. Runners at first and second. Strong man is up. Jamie Quirk, 4 home runs, 17 runs batted in. He already has a single tonight.
Oak City looking for the bunt with Bill Pacoda up, and with no outs, runners on first and second, they have to do it again. More options for Jamie Quirk here.
Right out in front of the plate, they go to third base for the force out. Score at 2-5 on Putnam. Move Pacoda down to second base, and Quirk gets a fielder's choice. So we still have runners at first and second, but we do have one out. And that'll bring up Rondon Johnson.
Jamie deadened that pitch, but it took such a good hop for Petralli that there was no problem getting the runner at third base. That looked like a big hop grounder.
So now let's see what RJ can do. Jimmy Scranton's on deck. That infield, double play depth.
George Wright is so shallow in center field, and that's the scouting report on George Wright. He will play a very shallow field out there, probably as shallow as any player in professional baseball. And remember, it's 420 feet to that fence here at Rosenblatt Stadium.
Now Wright's taking a little bit too much time, and RJ wants to step out of there. Shadows now have really moved down toward the first base side, so now the ball will be in the sun until just before it hits the plate. The runners take off, and the throw by Petralli down to third is wide. Pacoda will get a stolen base. Oh, the Royals are running now.
Petralli had a fairly good pitch. It was inside, but it was a fastball. Steve Buechele tried to decoy at third base by not particularly getting set. The throw was not close at all.
So now runners at the corners, 2 balls and no strikes to RJ. Quirk at first, Pacoda at third. Corners are tight. Outside, 3-0.
I think we're seeing an example of what runners on base will do. You have to see a lot of fastballs. The pitcher's delivery is being rushed. That means that the mechanics are suddenly no good.
Well, he walked him.
The fastball outside.
So the bases are full of Royals now. Second walk given up by Wright tonight. And that'll bring up Jim Scranton.
Dave Oliver has noticed this situation. He has to settle his pitcher down. No action in the 89er bullpen at this moment.
So a little conference on the mound will give us a chance to update some scores real quick. At the end of 4, there's no score between Denver and Iowa. And after 2 innings out in Louisville, no score between the Redbirds and Buffalo. Indianapolis and Nashville, still no scoring yet. After an inning and a half, no score at Three Rivers Stadium between Montreal and Pittsburgh. Atlanta Houston still has yet to start. In the American League, an inning and a half, Milwaukee and Toronto are tied at 1. Final scores in the National League, the Cubs beat the Mets 4-2. Philadelphia lost to St. Louis 4-3. Cincinnati over San Francisco 7-6, and the Padres nipped the Dodgers 5-4. Scranton going after that first pitch as again the corners are tight.
These bases are loaded right now because Rondon Johnson up at the plate was able to take advantage of Ricky Wright having to rush his delivery. They were worried about Jamie Quirt going the second and the possibility of a double steal with that runner at third.
Right now looks in to get his signs for Petrali.
But the real key is getting that single to lead this inning off, getting those runners on.
Now Wright continuing to shake Petrali off, and now Gino has to have a talk with his pitcher. The play that scored the tying run for Omaha now has charged Gino Petrali with an error at the plate. Still give Hegman that sacrifice fly. Well, they had a couple of players up. Now they're moving in the 89er bullpen. Wright's pitch inside. Nice play by Petrali. Kept that ball from scooting by. Advancement of the runners, and it would have meant a 2-1 lead for the Royals at that point.
And we do not want to be redundant, but that's so important when you have runners at third base, when you have a runner at third and the bases are loaded. Be able to get away from always having to use that fastball to get in there.
So Scranton now waiting on the 1-1 pitch. No question about that one, and Wright wasn't going to waste any time. Fool around.
Scranton's tough up there in this situation.
We'll be back out here Saturday for that opening game series with Denver. They go to the plate in time. Force the runner at home. Now the fans don't like it. It was close, but he was out. So Scranton gets the first on a fielder's choice. Johnson moves to second. Quirk to third. Pacoda is out. 5-2. We have 2 outs. Bases still loaded, and Mike Cole is up. Not a bad time to have this youngster up.
Buechele makes a fine play here. Has a long way to go. He gets a good angle to be able to make that throw to the plate. You certainly can bet that the runner is really barreling down that line from third.
See that right-hander warming up for the 89ers. Mike Cole steps in. He's 1 for 2, a single. Reached on a fielder's choice and has a stolen base.
Royals getting all of these base runners with 2 hits in this inning.
Fouls that one at the plate. It's a familiar name throwing down in the 89er bullpen, Mr. Mike Parrott, who up until this year was an Omaha Royal. Mike, of course, seeing time in the major leagues, Seattle. Matter of fact, he was called up by Seattle rather young. And spent a lot of time in the with the Omaha Royals and the Royals organization. Again, Petrali having to dig that pitch out.
Against Tommy Joe Shimp on Monday night, the opening game of this series, the Royals left 2 runners on in the first inning and 3 in the third, Torrey.
Well, you can almost guess what he's going to throw. It doesn't take a genius. 3-1 and no place to put Cole. There's the heat, there's the strike. Classic situation. 2 outs, bases loaded, 3-2.
And here's the guessing game now. Oh, they're professional athletes. I'm not going to say it's a total guessing game, but educated guesses.
Chop foul down the first base side, and Mike Kingery makes the play on that ball. Of course, in this situation, the runner's breaking, and Rhonda Johnson was almost at the third base bag when Jamie Quirk, of course, coming down from third, can't go too close to the plate. Do it all over again. Walks in the go-ahead run. So Cole again an RBI. That's the third walk given up by Wright. Royals lead it 2-1. That's Cole's 4th run batted in. Quirk scores. Rhonda Johnson goes to third. Scranton down to second.
In this game for Cole, a single and a walk. He has a stolen base also. And he gets us the lead. Top of the order, Torrey. And that's what you said when he was walking to the plate. We get Mike Cole up there now. Good man to have.
Now Bob Hegman. He drove in the first run on that sacrifice fly. Now Petrali having to talk to Wright again. And, of course, Ricky, nobody's more frustrated right now than the pitcher. Terry made a good point of them being professional athletes, so there's no way they're out there trying to do bad purposely. And Wright, of course, coming off that injury, wanting to do very well. 2-0 pitch. Nice play by Buechele, and he steps on the bag. Steve Buechele showing some good hands down there at third base. So you have to force Scranton on that, 5 unassisted. So the Royals go down to the 4th inning. They got a run on a couple of hits. There were no errors, and they left 3. And after 4, it's 2-1. Royals leading Oklahoma City.
What would you think of Buechele there on that one? Talk about the hot corner, Torrey. He had to know what he was going to do in that situation also.
Well, you know what makes it tough? The way Wright, we're going to watch this again right there.
It's a very tough situation with the bases loaded. It turns out to be easy. But what I'm saying is, in any position in baseball, you just have to know what you're going to do before the baseballs hit to you. If you're in the outfield, especially if you're in the infield, you have to know where the relay people are, who's going to be taking the cutoff, and then you have to concentrate on keeping the cutoffs low.
Mike Barrett continuing to throw in the 89er bullpen. Nice guy, Mike Barrett. Real pleasant gentleman. And I had wondered what exactly had happened to him, and it's nice to know that he's still in baseball. You know, that play we talked about with Buechele at third base, what made it particularly tough is that even though Hegman in his first at-bat grounded to shortstop, he'd still hit a couple of fouls the opposite way, and then his second time up, he flew to right field. So Buechele's watching for that, even though you do want to guard the line. Wright's having trouble with his pitches. He's missing outside the right-handed batters. So you catch yourself leaning a little bit the opposite way or toward the hole in Buechele's case at third base, and he gets one on the fist, and he knocks it up the line. And you have to right yourself, get the ball, hang on to it, and make the play. Kunkel, Petrali, and Darkus in the 5th inning for Oklahoma City. Tony Ferraro with a 2-1 lead now.
Ferrara in a position now where he knows he has a lot of room behind him. It's a pitcher's part, but the wind, even though it's diminishing a little bit right now, is a big factor.
Long shot to left field.
So my point is, you just can't, even though we're going with a 7-inning game and he has the lead, You just can't figure I'm going to throw strikes right down the middle.
You know, Kunkel wasn't far from tying this ball game up. Second game of the doubleheader will also be brought to you live on Sports 9, which another situation we'll be talking about because it won't be too long before we won't be Sports 9 anymore. Due to the shift in the channel changing, we will be, I guess Carol Edgren said it best when she said, now Sports 9 is twice as good because we'll be Channel 18 on July 1st. But until that time, you'll be able to watch all the local programming and the sports on Channel 9, and then July 1st will be on Channel 18.
You going to describe the look on my face when you said that we're not going to be Sports 9 anymore?
I want to know what I'm going to do with all those jackets and shirts I have now. 3-1, the count to Kunkel. Well, Ferreira lost him. First walk of the night given up by Tony. So you put Kunkel on, which you don't like to see the leadoff hitter on in any situation, especially in a 2-1 ball game. And that'll bring up the catcher, Gino Petralli. For Ferreira, that is his 51st walk of the season. He already has 46 strikeouts, 6 of them tonight.
Now Ferraro wants to keep the baseball low and put the burden on his double play combination.
This is tough. Pacoda has trouble. He'll have to go to first, coast to coast. Petralli's out 5-3 and move Kunkel over to second base. Well, that's almost as good as a bunt, Terry.
I'm just
move the
glad
runner over.
you just have to be happy that Pacoda was able to get one. That's a long throw across there. Pacoda's a good fielder. He has a fine arm to be able to play that position. He had to backhand that thing. It turned out to be a bad double play ball.
Well, you know, an important point to make is what you said. He was able to get one. He showed his composure there, even though he had trouble and he knew he wasn't going to be able to get the first end of the double play. He went to where he could get the out, and he kept the ball in a position where he could make a play. And yeah, you're right. That's not a good double play ball toward the bag, up the line, away from his glove hand. That one got away from Ferreira, but Willie Darkus doesn't like it. It hit him on the foot. Matter of fact, it looked to me like it might have hit the ground. Kunkel took off for third, but he won't be allowed to do that. He'll have to go back to second base. And Darkus is on first. Yeah, that was close. On the replay, you saw it. I thought it might have hit the ground first. So you put Darkus on first, hit by pitch.
Yeah, that leg is planted, and Darkus in his batting stance, he doesn't move that front leg around that much. Like some hitters, a Jose Cruz will lift that front leg. I think Willie and a lot of players, they get in that situation, they slam that bat down. Unless you're getting into some type of real ugly game, that's usually just trying to handle the pain and move on down to first base.
Well, Brower up now. The runners at first and second. Does put the fourth situation and a double play possibility in for the Royals.
Oh, that ground ball Petralli had that was handled by Pacoda. When you have a ground ball with a runner on, less than 2 outs, you have to at least get one.
There's a rope over Scranton. Kunkel will score and the game will be tied at 2. Darkus stops at second base, so you give an RBI line shot single to Brower. And that is his 27th run batted into the season. As Kunkel scores, the game is tied at 2.
Second baseman, Jim Anderson.
Nice rope hit by Brower.
Doing this from the 9th spot in the order. He was looking for that fastball all the way. You can see there's no chance to get the runner, Kunkel, from second because Cole had to move to his left to try to set up and throw.
So we go to the top of the order and Jim Anderson is up. Well, before this inning started, Gene Lamont wants to talk to Tony Ferreira, but before this inning started, Ferreira had retired 8 straight 89ers. He had struck out. Now he struck out 5 of those 8. 3 in a row as he struck the side out in the third, and he had 4 out of the last 5 batters as he struck Petrali out the second out of the second inning, and then he struck out the side in the third. So Ferrera probably in the biggest trouble situation he's been in all night. Buechele hit that home run in the first inning. Since then, it's been nothing for the 89ers until now.
Got the strike there.
They still have that double play possibility with runners at first and second. Scranton decoys at second base. Anderson lays off that one, and the count's even at 1-1 as Mike Parrott continuing to throw for the 89ers. And the Royals have some action themselves in the left field side of things.
And Tony has to worry about the runner at second base going to third. That's going to affect his delivery. There are less than 2 outs.
It would appear that Rini Martin is throwing for the Royals, so we have a pair of 19s in respective bullpens.
One advantage here with the runners on first and second is Rich Murray is able to move off of first base. He doesn't have to hold the runner. He's just another fielder now. That'll help with the ground ball.
Off the fist, Pacoda, and they get that double play. Bill Pacoda with a fine job, so we've seen some good plays by both third basemen. Makes the tag unassisted and then throws to the opposite corner for the out. 89ers come up with a run. They did it on 1 hit. There were no Royal errors, and they left 2 runners on. Check that, left 1 runner on. After 4.5, it's tied at 2.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Where's the air conditioning? Right here. Carrier's the game, Siebler's the name. Get cash for your old and save on the new. Double savings at Siebler. Now.
Bob's a welder. Carl teaches school. Larry cuts hair. Tim cuts lumber. And they come together 2 days a month and 2 weeks a year. They're a tank crew in the Army National Guard, and America needs more teams like them. Join Americans at their best. Call toll-free or see your local recruiter.
In the cool of the shade, and it's not a bad night just to be sitting outside.
Torrey Pacoda has a couple of these in this inning. What a break. Can you place it any better for a double play going to the third baseman? He gets the Royals out of the inning with the score just being tied. It could have been worse.
Royals' 5th double play of this series so far. Meanwhile, for the 89ers, Terry, there's a right-hander on the mound.
Mike Parrott comes in with a chance to win the game. No decisions, an earned run average of 1.69. This will be Mike's 7th appearance. 16 innings pitched. 6 strikeouts against 8 walks. He's allowed 3 runs. All of those runs have been earned.
That'll be Butch Davis leading off for the Royals in the bottom of the 5th inning. Butch hitless in 2 appearances. He's walked and struck out. There's a rope in the left field between short and third. So Butch greets his former teammate with a single. And again, we get the leadoff runner on. It'll be up to Rich Murray to see if he can move him around. The line on Ricky Wright, he pitched 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, walked 3, struck out 2.
It's good to see Butch Davis being able to pull those pitches. We know he could go to the opposite field on a pitcher. It's nice to see him go to left field, the right-handed batter.
Get a look at Butch over there at first base, being held by Mike Rubel. Those 2 runs that Ricky Wright gave up in the 4 innings he worked, only 1 of them is earned. So he can't lose, as Terry mentioned, cannot lose, cannot win. I'm going to have to watch Davis down there at first base.
Davis
Good
has
base
tremendous speed, Torrey.
Really good base runner.
As fast as anyone in baseball, including Willie Wilson.
Stolen 9 bases in 12 attempts, so that's a really good percentage.
Wilson might be able to beat him down the line to first base, but going from home to third or home all the way around, Butch has got a lot of points in his favor.
We go back to first. They continue to play the cat and mouse game. Want to know the count to Murray. Here's the pitch. He squares around, lays down a bunt. First base side. Rubel will make the tag. As Davis is sacrificed to second base, so Rich Murray does his job. That'll bring up Pat Putnam, who singled into right center field his last time. And as a matter of fact, it was the big inning when the Royals took the lead in the fourth inning.
Pat Putnam.
Getting that run to second base at this point in a 7-inning game is definitely important. It's worth giving up the out, especially when your team is struggling offensively, you're trying to score runs. And they're concerned about Butch Davis. With that speed at second, they'll want the double play here.
Well, as he stands, and every time I see an intentional walk, I think of what the Oakland A's did to Johnny Bench. I think I'm not sure, but you hear about that so often. We might see Mike Kingery in a pinch hitting role, as he had been in the dugout. I don't mean particularly at this point, but that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to send in Kingery to hit for Billy Pacoda. Kingery, of course, hitting from the left side. So put Putnam on with the intentional walk, as Terry said, to set up the force play, and Mike Kingery will come in a pinch hitting role for Pacoda.
Kingery had been coaching first base in the early part of this game. Gene Lamont, as we said, it's only the 5th inning, but it's the 5th inning in a 7-inning game. The National Association teams play their doubleheaders 7 innings each. So you want to be able to get that lead right now.
Mike Kingery.
So Kingery coming in from the left side. On the year, Mike batting at .243, has no home runs, 22 runs batted in.
Gene Lamont has had good success with his bench late in the game on Sports 9 telecasts.
Mike Parrott with that full sidearm delivery. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Runners at first and second for Omaha, no outs, or 1 out. Score tied at 2. Kingery back to Parrott, second to 1 over to first, and that ends any possible threat. 1-6-3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. After 5, we're still tied at 2. 2-6-0 for Omaha, 2-3-1 for Oklahoma City. They'll wind up this series tomorrow night as we're going to get a look at that inning-ending double play.
Tough chance here for Kunkel. Throw went to the left field side of the bag, and he was moving across trying to get all his momentum behind that pivot. They were still able to turn it.
Final game of the series tomorrow night, 6:05 right here, and of course, all kinds of things will be going on at Rosenblatt Stadium. The evening will open, as we said, with that ball game, but then, Mr. Moon, immediately following the game, you'll be able to enjoy the music of America in concert. One of the new promotions in baseball this year, and it's happening at the major league level. About a half hour after the ball game, America, the Tin Man, Horse with No Name, You Can Do Magic? No, Tom Baker, that was not one of their songs.
Attention, please.
Traffic on the interstate, of course, both ways around the 13th Street exit, well, 24th Street exit, I guess. They're doing some construction, and it's limited to one lane, so you kind of have to be patient.
We'll make the defensive changes now after the pinch hitting by the Royals in the last half inning. Mike Kingery is in right field now. Bob Hegman is at third base. Bill Pacota's out of the game. Kingery hit for him in the last inning.
I like those kind of changes if they're going to make any, because those are simple to handle on the score sheet.
That's why I handled it.
Tony Ferreira continuing to warm up, or finishes warming up, as we move to the top of the 6th inning, which in this situation, as Terry mentioned, will be the next to last inning. And doubleheaders in the American Association, they go 7 innings each, which wasn't always the case. They used to be 1-9 and 1-7.
And that's the way they do it in college baseball, at least in the Big 8 Conference. They'll play a 1-9 and the next one a 7-inning game.
Well, the game is tied at 2, and this is the guy that can give Oklahoma City the lead. He did in the first inning on one pitch. Steve Buechele jacked his 9th home run of the season, opposite way over the 370 mark in right center. Well, Hegman charging on the bunt, but I wouldn't expect Buechele to do that. Maybe that's what he thinks the defense is thinking, so that's why he would do it.
Hegman is not buying it, at least as Tony Ferreira prepares for this pitch. He is deep at third.
George Wright is on deck. There's a shot in the left field. Coming hard is Cole, and he makes the grab shoulder high. 1 out. George Wright. Wright is yet to reach base in 2 trips.
You see Mike Cole, as an outfielder, divide his body at the belt. The fly ball got to him in a place where he was able to keep his fingers up. It was above the belt. If that was lower as he moved in for it, he'd have the fingers down, make sort of a basket catch. Either way, just make it look easy. Don't get fancy out there.
The name of the game. Fundamentals, the basics. See, former Omaha Royal Keith Creel was sent to the International League by Cleveland just the other day. Wright puts it straight up in the air. Butch Davis or Kingery? It's going to be Davis as Kingery came chugging over from right field. Butch makes the easy play, and there's 2 outs. That'll bring up Chucky Kennedy, who is yet to reach in 2 trips as well. The line shot back to Ferreira in the first inning that broke his bat, and then he popped out to second base.
Boy, Tribe manager Pat Corrales was really ripping Creel and his whole pitching staff in a recent Sporting News article.
Keith, of course, traded earlier in the season to the Cleveland organization, and the Maine Guides is their AAA team. Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Neat place to be this time of year, unless, of course, you want to be a major leaguer.
It may even beat Cleveland Municipal Stadium, though, Torrey.
Ferreira's pitch. Off-balance swing by Kennedy.
To be honest with you, I like that stadium. I hope they stay there. We don't need any more of these flying saucers to come down, start playing baseball in.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Cubbies are making news. Tribune Company wants to build, they've got 100 acres or something in Schaumburg, and they want to build a new park and put in lights, and boy, it's starting to get crazy up there. Did he go around the appeal? Strike.
The Bensonville Cubs.
That sounds like, that's old-time baseball.
The Rosemont Cubs. Maybe they'll change it to the Rosemont Horizons.
Please.
Just stay where they are.
Now, they want to play night ball. Off his fist the opposite way. Kingery has the bead on it, makes the play. We're out in the top of the 6th. Again, the 89ers go down in order, and they do it with a fly to left, a fly to center, and a fly to right. After 5.5, we're tied at 2, and we'll be back with more Royals baseball on Cox Cable Omaha Sports 9.
It's the end of another year in Buenos Aires. Something office workers celebrate in a way sure to warm the hearts of paper pushers everywhere. Even more unusual, the city doesn't have to lift a finger to clean things up. It's all done by a private company, part of the operations of an American company in the business of keeping cities clean the world over. It's a company 2 million people here couldn't be happier with. No wonder. All this mess will be gone in just over 6 hours. Waste management, helping the world dispose of its problems.
Your side in any dugout across America, whether it's Little League or Pony League, American Legion.
There's the caboose.
Caboose?
No, I said when Baker waves, he's operating our camera, when he waves out of that window, it looks like somebody going by on the CB and Q.
Moving to the bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be Jamie Quirk, Rhonda Johnson, and Jim Scranton.
I think you're about ready to send me to Schaumburg.
John Quinlan and Dave Nitz from KNOR on the radio play-by-play for the Oklahoma City 89ers. Goes back to Mike Parrott. Well, some of you might have heard it down in the stands as a look what I got, but I'll tell you what, Parrott, a really good fielding pitcher. Jamie Quirk, you really can't hit a ball much harder than that, not get on. So Parrott has been busy defensively on the mound.
I think it's more important to have a pitcher, this will be easy, a good defensive player, or maybe being better offensively if you didn't have a DH. I'll take the fielder.
Probably. RJ fouls it back. Of course, you might get an argument from people like Gary Peters and Bob Gibson.
They're just never going to be able to create enough runs, though, to really worry about a pitcher being able to hit.
0-2 now. RJ quickly in the hole. Jim Scranton is the on-deck hitter. Well, you know, if everything was relative, you would think that pitchers would be the better hitters because they know how to pitch. And they understand, you'd think they'd understand what their opponent is going to do. But that's not the case, obviously, and you can tell in execution why it doesn't work. Could be trouble. Anderson, nice backhand. Throws and gets Johnson. 2 outs. Jim Henderson, good play out at second base going toward the bat. Now Jimmy Scranton steps in. He is 1 for 2 with a run scored, a stolen base. Exciting play at the plate.
Did you see how quickly he got that throw off?
And
Anderson?
He's going away from first. That's the definitely shows athletic ability.
And there they are in first place in the Western Division. Good defense. And you were marveling at their batting averages, slugging percentages. Omaha has a good defense. They just don't have the offensive numbers.
Now, of course, the big Royals, everybody is following them. 4.5 games out of first place in the American League West. Trying to fill some holes up there. Pat Sheridan hurt, not playing 100%. They bring Leeper up there, and I know Dave's excited to be there, and they're in the thick of a pennant race for sure. There's another strike. Boy, Parrott hitting the outside part of the plate. Scranton batting left-handed for the first time tonight. KC Royals, somebody's going to have to stop California. The Royals, it wasn't too long ago, everybody was trying to catch Kansas City.
A much improved Western Division in the American League.
Scranton goes around, and Mike Parrott just coming in and doing a heck of a job against his former mates. That's Parrott's first strikeout of the ball game, and the Royals are down in order in the 6th. Goose Egg's down the score sheet, and after 6 complete, we're still tied at 2.
There wasn't much Jim Scranton could do on that at-bat. Good location by Parrott, and he came in with the off-speed stuff. And Jim was way off balance in his stride. We may be getting regulation 9 innings here, Torrey, if this keeps up.
That's true. As we said, tomorrow night we'll wrap up this series with the 89ers, and of course with that concert with America right after the ball game. And then the Denver Zephyrs make their second visit of the 85 season. They start Saturday, June 29th. Terry and I and the rest of the Sports 9 crew will be here for our last live Royals game on Channel 9. After the 1st of July will be Channel 18. But this Saturday you'll be able to watch the opening game with Denver in that series. They're going to play 6 games against the Royals. The first 2 nights of the 5-day series begin at 6:05 with Saturday, June 29th contest, a doubleheader. So we get back-to-back twin bills on Sports 9. Final 3 games of the series are at 7:05. And the Zephyrs, whose name was changed from the Bears this season, are the AAA affiliate of the Cincinnati Reds, of course, and are managed by Gene Doosan. Real fine guy, real intense, but he's a nice guy. If you get to him before the ball game, of course, around the batting cage in the dugout, heck of a guy, a lot of fun to be with. He managed Wichita last year. Of course, they were known as the Arrows. They also, in the American Association, they made a playoff spot last year under Gino.
And they were also known as the Alan Nicely Show.
Oh, man. Huh?
Nicely doing well right now with Cincinnati, and that whole organization has a lot of talent. Cal Daniels at Denver, we'll get to see him. Fine young player.
Mike Rubel steps in, and, you know, it's nice to be able to see those players at the AAA level, because once they make it to the minors, you know you've seen them, and now they're in the bigs, and, you know, it's kind of nice to be able to say, I know that dude.
I think that's the greatest promotion of minor league baseball, the fact that you're talking about future major league players, affiliations with major league teams. And maybe in the second game we'll be able to talk a little bit about Oklahoma City's George Wright, a perfect example.
Well, this guy right here, if he continues to hit with the power consistently that he showed so far this year and last year, he could be a major leaguer pretty soon. And I jinxed him. No sooner did I say that, but for the Omaha fans, that's good as he pops out to Rich Murray. Murray fighting the sun on that side. Rubel is out, and that'll bring up Jeff Kunkel.
That is a break to get that pop-up because Tony had fallen behind Rubel, 2 balls and no strikes. And we look upon that at this point in the game as a possible sign of the pitcher tiring, losing his stuff, just running out of steam.
Jeff Kunkel, who scored the tying run in the top of the 5th inning for Oklahoma City after the Royals took a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 4th, goes after that first pitch. Now, we made mention about the 89ers earlier, back on the 19th of this month, they announced the extension of their player development contract. How's that for professional jargon? With the Texas Rangers through the 86 and 87 season.
Texas Rangers organization is also trying to possibly move their spring training site, but the site they're thinking about going to wants to have the ability to bring in another team to that site, and the Rangers aren't too happy about that.
Swing and a miss. Went golfing there. Ball and 2 strikes.
Just think of the millions of dollars and the importance of player development for a professional baseball organization. And it's changed in the last 20 years because of the amateur free agent draft.
Quirk hung on to it. It was a foul tip, but Ferreira gets strikeout number 7 tonight. Strikeout 47 on the year, 2 outs, and that'll bring up Gino Petrale. Petrale also a strikeout victim. There's only 2 hitters in this 89er lineup that haven't gone down to the K. Well, he missed with that one. On deck hitter is Willie Darkus. Ferreira here in the top of the 7th, really humming. He's been able to pace himself well. He's thrown strong all 7 innings.
And right from the start in the first inning, he gave up the home run to Bichelle, but After that, he settled down, and you could see that he was really showing the good mechanics, a good rhythm. Not rushing his delivery, rushing the pitch, not using the legs. He's got everything meshed well.
2 balls and a strike now. And if Ferreira can get Petrale here, the Royals might have a chance to pull the game out in the bottom of the last inning again. This is inside. Falls behind 3 balls and a strike. Something that has been a Royals trademark, I guess in recent times, that home run in the playoffs when Joe Sparks was the manager here. Bombo Rivera. There's a rope, and Scranton can't get to it. So Petrale's on with his first hit of the game. It's the 4th hit overall for the 89ers, and Darkus will step up. But Bombo's home run, I believe it was the 5th game against Denver that year. Epitome of Royals' last-minute heroics.
That was a good pitch that Petrale hit. It was sinking in a good location. Good attempt out there by Jim Scranton. The good news here is there are 2 outs.
So Darkus, who was hit on the foot by a errant Ferreira fastball. Of course, Petrale not taking that large a lead down there at first base. So Mike Parent, who came on in relief of the starter for the 89ers, Ricky Wright, has done a great job of being able to silence the Royals, while Tony Ferreira has gone the distance for Omaha and done well. But there's a long shot to left. Cole at the track, and this inning is over. No runs a hit, no errors, a runner left. We're going into the bottom of the last inning, and this game is tied at 2.
What are your light construction needs?
From air compressors to wheelbarrows, quality equipment has it all.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Going into the bottom of 7th, and in this case, the first game of a twin bill is the last inning of regulation play. And the Royals will have their top 3 hitters off, Mike Cole and the number 2 hitter, Bobby Hegman, who's moved to third base, and he'll be followed by Butch Davis.
You know, you say so many times that a manager has to get the good lineup for the beginning of the game because that's the only time he is guaranteed of having his leadoff man, second man in the order, and the third place hitter, and then you have the cleanup man coming up. That's the only time it's guaranteed. But here in a clutch situation, the Royals are able to go with that same order. This is the way Gene Lamont wants it to go. He'd love to start every inning at the top of the order, Torrey.
David Cohn is due to throw for the Royals in Game 2, and Jose Guzman will be the scheduled hurler for the 89ers. Mike Cole, leadoff hitter, facing Mike Parrott. And he has to do a dance as that pitch goes way inside. One of the hazards of throwing full sidearm.
Imagine a side armor coming from the left side if you were a left-handed batter.
1 ball and a strike. It's Kansas City having a heartbreaker of a game last night, losing to Minnesota at the bottom of the 9th inning. But then before that, Danny Jackson pitched a whale of a ball game.
And it looked like Lee Brandt last night was going to do the same thing.
Three balls and a strike to Cole, and of course Jackson's performance prompted new skipper in Minnesota, Ray Miller, to say that he would rather had Quisenberry in there instead of Jackson, the way Jackson was throwing.
Look at the way the pitcher is coming back against Mike Cole. 2 nice fastballs that were almost unhittable.
Tried to get him on the outside part of the plate. Cole stayed firm, and he has a walk. That's the second walk given up by Parrott. The first one was intentional. That coming in the 5th inning to set up a force play, which worked as they had an inning double play. Bob Hegman steps in now. Well, no, we're going to have a pinch hitter. Looks like Marty Wilkerson will get the call.
Marty could come in and play third base. You have to credit Parrott there, Torrey. He had the guts to throw the fastball, but try and get it on the black on the outside part of the plate. He wasn't going to say it's a payoff, full count pitch, and I'm going to come in there with a fastball. He had the confidence to try and get that pitch over.
Marty Wilkerson.
Now he'll see if he can do the job with Wilkerson. On the season, Marty batting at .234. Game tied at 2. And now Parrott steps off the mound after checking the runner.
Wilkerson and Hegman both have the ability to execute the sacrifice here. Second spot hitters.
Well, they keep Cole close. Parrott not fooling around.
But Gene Lamont, playing the percentages, wanted to get the left-handed hitter up there against the righty Mike Parrott. It still brings in Steve Buechele at third.
Again, they go to first base.
And of course, it causes the throw over to first base because you have to give your defense behind you a chance, especially trying to set the double play into motion.
There goes Cole. Safe. He got underneath the tag. So a big play by the rookie to AAA baseball, Mike Cole. That's his second stolen base of the night.
Not a great pitch to steal on. A fastball outside part of the plate, but Trolley was coming up throwing. Really like this Mike Cole. He's had a great series. Great debut here at Rosenblatt Stadium for the Royals.
There's the bunt. It's a good one. It'll get the runner to third base. So Marty Wilkerson and some good base running by Mike Cole get the Royals winning run just 90 feet away, and there's only one out. And this guy could get it in definitely with a base hit, but he could jack one in the air, and he could score also from third base. But I know in this situation, depends on who you're talking to. Joe Morgan gave one of the greatest analysis I've ever heard about that when he knocked in the winning run in the 75 World Series. First, we're going to get a look at this sacrifice play.
Some managers might not like this. They figure you could score that runner from second anyway. It's just as easy with no outs, but you really have to credit Marty Wilkerson with a fine sacrifice bunt there.
Here you see Rusty Gerhardt, number 11, the coach. It seems like the entire infield is on the mound now, talking with Parrott.
Well, Gene Lamont doesn't care about the meeting on the mound with the Oklahoma City 89ers. It gives him a chance to talk to Butch Davis. Now he's talking to Mike Cole, but Tim Cheetah wants to get this thing going.
But Joe Morgan said that when he gets up in a situation like this, he has confidence he can get the run in with a base hit, and that he's not looking for a fly ball. And it paid off, of course, in that 75 World Series. Well, with one out, the infield definitely has to play in. Now, what do you think? You think they might want to put on... Well, no, Kenny Baker's going to come up and hit from the left side for the Royals. Pinch hitting for Butch Davis. So the gears continue to turn. Ken Baker, of course, no stranger to this situation, Terry.
It's the smart thing to do. Now, I would like to know where Dave Oliver is at the possibility of a left-handed pitcher. Why isn't a left-hander warming
Well,
up?
you know, at first I thought they might want to walk Davis to set up the double play possibility and pitch to Murray, because Murray really hadn't been getting around on the ball tonight.
And the right-hander to the right-hander.
Well, now, would they walk Baker to pitch to Murray? And there's no action in the 89er pen.
That would get you down to Kingery. Now, one thing for sure, infield in, and the outfield shallow, but they want to be able to get to the fly ball, of course.
Check swing, and it came up and hit him. Well, it's a tough play to handle, I'll tell you what. Check this swing. Out comes Nick Schwartz. Nick has been busy this year for sure.
Well, the whole scene is set. And then you have that happen. You have a fine left-handed pinch hitter. And he's in a tough situation.
Gino Lamont also over there now. That'll give time for Petralli to talk to pitcher Parent.
I don't know, Tori, if I'd want to go down in this order to Putnam and Kingery. But Kenny Baker has been some kind of player, especially off the bench.
And of course, you know, in this situation too, the 89ers might not be running away with the West Division, just 5.5 games ahead of Denver, but you'd have to think that Dave Oliver wants to give Mike Parent enough work to work out of this. It is a doubleheader, and so far, out of the 3 games they've played, the 89ers have won 2 of them.
Such a big run down there at third base. A crucial game and a crucial series.
Took a little bit off that one. Big swing and a miss. Ball and 2 strikes. Ooh, nice pitch by Parrott. Very nice.
Does he stay on the outside part of the plate now? They play Baker to hit the opposite way. Will he pitch to where his defense is? He stays with it.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Parrott also has the possibility of cutting a fastball inside on Kenny Baker. But remember, if that's pulled, there's a lot of room in the right center field gap.
And it's outside, 3-2 with 1 away, and the winning run just 90 feet away. You know, the Royals came into this doubleheader with a 16-6 overall record in doubleheaders, 16 wins, 6 losses, and they're 11-3 at home in doubleheaders. They have 4 sweeps coming into tonight. Wow.
Great contact there.
So you have to see if the numbers will continue to go with the Royals. Now, I'll tell you what, Kenny Baker doing a good job to protect the plate. So we go back to 3-2 situation again. Mike Cole at third base. He led off with a walk and stole second. Moved to third on a sacrifice. And Baker's on, and that sets up the force-out situation. That's the 3rd walk given up by Parrott, and Rich Murray is the scheduled hitter. And he is walking to the plate. But Butch Davis got that far, and then Gene Lamont put up a pinch hitter. But it would appear that he's going to give Rich Murray a chance to hit.
We know where the shortstop and second baseman will play, but it will be interesting to see where Rubel and Buechele play here. Now, Rubel with second base unoccupied. We know he'll have to hold that runner at first, but if he moves off the bag, Torrey, from holding Baker at first base to get into a fielding position. That will allow Kenny Baker to maybe start running to second. That could help with the possibility of a double play ball going against the Royals.
Well, Baker does his job as the pinch hitter, and that's to get on. He would have liked to get the game-winning RBI as Murray swings and misses.
Buechele tells us at third base by his position that the whole infield is looking for the double play ball here.
Well, the outfielders, medium depth inside, but they're shallow, of course. They don't want anything to drop in front of them if they have a chance to catch the short fly.
I'll still give credit to Mike Parrott. He walked Baker, but he came in there with his best possible pitch there, a breaking ball on the outside part of the plate.
Well, you know, he wanted, obviously, not to let Baker hit the ball as far as fly ball or maybe hit a line drive. Obviously, he didn't enjoy walking him, but at this point, Baker doesn't hurt you at first base. It's Cole at third you have to worry about. Now they have the chance for a double play. And there it is right there. 4, 6, 3, and we're going extra innings. Murray got around, land on a fastball and hit it out to Anderson at second base. So 4-6-3 double play gets the Royals out in the bottom of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, a runner left. And after 7 complete, we're tied at 2, and we're going to the top of the 8th inning, which, as we said, in this case is the extra innings.
That was some kind of baseball there by these two managers. A good job by Mike Parrott getting the big ground ball, getting Rich Murray into that double play.
Well, it looks as though that Mike Cole has moved to center field. Kenny Baker will be going out to left defensively for the Royals. And Marty Wilkerson is down at third base. So those defensive changes for Gene Lamont after he sent up a couple of pinch hitters in the 7th. So Wilkerson will replace Hegman at third base.
Changes for Omaha.
Kenny Baker's out in left field, and Mike Cole has moved from left to center.
At third base,
Everything was all set up there, and Gene Lamont pushing the right buttons, getting the situation the way he wanted, especially when he had Mike Cole leading off that inning with a walk. Then he steals the base. It was a good job, but Parrott gets the double play, his best friend.
Well, so what we have now from left to right in the outfield is Baker, Cole, and Kingery. Quirk still the catcher, Murray at first, Rondon Johnson at second, Jim Scranton is at shortstop, Marty Wilkerson is at third base, Tony Ferreira is still the pitcher. And there you get a look at a lonely Omaha bullpen.
right fielder, Bob Muller.
Al, right fielder and number 9 hitter in the 89er lineup, Bob Brower, will lead off the top of the 8th inning. So the Royals look to be in good shape as they got that leadoff hitter on in the bottom of the 7th inning, but they couldn't get him far enough.
And remember, they were starting at the top of the order when they came to bat in that inning.
After Brower, the 89ers go to the top of their lineup. Ferreira still throwing with authority, and of course, again, with a shortened ball game, you wouldn't expect to see a pitcher tiring maybe up until this point.
Well, he had a great location on that fastball there.
Toward shortstop, Scranton should make the play toward the bag, and he does. 6-3, Brower is out. Jimmy Scranton in the sun.
Couple of good shortstops in this game, one for each team. Jeff Kunkel for Oklahoma City and Jim Scranton for the Omaha Royals, both with outstanding range, the ability to get rid of the ball fast.
Anderson hitless in 3 trips. Ground out the shortstop, went down swinging in the 3rd, hit into a corner-to-corner double play in the 5th. Again, he goes that way. Wilkerson with a nice grab as he was in front of the bag down at third. Wilkie makes the play, and there's 2 down.
Not what you would call a good hop. This is what a fielder has to be able to do. And the third baseman has the extra burden of having to throw across that diamond to get the put out.
And for Wilkerson, he comes in out of the dugout basically cold as he pinched hit in the 7th inning. And he comes right in and makes the play. Marty also backup catcher, can play second base. He's played shortstop. Foul this way, and it's on the net.
He was playing in a perfect position there, Torrey. He's guarding the line now also.
Well, Bushell has a hit in 3 trips. First inning home run. Fouls it back. Now it's no balls and 2 strikes. Cole toward right center field.
I think Mike Kingery is learning how to play the sun on AAA out there in right field there at Rosenblatt Stadium. He's going to become awful good at it as he progresses in his professional career.
Well, that's one of the things you have to be good at, playing the sun field. Of course, Kingery went in as a late inning replacement after he pinched hit. Not wearing the glasses, rather shade with his glove. San Diego Chicken will be back in Rosenblatt Stadium on Saturday, July 27th. Louisville Redbirds will be in town. That game at 7:05. You might want to mark that date, July 27th.
Interesting to see Mike Cole in center field. He is playing Steve Bushell the opposite way, but he is pointed in the pole direction for Bushell, so he'll get a running start if he has to go that direction.
Did he go around? Yes, he did. He couldn't check it in time. Ferrara has strikeout number 8.
No hits, no runs, no errors.
Now the 89ers go down in order in the 8th. So as we go to the bottom of the 8th, it's still even at 2.
It's the end of another year in Buenos Aires. Something office workers celebrate in a way sure to warm the hearts of paper pushers everywhere. Even more unusual, the city doesn't have to lift a finger to clean things up. It's all done by a private company, part of the operations of an American company in the business of keeping cities clean the world over. It's a company 2 million people here couldn't be happier with. No wonder. All this mess will be gone in just over 6 hours. Waste management, helping the world dispose of its problems.
Pretty shot on a nice night. Do not adjust your television set. The moon did skip, though, down to the lower right portion of your screen.
See that airplane going over?
Eagle Eye Leahy.
Oh, I guess that was just on the screen here.
Well, Pat Putnam, and every time you say this, kind of jinx a ball player, but he could end this ball game right here. This guy has the power. Of course, a couple of Major League veterans facing each other right now is pitcher Mike Parrott, who's thrown extremely well since coming on in relief of Ricky Wright in the 5th inning. He's held the Royals to just 1 hit and, of course, no runs. He had a tough situation in the 7th when he walked Mike Cole to lead off the 7th. Cole stole second base, then moved to third on a sacrifice bunt by Wilkerson. Then a double play ball helped him. Putnam just over Kunkel. Might have broke his bat on that one, Terry. But again, the Royals get the leadoff hitter on. And they have done that with consistency tonight. Matter of fact, every inning but the 2nd, the leadoff hitter has been on.
And it puts so much pressure on the pitcher. Not so much the defense.
Mike Kingery.
There's been a lot of those going over the shortstops in this game. We talked about Kunkel and Scranton being fine defensively, but there's only so much they could do.
Well, Mr. Mike Kingery, who pinched hit for Bill Pacoda back in the 5th inning, grounded into a 1-6-3 double play, would like to atone for that. Buechele charging at third, swinging a foul as Putnam took off with a pitch, and Pat had a good jump on that, Terry.
And then Mike Rubel looks over there like, are you kidding, Pat? Now he's talking. But it was a good play by Putnam because I think Rubel left that position. He's holding the runner on first. He left it. And Putnam said, I'm going to get a running start here. We're not going to be dealing with these double plays here.
No balls and a strike to count to Kingery. Buechele again way in on the infield grass at third. But Parrott chases Putnam back to first base. Jamie Quirk is on deck.
And Gene Lamont goes through his signs. Maybe that has something to do with the fact that Buechele is definitely in at third. Maybe he's giving Mike Kingery some options here.
And they throw to first. George Wright playing almost in left center field as a left fielder Kennedy is toward the line, and Brower is straight away in right field. So Kingery, if he can get around on a fastball, send it to the right center field gap, but he swings and misses on that one.
He was definitely thinking that there, and Gene Lamont gave him the green light. Nothing can create more problems for an infield than a batter swinging away and you're drawing in the corners for a bunt defense.
Putnam with a good-sized lead at first as Rubel holds, but now he's off the bag. Plays behind the runner at first. Kingery slaps that one foul off the third base side.
You can see Kingery working to stay alive there, shortening up on his swing with the no ball, 2-strike count.
So Putnam again will take the lead. Rubel sets up inside the bag. They'll probably break off the bag to play defensively early. Now they're going to go to first. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm not running at first base.
Well, it all depends on the possibility of the first baseman leaving his post. Now he's moving away to get behind Pat Putnam already, but that leaves open the possibility of a pickoff.
That pitch breaks outside. 1-2.
He's going to give Pat Putnam some things to think about. Talking about Mike Rubel. He moved in behind him there, and that's why it's so important for the first base coach. That's Rich Doobie down there. His job is to tell Pat Putnam where the first baseman is playing him, especially when he moves behind.
Into right field, it'll get past Brower. He's got to cut it off toward the line. Putnam quickly over to third, and Kingery will get a double. So now the Royals are in a good situation as Kingery goes right up the line. And he, more importantly, moves the winning run to third base. We've been there before.
Again, a fine pitch. It was sinking. It wasn't up in the strike zone. That was a great swing by Mike Kingery there. The pressure on with 2 strikes and a chance to win the game possibly.
Double number 4 for Kingery. And that brings a conference to the mound as left-handed hitting Jamie Quirk will step in now to face Mike Parrott. So with no outs again, the 89er infield will have to play tight and the outfield will be shallow, but they've had to do that already a couple of times tonight. And only once have they been burned.
Going to put him on.
And we'll load it up for Rondon Johnson. That'll be second intentional walk tonight by Mike Parrott. Overall walk number 4. So the bases will be full of Royals and no outs. Defensively, that gives the 89ers a play anywhere, forced play anywhere. And again, if things have gone the way that they have so far for Oklahoma City, they can end up with a double play. You don't want to see it if you're a Royals rooter.
Is there anything more disheartening than a double play with the bases loaded going to the plate and then the first?
Rondon Johnson will bat on the left side. Now Denver right now has just picked up a half game on these 89ers. They shut out Iowa 2-0. So the infield is in. Putnam at third. Kingery at second. Cork at first, and Rondon Johnson first ball hitting. Swings and misses. But Petrali keeps the ball within playing distance.
This has been a great baseball game. One of the better games we've had on Sports 9 since we've been covering the Royals, Torrey.
Well, Rondon Johnson is looking at his first game-winning hit this season right here. 2-8-0 for the Royals, 2-4-1 for Oklahoma City. Fouls it back. Now the Royals left the winning run at third base in the 7th inning. They left the bases loaded in the 4th. That's when they scored the second run, their second run, and at the time it put them ahead 2-1. And then the 89ers came right back at the top of the 5th and tied it. No balls, 2 strikes to Rondon Johnson. Scranton waiting on deck. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Waste one. 1-2.
A long fly ball will win it. I guess you could get to the point where anything out of the infield on the ground will certainly do it, of course. But a short fly ball, look out.
Now Rondon lays off another outside pitch, and we're even at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Johnson. 2 runs for each of these ball clubs. That could do it. Wright gets it in center field. Putnam tags. Here comes the throw. They have to let it go, and he's safe. And the Royals win it 3-2, and Rondon Johnson gets his first game-winning RBI of the 1985 season. The Royals win it in extra innings 3-2.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Save on air conditioning costs this year. Get Siebler's complete tune-up for only $32.50. Siebler services all brands and recommends Carrier. Call Siebler now.
To be the best at anything, you've got to be physically fit, train hard. You've got to be sharp mentally and be a team player. Most of all, you must have the burning desire to be the best. Incidentally, that's exactly what it takes to be a Marine. Be one of the few, the proud, the Marines.
Well, the Royals do it with some last inning magic again. Rhonda Johnson getting up with the bases loaded, and he gets his first game-winning RBI of the season. Fly ball at a straightaway center field, and we're going to watch it right here, Terry.
The key here is George Wright, as good a center fielder as there is, but the problem is he's backpedaling to get into position to handle that, and he still makes it fairly close, but the Royals win it.
Well, Tony Ferrara picks up his 5th win in 11 decisions. Mike Parrott in relief loses his first game. He has no wins. He does have a couple of saves, and pitching fine for the 89ers until that final inning. But when you look at the Royals side, Tony Ferrara pitched his heart out again, and this time he won the ball game.
Gets that complete game, and they're able to keep Mark Huseman out of the game, who's doing so well out of that Omaha Royals bullpen. We didn't need him in this one. We get the win. It was a crucial one in a crucial series.
All right, we'll be back with Game 2 in about 20 minutes thereabouts on Sports 9. It'll be David Cohn pitching against Jose Guzman again. In the bottom of the 8th inning with 1 out, Rhonda Johnson sacrifice fly of the bases loaded. The Royals win it over Oklahoma City 3-2. The second game of this doubleheader coming up on Sports 9. Well, we're back for the second game of this doubleheader at Rosenblatt Stadium between the Oklahoma City 89ers and the Omaha Royals. And on the mound, David Cohn, and Terry has the starting offensive lineup of the batting order for the 89ers.
Okay, Torrey, Bob Brower, the right fielder, will lead off. Steve Buechele at third base will bat second. The third-place hitter, center fielder George Wright. In the cleanup spot for the 89ers, left fielder Chucky Kennedy. Batting fifth, the catcher Orlando Mercado. Batting sixth, Jeff Kunkel, the shortstop. Batting seventh, the first baseman Mike Rubel. The designated hitter, and batting eighth is Willie Darkus. And batting ninth is Mike Jershely, the second baseman. On the mound for the 89ers, a native of Puerto Rico, Jose Guzman. David Cohn has won 5 and lost 7, an earned run average of 4.70. This will be his 14th start, 15th appearance, 67 innings pitched. He's allowed 70 hits, 41 runs. 35 of those runs have been earned, 5 home runs, 59 strikeouts against 47 walks. David Cohn, the native of Kansas City, attended Rockhurst High School in that Missouri town. Set the umpires for Game 2. Steve Kritz will be behind the plate. Kevin Walton at first. Randy Bruns will be at second. And Tim Cheetah moves down to third. Tim gets to take the second game off. That's kind of the way the umpires think. The tough places to be behind the plate, of course. You get down to third base on that rotation, and that's not too tough down there. That's called taking the night off.
Well,
I don't see how anybody in that position could take a night off. But I'll tell you one thing, it's a beautiful night down here at Rosenblatt Stadium. And the Royals won the first game, a great ball game, one of the best games I think I've seen on Sports 9 in the 2 years that I've been on the broadcast team here. Torrey, this will be your third year. Well, Bob Brower is in the batter's box. David Cohn is waiting for the signal from Steve Kritz, and with the play-by-play, here's Torrey Pantaleon.
Thanks a lot, Terry Leahy. Good ball game in the first game. As Terry said, the Royals win it with a bases-loaded sacrifice fly to center. But Brower, who batted ninth in the first game, goes after Cohn's first pitch. Second base, Rhonda Johnson in foul territory, makes a long run, and it's a tough play for a second sacker, and he just dropped it. Actually, he didn't even get his glove on it, just fell through his hands, and he'll be charged with an error right away.
How do you like that? And that is a long run. That is the quintessential no man's land out there. This guy could afford to come up with those big words while Rhonda Johnson has to get the angle on that foul fly ball.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a long run. They had a meeting, a trio out there, Putnam from first, along with R.J. and Kingery making the run in from right field. So Brower, who batted ninth in the opening game, will lead off here, and he goes after Cohn's first pitch. Cohn against Oklahoma City this year. This is only his second appearance. He beat them in Oklahoma City back on June 11th. RJ will get a chance to redeem himself, and he will. So there's one away. It'll bring up Steve Buechele. Buechele had a home run in the first inning of the first game. Getting back to Cohn, he won the first game of a doubleheader at Oklahoma City. And as I said, he pitched 7 innings, a complete game, gave up 4 hits, 1 run that was earned, walked 2, and struck out 5.
You saw Rhonda Johnson there with the assist. Pat Putnam is at first. Marty Wilkerson is catching. Bob Hegman at short. Jamie Quirk at third base. Mike Cole in left field. Butch Davis. The center fielder, and around and right is Mike Kingery. Between innings, we will, in the middle part of this inning, I should say, we will set batting order for Oklahoma City, or for the Royals, rather.
Well, there's a gapper right there in right center field. Kingery and Davis. Davis gets it. He has to go the opposite way, right himself. And Buechele starts off with a double, so it would appear Buechele's first time at bat against the Royals tonight is paying dividends for him. And that'll bring up George Wright. Of course, Buechele, as I said, homered his first time up tonight. First time up in the first game.
Well, I think Steve Buechele right there is telling the people looking at that shot that Bobby Valentine, the Texas Ranger manager, is in the stands. He has to be very happy. Valentine is in the stadium. It's an off day for the Rangers, and he's up here.
Well, I went down to talk to Mike Parrott, who I got to know quite well while he was with Omaha, and I got a chance to talk to manager Bobby Valentine. Bobby Valentine, all business. And, of course, Terry and I talked about the controversial appointment as manager after Doug Rader was let go down at Texas. Bobby Valentine, people are mezza about that gentleman at the helm of the Rangers, but the name of the game is the guy was an aggressive player, and he manages just as aggressively. Skips under Putnam's glove. The 89ers are going to lead it 1-0. Wright with good speed. He's going for 3 as Kingery got hung up in the corners. The ball went right up the line, and we have an RBI triple for George Wright, and the 89ers strike again in the first inning. A double in the gap in right center field by Buechele, and Wright skips one just under the glove of Putnam at first, and he gets an RBI triple.
Remember, we said the great promotion is the major league players of the future. George Wright was the 1983 Player of the Year for the Texas Rangers. Now, he had those injury problems, Torrey, but he is a tough player, one of the better players in the association. He's an outstanding fielder, and he has a run batted in.
So, quickly, the 89ers strike on David Cohn, and they lead it 1-0. Number 12, Chucky Kennedy steps up. Wilkerson doing a good job. Have to keep that ball in front of him. On deck, catcher Orlando Mercado, and this will be Mercado's first at-bat tonight.
I'm going to read you something out of the Rangers media guide about George Wright last year. They have a whole section in here just titled Injuries under George Wright's name.
Chopper to third base. Quirk will make the play as he holds right at third. So we have 2 outs, and Mercado steps up. Mercado comes into this ball game for the 89ers with a .265 batting average, has 8 home runs and 29 runs batted in.
Okay, we'll see maybe if we could go into the break with this. Sustained a slight separation of his right shoulder in a collision with the outfield fence on May 11th at Chicago. That's number 1. Did not play again until May 15th, and overall sat out 19 of the next 25 games through June 8th, making just 6 starts in that span. He didn't play at all between May 23rd and May 31st.
Mercado after a big breaking pitch, and he swings and misses.
Then he suffered a jammed right finger and thumb on June 3rd, and he didn't see action until June 9th. And this just keeps going on in here. And you could see that George Wright has really been through a lot. You have to wish him well, I guess.
Right down at third base. That's his first triple of the season. He knocked in Buchello, who knocked his 14th double in the right center field gap. And for Wright, it's his 20th run batted in. Mercado pops it up to the left side. Hickman at shortstop out on the left field grass, hauls it in. And this inning is over. But the 89ers come up with a run on a double and a triple. There was one Omaha error and one 89er left on base. And at the end of half an inning, it's Oklahoma City 1 and the Royals coming up.
Where's the air conditioning? Right here. Carrier's the game, Siebler's the name. Get cash for your old and save on the new. Double savings at Siebler. Now.
Bob's a welder. Carl teaches school. Larry cuts hair. Tim cuts lumber. And they come together 2 days a month and 2 weeks a year. They're a tank crew in the Army National Guard, and America needs more teams like them. Join Americans at their best. Call toll-free or see your local recruiter.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Bottom of the first inning. Terry has the offensive lineup for Omaha, the defensive position for the 89ers.
They'll lead off with the left fielder, Mike Cole. Batting second will be Rondon Johnson, the second baseman. Jamie Quirk will bat third. Pat Putnam, the first baseman, will bat cleanup. Mike Kingery will hit fifth, the right fielder. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, Ken Baker. He's followed by Butch Davis, the center fielder. Batting eighth is Marty Wilkerson, the catcher. Batting ninth is the shortstop, Bob Hegman. We'll give some numbers on Jose Guzman. He's 8-2, earned run average of 3.05. 14 games, all of those appearances have been starts. He has 2 complete games, 94 1/3 innings pitched, 39 strikeouts to 26 walks. 6 home run pitches have been given up, 32 earned runs. Guzman attended John F. Kennedy High School in his native land. Played basketball in addition to baseball, and he lists that as a hobby, the game of basketball. And Torrey, I know you are fairly familiar with that part of the world.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, in Puerto Rico, I worked 3 years at a TV station there before coming to Nebraska. And basketball, you know, they say baseball is hot in Puerto Rico, and they're right, but basketball is a real popular sport, too. They have their own professional league. And, of course, everybody remembers a very famous American collegiate player played for Puerto Rico in the Olympics, Mr. Butch Lee.
Competed here for Marquette against Creighton University. Orlando Mercado is Guzman's catcher. Mike Rubel at first. Jershely at second. Steve Buchel's at third.
Now they're going to go Jershely to Rubel as Cole grounds out second to first.
Jeff Kunkel is the shortstop. Chucky Kennedy in left. George Wright in center. Wright, a good center fielder. And Bob Brower in right. Boy, that game-winning run scoring from third, that play was close in that first game because of Wright's throw from center field. And the thing there, he was almost backing up to get it.
Now makes it a tough play. RJ with his first game-winning RBI of the season in that first game takes a ball. Picked up his 9th RBI of the season with that hit. Rubel is going to have to make the play to Guzman covering first, and that's the way that play is made. Should be made every time the pitcher has to come off the mound I don't know how many times we can emphasize how much of a plus it is for a team that has a defensive-minded pitcher.
And Rubel has to backhand a good hop. It's a pretty good size hop, but the problem is he's doing it on the backhand. If he was facing home plate and he was set, there wouldn't be any problem there.
Jamie Quirk, who caught the first game, playing a hot corner this time around.
That all makes sense, Torrey, believe me.
Swing and a miss. Guzman.
Well, it's a good opportunity in that second game to get Quirk to third base. You're going with Marty Wilkerson again. Remember, the catching core for the Royals is really down right now with the injuries.
Well, as we said in the first game, Brian Poldberg isn't even in uniform. Russ Steffens, who reported finally Monday, had been down at Fort Myers prior to coming to Omaha as Quirk swings and misses. And he probably won't be ready until Instructional League around September 15th. And they brought Roger Hansen up, but then Memphis needed help behind the plate, so Roger's stint in AAA. I don't know what the official time is, maybe the last 3 days. And then they brought Mr. Mike Cole up after Dave Leeper was called up by Kansas City. They appeal to third base. Tim Cheetah says, no, he's all right. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Well, in the first couple nights of this series here in Omaha, very warm, humid evenings, not very comfortable, and Quirk had to catch those games.
So Quirk looking at an even count of 2-2. Guzman into his work and his delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Guzman gets his first strikeout of the ball game. The Royals are down in order in the first. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And after 1, the Royals find themselves once again trailing to Oklahoma City 1-0, Terry.
You know, Torrey, in the first game, I talked about the Texas Rangers organization having a little Steinbrennerism within the ranks down there. I guess what I meant by that, and I used the reasons of rushing players and their things sometimes getting a little crazy. And you have to remember that franchise came to Texas from Washington, and there was a very controversial move, the short regime in Washington. The Senators with Frank Howard moved to Texas and between Dallas and Fort Worth. So that's what I meant by that. The franchise doesn't get a lot of media coverage nationwide. I think it will with some of the good young talent they have. But there have been some funny things going on. I referred to the David Clyde debut down there in the early 70s and Jeff Kunkel coming along last season.
Well, you know, you talk about that, and of course, when you go back, I think that's the gist of it, the move of the Senators, because that was the second time in a decade that the Rangers would have lost, that Washington would have lost a Major League franchise, because the current Minnesota Twins is the former original Washington Senators, and then when Harmon Killebrew and Camilo Pascual went to the Twin Cities, they gave Washington a franchise the very same year, and then they moved them to Arlington, Texas.
And you have to really think how weird it is that Kansas City lost the Athletics. They went to Oakland and came up with a great team. And Washington, that franchise that moved just about to turn into the 60s decade, that team goes to Minnesota, and they had a lot of young talent, and they really put together a great franchise. Kansas City Athletics fans and those original Senators fans really missed out. That was a bad break to lose those teams.
Especially since the Minnesota Twins, nay Washington Senators, went on to a World Series against the Dodgers in '65. Jeff Kunkel batting .232. Well, he came into the night batting .232. In the first game, he had a double to go with a walk and a strikeout. He did score a run in the first game.
They'll never fear down there in Kansas City because a great organization came to town thanks to Mr. Kaufman. 68, they started play in 69. He got the franchise in 68. And that's why we're here, the Kansas City Royals.
Marty Wilkerson seeming to have trouble with the last 2 pitches that David Cone has thrown. count is 1-1 now to Jeff Kunkel. Mike Rubel is on deck to follow him. Designated hitter Willie Darkus, and as I mentioned, he has that swollen toe when he was hit on the foot off the pitch by Tony Ferreira. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Jeff Kunkel.
It's tough to get a line on Jeff Kunkel in the outfield for the Royals, playing straight away, expecting him to use the whole field. There's no wind right now.
Well, bring him up. First strikeout of the game for David Cohn, and that'll bring up Mike Rubel. On the year for Cohn, that is strikeout number 40. Or check that. Well, we'll make that strikeout number 40.
Some kind of movement on that pitch.
Rubel, line shot in the left field toward the line. Cohn can't get to it. Rubel will get a double as Mike Cole had trouble, and the ball just snuck under his glove. But fortunately, his speed got him over there, and he was able to get the rebound off the fence.
Willie Darkus, designated hitter.
Rubel will get 2.
Cole trying to use his advantage there, being a right-handed thrower, moving towards the third base line as a left fielder. But he just couldn't get there. It was hit well. It rolled right under his gloves. He tried to make the stab at it. We've seen Dave Leeper out there do so well, throwing left-handed, moving to his right, and then making that fine pivot to get the baseball back to the infield.
10th two-bagger for Rubel this year, and Willie Darkus, the designated hitter, takes the first pitch for a ball. Mike Jershely on deck. Then they go to the top of the order. Two balls and no strikes to the designated hitter Darkus as the 89ers threatening once more. Infield back. 2-0. Here's the delivery. Outside and low, ball 3. So Darkus way ahead on the count. 3-0.
You see Cohn struggling behind in the count to get his breaking pitch over. You have to get it in the strike zone, and then have the confidence to keep throwing it.
Well, David's last appearance came out at Denver on June 21st. He lasted just an inning and 2/3. Gets it over for a strike. In that game, the Royals lost it, but he gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned in that inning and 2/3, walked 2 and struck out none. And the pattern with Dave I've noticed is if he struggles early, the young man gets just a little frustrated, and that's expected. And then sometimes he just kind of runs himself into a little bit more trouble. So we'll see if he pitches tough in this situation as he walks Darkus for his first 3 pass. Give it up this game. It'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Mike Jershely.
Well, Marty Wilkerson is out there to talk to the right-hander, probably reminding him, hey, you got Jeff Kunkel called out on strikes to start this inning. You have good stuff, and there has been good movement on some of his pitches. The bad thing was that 2-0 breaking pitch, though, that went into the dirt. That was not good news for Dave Cohn.
Jershely has a .203 batting average. 1 home run and 8 runs batted in.
Well, we'll say that Rosenblatt Stadium is now a pitcher's park. The flag in center field is still.
Quite a change from the first game, although it didn't really play all that much apart. Other than the home run by Steve Buchau, but I would have to say that ball would have gone anyway.
Yeah, he tomahawked that one pretty well.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Opposite way.
Jershely takes that one for a ball, 2-1.
You know, that's what Dale Murphy and Ken Herbeck do so well in the major leagues. Opposite way power. going the opposite field and driving it over the fence.
Nice pitch by Cone, evens it up now at 2-2.
2 ball, 1 strike fastball, and he threw it by him. Let's see if he goes the outside part of the plate. His defense is playing this hitter to hit the opposite way.
Nice pitch by Cone. Ring up Jershely. Strikeout number 2. Second one this inning. 2 outs. And that'll bring up leadoff hitter Bob Brower, who grounded out to second base. After Rondon Johnson had trouble with that pop-up down the right field line. And if you notice, the start of this ball game, obviously now that we're later in the evening, lights have played a much more of a factor now than they did at the start. We haven't really been playing all that long, but once the sun hits that horizon, obviously it doesn't take long for the darkness to settle in.
Well, it brings on a new problem with the lights. You get to a point, and we're pretty much past it now, but that time span when the lights have not quite taken full effect and you have dust settling in.
Rondon Johnson dives and misses. Run number 2 will score for the 89ers. And nobody's covering at first as Putnam has to play the cutoff man in the infield in case there's a throw to the plate. So Rubel scores, and it's 2-0 89ers. Brower has that hot shot single past Johnson at second base, and you have to move Willie Darkus over to third.
The pitch was at the knees, a fastball, and we've seen in the first game of this doubleheader tonight some fine hitting because these guys are making good contact on good pitches. Good location. There was good location there, but he was looking for the pitch, and there's not much you could do there.
Well, a couple of hot skips in the infield. That triple by Wright just got under Pat Putnam's glove at first, and Rondon, I really think the way Rondon reacted, I really believed he thought he was really going to get the ball in his glove, and when it got past him, it was sort of a surprise look on his face. So that brings up the number 2 hitter in the lineup, Steve Buchal, who had that double in the first inning and scored on Wright's triple, and Wright is on deck.
No one was covering first base as the Royals lined up into their cutoff and relay positions. Did you notice how Brower just moved around about halfway and just stood there as Hegman took the throw from the outfield?
Well, Darkus wasn't going to stop at second base. So now 89ers at the corners with 2 down. Just as it would appear that Cone was going to get out of this inning unscathed. Hot shot past Johnson at second makes it 2-0 Oklahoma City. Cole guarding the line at left field while Davis is straight away at center. Kingery straight away and right. So there's a lot of room in the left center field gap for Buchel. Throw to first base. Brower safely back.
That's a nice move by the right-hander. See if he gets even more serious with it.
Now Cone going to do a little bit of maintenance on his cleats. Give us an opportunity to remind you that tomorrow night we'll wind up this series, Omaha and Oklahoma City. And about a half hour after the ball game, concert with the Group America. So if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, it'll be another fine evening out of Rosenblatt, as is tonight. Especially with the Royals winning in the bottom of the 8th inning in that first game, and the weather is perfect, and now the Royals going to have to play catch-up ball in this game as they did in Game 1.
Could you imagine this weather tomorrow night for that concert? It will be a tremendous evening if it's like it is tonight.
Then, of course, July 3rd, Wednesday night, with Denver in. That'll be the final night of that series with Denver as Cone tries that double fake again, or the fake to third and the throw to first, trying to catch the runner on first off guard. Now Rondon Johnson wants to talk to David about that. But July 3rd, Wednesday, the final game of that Denver series that starts Saturday, will be that fireworks extravaganza. And I don't have an official word on it, but from what I understand, almost, if not all, of the tickets are sold for that ball game. Runner takes off at first. Wilkerson won't make the throw as that pitch was down and away. So Brower will steal that base. 18th on the year. Has been caught 7 times. Now that takes off the force. And the 89ers have 2 runners in scoring position as Buechele up at the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Cohn's pitch. Swing and a miss. Foul tip. See home plate umpire Steve Kriz with the sign.
Brower sure picked a dandy pitch to go to second on in that situation.
Well, I just got official word July 3rd game is sold out. Swing and a miss. So Buechele, who'd been tough, goes down on strikes, and in a strange inning, David Cohn strikes out the side. But the 89ers come up with another run, and they did it on 2 hits. There were no Omaha errors, and they left 2. And after 1.5, it's 2-0 Oklahoma City.
See the Omaha Royals versus the Oklahoma City 89ers starting at 6 p.m. June 28th at Rosenblatt Stadium. Then enjoy the rock sounds and layered harmonies of America live in the first Royals baseball concert event of the summer. The Royals infield turf will welcome the world's largest portable stage, and the magical sounds of America will fill Rosenblatt Stadium. Order your tickets now, just $8.50 at these locations for America in Concert and Royals baseball, June 28th, starting at 6 p.m. at Rosenblatt.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 29th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9.
Going to the bottom of the second inning, it'll be Pat Putnam, Mike Kingery, Kenny Baker. Moon over Omaha. Got to make a song title that. They have a song with a moon over everything else.
Well, as my dad would say, it's the moon over Brooklyn.
Oh, he would he?
I don't know where a gentleman who hails from southwest Iowa would come up with such an interest in Brooklyn, New York, but
it's funny
he
you should
says
say
it.
that.
He's been saying it for 26 years, as far as I know.
It's funny you would say that because one of the gentlemen who had some very nice words about our Royals coverage on Sports 9 in between the games when I was down at the first base dugout hails from Brooklyn, but he went to college and he played baseball at Peru State. Putnam.
It's like Carl Sagan.
Carl Sagan. Nice pitch by Guzman. Outside part of the plate for a strike. Putnam in the first game was the designated hitter. Was 2 for 3 and he scored a run. Was intentionally walked in the 5th inning. Now it's 0-2.
Well, Steve Buechele was struck out swinging in the last inning, ended that inning. And David Cohn, he gave up that run, but he showed a lot of stuff on those pitches. He got those strikeouts on.
1-2 the count to Putnam. Guzman in his windup. Line shot right at Rubel. 1 away. So that'll bring up Kingery.
Right fielder, Mike Kingery.
Kingery in the first game went in as a pinch hitter in the 5th inning, and he had a big hit in the 8th. He doubled. Which sent Pat Putnam to third, who scored the eventual winning run.
You know, they get the put out on Putnam there, but he really scorched that one. And you could file that away for later in the game when Pat Putnam comes up. He's swinging the good bat right now. It'll get through eventually.
Guzman working the outside part of the plate very well.
You know, you get people in slumps, and you take a look at some of the outs that are being made. You see that they are hitting the ball well. It's right at people, and that usually means the slump's going to be over.
1 ball, 2 strikes now to Kingery. Guzman from Santa Isabel, Puerto Rico, as Terry mentioned, he's from the Caribbean island and signed with the Rangers at the age of 17. Is that ball fair? It is, and Rubel will make the play unassisted. So with 2 outs, it'll bring up Kenny Baker, the DH, who went in a pinch hitting role in the first game. As a matter of fact, it was the second pinch hitter in a row used by Gene Lamont in the bottom of the 7th inning, and he drew a walk. But Baker enjoying a good season with AAA Royals at batting at .284, and he has a home run and 17 runs batted in.
There were some real moves and some real guesswork in the late stages of that first game. Good baseball. And you combine that with the outstanding evening down here, and all we could say is get out here and see the Omaha Royals.
That pitch. Well, both catchers seem to have trouble with the pitchers this game as the pitchers are down into the dirt or blowing away and they scoot loose. There's a shot to right field. Nice running grab by Brower. Snow cone, but it's an out nonetheless. And he gets a good hand from the Omaha baseball fans, and well he should. Took a sure extra base hit away from Kenny Baker, another scorcher. Pat Putnam led this inning off with a hot shot to first base. So the Royals are out in order in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And after 2, 89ers lead it 2-zip.
He said those flank outfielders have it tough on a line shot like that. They're coming right at them with a lot of velocity, and many times they are hooking away towards the line. The left and right fielders, they have to learn to handle the hooks and the slices as those line drives come at them. You got a clinic there by Bob Brower.
Young fans at Omaha enjoying the ball game and enjoying the treats from Daddy's pockets. Coming events, as we mentioned, San Diego Chicken will be back in Rosenblatt for the 2nd time this year, so if you didn't get to see him in May, as Kevin Baines wants to let his mother know he's all right. Don't worry, Mildred, he'll be home on time.
You can see us up here looking through our portholes.
It's getting heavy now. The Royals will be entertaining the Louisville Redbirds on July 27th. That is a Saturday, 7:05 game, and the Chicken will be in town. He came in May. If you weren't able to see him, come back out the 27th of July. And, of course, tomorrow night, the America concert. We're going to look at Carol Edgren down at the third base camera. But that concert with America should be a fine, fine show tomorrow night after tomorrow night's game. And that July 3rd fireworks show is sold out.
Well, between games, I saw Dave Leeper down in the Omaha Royals clubhouse.
That comes as a surprise to me. That's true. An off day. And must be tough. Well, now Dave Leeper can understand what Danny Jackson went through last year. Back and forth, back and forth.
We are explaining his presence by saying it's an off day.
Yes. Lest someone be confused, which is one reason why that Bobby Valentine is around. And the first pitch to George Wright is over for a strike. 2-4-0 for the 89ers. 0-1 for Omaha as the Oklahoma City team is struck early for runs in this game as they did in the first game. Swing and a miss.
David using that fastball a little bit here against George Wright. Wright is a great proponent of working out with weights. Diligently, I guess.
And that might have paid off because Kingery back at the wall, jumps and he can't get it, it's gone. Oklahoma City now leads it 3-0. 8th home run of the season, RBI number 21 for George Wright.
George Wright loves the fastball up and in. He's a switch hitter. Has a lot of power for a switch hitter.
Well, George Wright has 2 of the 3 runs batted in this ball game, and that'll bring up Chucky Kennedy.
What did David Cohn send in here? Well, it was a breaking pitch that just got up in the eyes. It hung up there. And Wright having no problems with that one. Now, you want to pitch George Wright away. Use the breaking pitches low and away. And I think Cohn was thinking that, but it got up in that good plane, that good line of vision, and George Wright had no problem sending that one towards the zoo.
Now, George playing for his hometown minor league team. He's a native of Oklahoma City. Kennedy takes a strike.
Boy, that was a tough slider there. That was wicked. But George Wright loves the fastball that he can pull. Get it in on him, and you're going to be in big trouble. If you're going to throw a fastball at George Wright, you have to keep it very low and at the knees usually.
Kennedy now sitting at 2 balls and 2 strikes to David Cohn. There's still no action out in the Omaha Royal bullpen. Pat Putnam plays a tough hop. He'll make the play all by himself. 1 away, and it'll bring up the catcher Orlando Mercado. Tell you what, the Oak City catchers have some great names. Gino Petrali, Orlando Mercado.
And Indianapolis had last season Sal Butera and George Bjorkman.
I don't know. I still have to say Shooty Babbage, probably my all-time favorite here in the American Association. Razor Shines is right behind him. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Mercado behind early. No balls at a strike. Outfield pretty much straight away.
Don't forget Skeeter Barnes.
Skeeter, of course, changing teams this year in the American Association.
Some Omaha Royals pitchers would like to
forget Skeeter Barnes, as did John Morris. Swing and a miss. Cohn really with a good motion there.
Mercado has major league experience.
Well, he did time with the Seattle Mariners.
Did time.
three different times in his career. He signed as a free agent January '78, but he goes down on strikes. So that is strikeout number 4 for David Cohn. He's pitching kind of a strange ball game. He's behind on the scoreboard, and they've been hitting him hard. But he has 4 strikeouts and struck out the side in that 1 inning.
Seattle Mariners owner George Argyros tends to feel he's doing some time in Seattle right now.
Well, that's another team. Of course, you know, you talk about the leases, Three Rivers Stadium, the Kingdome in Seattle. Teams are trying to find legal loopholes to get out of them, and bankruptcy, I guess it's Chapter 11 that they talk about, which is strange when you think about Major League Baseball. You know, maybe it's because the more time goes on, the larger-than-life teams and players of the past get, but, you know, you wonder if they had these kind of problems back in the 30s and 40s. Well, now Cohn falls behind, 3 balls and no strikes, and Jeff Kunkel, who was called out on strikes his last time up.
Well, they were just different operations back then without the big television and radio revenues that has really caused the imbalance, those revenues. And you have a person like Mrs. Schott in Cincinnati trying to operate her team against a Steinbrenner in New York with so many millions of dollars for television and radio rights.
Kunkel quickly now. Cohn has pretty much evened up the score. It's 3-2. It was 3-0 at one time. So Jeff's going to have to step back in as he kind of discusses things with Steve Kriz behind the plate. Swing and a miss, strike 3. After 3 straight balls, he strikes him out on 3 pitches. Strikeout number 5 for Cone. 89ers get a run on a hit, the home run by Wright. No errors, no runners left on base, and after 2.5, it's 3-0 Oklahoma City.
That's right. At Krusty's Pizza, if you buy an extra pizza, you get another one free. With 15 toppings to choose from, Krusty's Pizza is a great taste treat. Krusty's also has submarine sandwiches and salads. There's 2 convenient locations at 40th and Dodge and 120th and Center, not to mention the free delivery service. So next time you're hungry for pizza, call Krusty's and say, extra, extra.
Save on air conditioning costs this year. Get Seibler's complete tune-up for only $32.50. Seibler services all brands and recommends Carrier. Call Seibler now.
To be the best at anything, you've got to be physically fit, train hard. You've got to be sharp mentally and be a team player. Most of all, you must have the burning desire to be the best. Incidentally, that's exactly what it takes to be a Marine. Be one of the few, the proud, the Marines.
It'll be Butch Davis, Marty Wilkerson, and Bob Hegman, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Royals as we go into the bottom of the third. And 89ers have added 1 run in each of the 3 innings we've played so far, and the Royals continuing to dig a deeper hole for themselves.
Torrey, how about that out pitch that David Cone threw to Jeff Kunkel to end that inning? Got the strikeout. What a slider. It was a great pitch, and Cone can throw the slider because he has a good fastball, and the slider comes right off of that pitch.
Center fielder, Butch Davis.
Well, Davis came into the doubleheader batting .265, 4 home runs and 23 runs batted in. In the first game, he had a hit to go along with a walk and a strikeout. And again, Guzman continuing to throw well. Marty Wilkerson on deck hitter. Catching, he was a pinch hitter in the first game. Stayed in defensively at third base.
Talk about location.
Well, he's been painting the black, as you call it, all night long to both right and left-handed hitters. So you know Guzman is definitely on.
Well, he's won 8 out of 10 decisions.
Well, Butch goes the other way, decides you want to pitch me outside. That's fine, I'll hit that way, and he breaks up the no-hitter. So the first hit of the night of this game for the Royals, it'll bring up Marty Wilkerson. Wilkerson at .234, no home runs and 10 runs batted in.
Starts him off with 2 outstanding fastballs on the outside part of the plate. I can't believe Guzman went outside again on Butch Davis because Butch can really take that pitch the opposite way.
Wilkerson lifts it high to left field. Catch is made. Davis will go back to first base as Chucky Kennedy moves in a couple of steps.
Kennedy coming off injuries, serious injuries, torn ligaments, was going along last season with the 89ers, and he got hurt down in Wichita. 1984, tough year for the Rangers organization with Wright and Kennedy.
Hegman started in right field in the first game tonight, then he moved to third, and then he was replaced by Wilkerson, who pinched hit for him in the 7th inning. There goes Davis. They hit behind him, and it's fouled on the first base line.
First base umpire Kevin Walton is probably saying, Jose, quit pitching these guys on the outside part of the plate.
Well, Bobby Hegman has shown that he's a good opposite field hitter. Drove in Jimmy Scranton with a fly ball to right field at a strange play to the plate. 0-1 the count now. Hegman, here comes Guzman's pitch outside. 1-1. Hegman, of course, one of many first-timers to AAA in the Royals organization this year. Buechele down at third base is just a couple steps behind the bag. Again, the breeze that we had in the first game is non-existent for this game as Davis bluffed a run towards second base and had Mercado up. Now the count to Eggman now is 2 balls and a strike. Davis with a real good lead at first, and Guzman off the rubber looks him back. Gene Lamont coaching in the third base box. That pitch misses. 3-1 now.
Boy, he has good control on the outside part of that plate. And Steve Kritz in this game, the home plate umpire, has been giving the pitchers that pitch. Pretty wide strike zone.
Davis dancing back to first base. There he goes. Pitch is outside, ball 4. So it's the first walk of the night given up by Guzman. And the Royals have runners at first and second with just 1 away. And we go to the top of the order, and it'll be left fielder Mike Cole. Mike Cole came into this game 5 for 10.
A welcome addition to the leadoff spot for the Omaha Royals. He's gotten on base since he's been here. Has a couple of stolen bases. Was hit by a pitcher earlier this week.
Goes the opposite way. Shouldn't be any problem for Kennedy. And the runners retreat to their respective bases, and we have 2 outs. Both putouts by Kennedy in left field, and Rondon Johnson up his second time. He grounded out first the pitcher in his only at-bat this game.
Mike Cole is a classic leadoff slap hitter. He went the opposite way to start this game off, and he had a single. Start the first game off of this doubleheader, rather.
Well, Matty Alou probably was one of your better slap hitters. No balls and a strike.
Well, Lou really stressed swinging down on the baseball. He felt that would keep him from uppercutting. You know, if you have a talent like Henry Aaron, you're not going to worry about his uppercutting because he's going to drive the baseball out of the park.
Well, time called just before Guzman goes into his windup. The series right now is evened up between these two teams. 2 wins and 2 losses each. The Royals are 8-7 overall this season versus the 89ers. They're 2-4 against them at home. 6-3. 6 wins and 3 losses down at Oklahoma City. So if the statistics mean anything, the Royals play better against Oklahoma City on the road as the runners take off, and that one's fouled down the left field side. Overall in doubleheaders now, the Royals have won 17 games and they've lost 6. They're 12-3 at home. They've swept 5 doubleheaders, and they took the first end of this one. So if they come back and win this one, again, the Royals are a team to be reckoned with when you play 2 games in 1 day. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Johnson. Now it's even up at 2, and there's 2s across the board. Once again, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs.
Guzman kept the fastball low. That was a cut fastball riding in on the left-handed batter.
Butch Davis doing a good job reading Guzman on the mound. Butch was started back toward the second base bag before Guzman really got into his pickoff move. Loop toward left field. Kennedy in the gap, makes the catch, and the inning is over. So the Royals made a little bit of noise in the third, but they couldn't get anybody across as Kennedy gets all 3 putouts. No runs, a hit, no errors. The Royals left 2, and after 3, Oklahoma City leads at 3-0.
You know, Rondon nearly saw that breaking ball off for a base hit there. He was fooled just enough, but he did a good job making contact.
Well, Norm Majors, who runs the message center, Rosenblatt, wants to know who the last representative of the Kansas City A's, was to appear in an All-Star game. Was it Catfish Hunter? Maybe Lou Krause. I don't know. Did Lou Krause pitch well?
About O'Donohue, the pitcher they had on that team, some of those late athletics teams. I would guess Hunter. Ken Harrelson? No, he was gone. He was with the Red Sox in 67. You know what is unbelievable, Tori, is reading in the Sporting News. You might have to check this. I just glanced at it. Jose Cruz has never played in the All-Star game. That is a bad deal as far as voting for the fans goes. Jose Cruz, possibly one of the best players in baseball over the past 10 years.
No, that's just like
the All-Star game.
That's just like one of the trick questions, and the answer is Babe Ruth. The question is which one of these players, and they list 3 or 4 players, never won the Most Valuable Player award. And Babe Ruth, but of course they didn't have it then. They had what they called a league trophy, which I guess in those days could be the equivalent of today's MVP.
I suppose I better clarify and say that I'm talking about Jose Cruz, the left fielder of the Houston Astros.
Nope.
Just doesn't get the attention.
Rubel fouls that one back, but again, well, you know, we've talked about this before. Should the fans be allowed to vote? Should it be the starters and you know, replacements be picked by the players and managers only? That controversy rages on. But I think since the fans do vote, have the right to vote now to choose the players, I think the fans should vote and get out and cast your ballots. Mike Rubel with a 1-1 count. David Cohn comes in, leading off the top of the 4th inning and misses ball 2. The 89ers have been able to put a run in each of the first 3 innings we played, and they lead it 3-0. Hits that outside corner. Evens the count up now at 2-2.
When he comes in with pitches like that, he is awfully tough out there, this David Cohn.
Willie Darkus, the designated hitter, is on deck. Pitch to Rubel. Down low, so it fills the count up. 3-2. A little bit of a breeze coming out of right field now as the flag in center field flaps toward left field. Swing and a miss. So Cohn gets strikeout number 6, and it's his 3rd consecutive strikeout. And on the year, he has 45. So Darkus steps in. Darkus reached on a walk, his only time up so far.
If it wasn't for George Wright, he'd really be in pretty good shape for this game. Wright with the RBI triple, the home run, and then Brower had an RBI in the 2nd.
Again, this one goes outside. Would appear that Cohn was struggling almost every pitch he throws. When it doesn't make the mark, you see the frustration on his face. He had a rough start. Jershely is on deck. 1 high, 2 balls and no strikes now. Denver Zephyrs come in Saturday. They're going to play 6 games in 5 days. Doubleheader on Saturday. Sports 9 will be there as Darkus swings and misses, strike 1.
Great velocity and movement on his fastball. Threw it right by Darkus there.
Two-one delivery. Evens the count up at 2-2. So Cohn, while throwing a lot of pitches so far, is coming back in and challenging the hitter. With 6 strikeouts, you really can't call that a bad performance. Ring him up. Strikeout number 7. 4 in a row. And it'll be up to Mike Jershely to see if he can change the scorebook a little bit. It reads nothing but K's.
And in the 3rd inning, again, he gives up the one bad pitch that George Wright hits out. Other than that, he's at tremendous stuff and fantastic location on his pitches.
So Jershely batting from the right side as loops one toward right field. Kingery's going to have to make a long run. He slides and he makes the catch. 89ers are out in order in the fourth. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And after 3.5, it's still 3-0. 89ers over the Royals.
What are your light construction needs?
From air compressors to wheelbarrows, quality equipment has it all.
From San Diego, it's Conversation with Fred Lewis.
I'm Fred Lewis. For centuries, mankind has been searching for a way to grow and keep hair, searching for a way to prevent baldness. Now comes Bob Murphy, a new generation. Hundreds of thousands of men and women are using this hair product, some with amazing results. The Bob Murphy Hair Story with questions from the studio audience on our show this week here on this station.
Watch Saturday, June 29th at 9:30 p.m. on Channel 9.
Standing by. Moving into the bottom of the fourth inning, Jose Guzman still cruising along with a one-hitter. Royals will send up their 3, 4, and 5 hitters, Jamie Quirk, Pat Putnam, and Mike Kingery, who made that fine catch to end the top half of this inning. Well, again, we're playing a 7-inning game due to the doubleheader, so it's already late.
Well, we've been saying how tough it is for the flank outfielders, the left fielder and the right fielder, to play those line drives coming right at them. Well, Mike Kingery shows how it's done. Staying with it, and there's the put-out.
Terry Leahy grab.
Well, I suppose Mike wouldn't call it that, but...
No, he played it all the way. You made catches like that because you'd misjudge him. Either that or you're reading the ads out on the outfield wall. And so, Quirk, the left-handed hitter, will face the right-handed pitching Guzman.
Looking for the lights and Council
Bluffs, yes. Center field, pop fly, right over. He'll make the grab, and there's one away. Now Quirk really got under that one.
Well, Torrey,
the
center fielder runs the show out there, and he needs the speed. Probably your best outfielder is in center field. But there's some things that the center field doesn't have to battle. Center fielder doesn't have to battle. One of them is the lights. And the other thing is those tough line drives slicing away.
First baseman Pat Putnam steps in, and he had a rocket shot his first time up, but it went right to Rubel at first base. Goes the opposite way. This one is high and deep. Kennedy back at the track, and he makes the grab.
Now there was a fly ball, or Chucky Kennedy had to wait for it to get out of the lights. He's looking right at that bank of lights that is down the first base side.
So with 2 outs, Mike Kingery will be up. Only time up so far tonight. He grounded out to first base. So the Royals need to get something started. Of course, they've played well in the late innings, and they've pulled numerous games out, either in the bottom of the last inning or in extra innings. Of course, Guzman is throwing very well. Ricky Wright, who started the first game, relieved by Mike Parrott, former Omaha Royal, and Parrott was able to keep the Royals quiet until the bottom of the 8th inning, and then it all fell in on him. There's a wicked line foul into the crowd.
Hey, that ball drilled this guy right in the gut.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I guess we got a play-by-play on where that one
yeah.
went. Mike Kingery really works hard. It seems every time I'm up here, the press box getting ready for a telecast. He's taking extra batting practice just about every time you come down here.
Sometimes it boils down to how hard do you want it? How dedicated are you going to be? 3 balls and a strike now.
The all-time great on that might have been Carl Yastrzemski. Great work habits.
There's a rope in the right field. Nice, fine running catch by Bob Brower. So that guy's done some work out in right field. So the Royals are out in order in the 4th, and each one of the outfielders get a put out. After 4 complete, the Royals still trail Oklahoma City 3-0.
Major League scores, Toronto 7 and Milwaukee 3. That is a final in the association. Final score, Denver 2 and Iowa 0. After 7, Nashville 3 and Indianapolis 0, and a final, Buffalo 3 and Louisville 1. In the National League, Cincinnati 7, San Francisco 6, that's a final. Another final score, the Cardinals 4 and Philadelphia 3. St. Louis is some kind of lineup there. Well, talk about a well-constructed batting order where everyone has the roles. It's that St. Louis lineup.
And they seem to be making the right moves, too, personnel-wise, moving people up, down, across. Whitey Herzog.
The Cubs defeated New York 4-2, so they're able to take that series. San Diego defeated Los Angeles 5-4. Another final, Montreal 4 and Pittsburgh 2. After 6.5, it's Atlanta 3 and the Astros 1. Vince Coleman at the top of the St. Louis Cardinals batting order, performed in this stadium with the Louisville Redbirds. A couple of years ago, you had Andy Van Slyke in here. How about John Tudor the other day against the Cubs? But talk about
offensively, Tudor.
Just the importance of the leadoff man, the second place hitter. Look, Vince Coleman is causing Tommy Herr and Willie McGee to have MVP-type years, at least at this point. Career years.
Well, you know, if you talk to most players who have been named MVP or been considered, they'll talk about their surrounding teammates, a couple players in particular that help make their job easy. Top of the order for the 89ers as we go into the top of the 5th inning. Bob Brower, he'll be followed by Buechele and then George Wright. David Cone giving up 3 runs, 1 in the first 3 innings, 1 in each of the first 3 innings, and 5 hits, but he has 7 strikeouts. And he's retired the last 5 89ers he's faced, 4 of them by strikeout. Evens the count down 1-1.
Now talking about Vince Coleman, and now we have Bob Brower leading off this 5th inning. You get that leadoff man on, the number 1 place in the batting order, and he has the speed, and he's good at it. The 2nd and 3rd place hitters are going to see fastballs.
Hegman with a long throw to first base, and he gets Brower. So there's 1 away, and Buechele steps up. Buechele is a double, scored a run, went down on strikes in the 2nd inning. Six out of the 9 89er hitters have gone down on strikes.
Well, they get Bob Brower out. Here's the 2nd hitter this inning. Let's see if David Cone throws a larger number of breaking pitches now that no one is on base. Starts him with the fastball.
Well, Cone understands the fact that his team trails by 3 runs, and he's just going to have to throw hard, and he's shown that in the stats. Challenge those hitters.
Okay, wastes his fastball low and away there.
Took a little bit off that one, and Hegman catches the line drive. 2 down. George Wright now, who's perfect on the night. He has the 2 tough hits out of the way for the cycle, a triple and a home run.
Cone got the breaking pitch up there a little bit. He lucked out getting it into the glove of Bob Hegman. Let's see if he avoids throwing George Wright an inside fastball, Torrey.
Well, he pulls it to second base. Johnson has to field it out on the grass, but he makes the play to Putnam. And David Cone has retired 8 straight 89ers. They go down in order for the second straight inning, and after 4.5, it's still a 3-0 lead, Oklahoma City over Omaha.
It's the end of another year in Buenos Aires. Something office workers celebrate in a way sure to warm the hearts of paper pushers everywhere. Even more unusual, the city doesn't have to lift a finger to clean things up. It's all done by a private company, part of the operations of an American company in the business of keeping cities clean the world over. It's a company 2 million people here couldn't be happier with. No wonder. All this mess will be gone in just over 6 hours. Waste management, helping the world dispose of its problems.
Shot from center field, as opposed to shot from guns. I couldn't resist that one. Graphic machine going a little crazy on us down in the truck.
Maybe that got shot.
Yeah. Now, producer director Bill Norton thinks the graphics machine is shot. Kenny Baker, Butch Davis, and Marty Wilkerson due up for the Royals here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and they need to get some runs and get them now. More importantly, obviously, before you can get the runs, you have to have the runners. They haven't been able to do that. They've left 2 runners on base tonight, both in the 3rd inning. And that was the only time that anybody got on base against Jose Guzman. They broke up his no-hit bid. Davis did with a leadoff single. Kenny Baker had a line out to right field. Brower making a fine catch toward the line. That was back in the 2nd inning. So we'll see what Baker has to offer this time. The kid is a good line drive hitter. Everything he hits hard.
Right off the bat, Guzman is careful with the fastball, making sure it sails away.
Lifts it toward the gap, but it'll be short. Who's going to make the grab? Brower does. So there's one out. It'll bring up Butch Davis, who has the only Royals hit, that leadoff single I just talked about in the 3rd inning.
I think Kenny was looking for that pitch. He just got under it. He figured that Guzman would come back to the outside part of the plate with a fastball.
Marty Wilkerson on deck. Here's another base hit. Almost the same place. Butch wants to try for 2. Here comes the throw. He's safe. Jeff Kunkel didn't like the call, but Davis had eyes for a double the minute he left the batter's box. Nice hustle double by Butch Davis. He came to play some baseball.
Isn't he something, hitting the opposite way, going with the pitch? Watch him just step. And he's picked up enough strength, Torrey, where he got that one out towards center field. He stepped to go the opposite way, but he ended up pulling it just a little bit.
Double number 14 on the year for Davis. Marty Wilkerson takes a strike. Wilkerson tonight is fly to left in 1 at bat, but you got to make something happen in a game like this, and Davis sure did. See if he lights the fire now. Call strike 2.
Backdoor breaking pitch, got it on the outside part of the plate. This Guzman could be tough, even to the left-handed batters.
They try the pickoff play, and Davis gets back with a head-first slide. You know, we talk about all the controversy on leases and managers at the major league level. Such a shame that UNO has lost its baseball program as well as its men and women's track team as Wilkerson goes down on strikes. Second K for Guzman. That'll bring up Bob Hegman.
Yeah, we spent a lot of glorious spring afternoons out at the UNO baseball field. And you just have to feel very sorry for everyone involved. We saw Gary Anderson was the official scorer on the Tuesday night doubleheader up here. And you have Bob Gates, his assistants, but most of all the kids.
Now, as the song says, the times they are a-changing. 1-0 the count. Hegman goes the opposite way for a base hit. Brower's going to charge. Davis to the plate. And he'll let him score. Brower faked the throw, hoping to catch Hegman with a big turn at first. It doesn't happen. Hegman picks up his 13th RBI of the season with that opposite field single. Davis scores from second base, and it's 3-1. The Royals finally on the scoreboard.
Hegman concentrating on going the opposite way. A good job by the right-handed batter against the right-handed pitcher there, Torrey, going behind the runner and driving the run in.
Mike Cole, this time he hits the first pitch to second base, and that'll do it. But the Royals break the ice in the bottom of the fifth. They come up with a run on 2 hits. There were no Oklahoma City errors, and the Royals left the runner on. After 5 completed, is now the 89ers 3 and the Royals 1.
Butch Davis and Bob Hegman, they put on a clinic in that inning on going with the pitch and going the opposite way. The bat in that launching position, the good step, just going with the pitch. They figured also, and this is where your scouting comes in, your experience, your coaching, they figured that Guzman was going to pitch them to the outside part of the plate.
What, did I get lucky?
Well, I was thinking along the lines of somebody like Eddie Watt, but he would have been with the Baltimore Orioles by then. I think Watt with Kansas City was in the 65 All-Star game in Bloomington, or maybe I'm thinking of John Wyatt.
Now, the reason why we're talking this way is that the answer to that quiz, who was the last representative of the Kansas City A's to appear in an All-Star game, and the answer is Catfish Hunter. He pitched 5 innings of that 67 All-Star game. The National League won it 2-1 in 15 innings. They have yet to lose an extra inning game. As a matter of fact, in recent times, you'd have to think the National League has failed to lose at all. But Catfish Hunter. But you know, you talk about Davis and Hegman. That's where fundamentals in execution got him a run. Davis with a good hustle, which is something you always want to teach a youngster. Never stop, never quit. Give it 200%, and he got that hustle double. And then Hegman doing a good job picking the right pitch and going the opposite way and knocks him in. So we move to the top of the 6th. It'll be Kennedy, Mercado, and Kunkel.
This is just killing me, Torrey, but where was that 67 All-Star game? Was that the Anaheim game or the Astrodome
I think that
game?
was the one in the Astrodome.
Because I remember the wire service photo the night of the All-Star game in the Astrodome, and they showed Jim Fergosi and Bill Rigney. And Rigney was the manager of the Angels.
Fergosi was the shortstop.
The fine shortstop. And the caption was they were testing the bounce on the AstroTurf.
That was, if I remember correctly, didn't Tony Perez win that with a home run? Kennedy, 0-1 after that foul. 3-5-0 for the 89ers, 1-3-1 for the Royals as you get a look at starter David Cone. Going to have to do some hustling, but Cone hoping to maintain his mastery of the 89ers this year.
Kansas City Royal Stadium has that new AstroTurf down there. And I saw Tony Oliva, who's the first base coach, and I would imagine the hitting instructor for the Minnesota Twins, bouncing a bat up and down, dribbling it on that. Unbelievable. You think the Royals want to tailor their team to that park a little bit?
One ball and 2 strikes now to Kennedy. You know, if you've never ever had a chance to be on an artificial surface, I guess that's probably the first thing you want to do. Find something that'll bounce. Foul that back.
When Cone finishes his delivery, swings that pivot leg out towards third base.
Cone's delivery here at Kennedy, who has an open stance to begin with, and he steps that way. He steps toward left field, at least he appeared to that time. Not only does he have an open stance, but it's a fairly wide stance. And he pulls the ball foul, high and foul.
On that foul ball, he probably showed you what he likes to do with a pitch. Bring the wrist through and pull the inside pitch. So the key is to go outside on him, and we see David Cone doing that.
Left-hander Mike Kinnunen throwing in the Royals dugout, Royals bullpen, and Russ Steffens is doing the catching in the bullpen. Swing and a miss by Kennedy.
Set him up beautifully for that.
Strikeout number 8. I had a clarification, just the way the stats came across to us, that looked like a 3. He had started this game, Cone did, with 59 strikeouts, so you add those 80, he has 67. And that is tops on the ball club now, as Lester Strode had 64. There's Steffens right there coming off that injury. As I mentioned earlier, he was down at Fort Myers, and he'll be heading for the Instructional League. Orlando Mercado with a foul tip. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, David probably now, I'll tell you, he's really got his rhythm. Even during the tough times in the first couple of innings, he was still throwing hard. Well, now he seems to have his rhythm over the last couple of innings, and it'll be up to his teammates to get some runs their last 2 at-bats.
A beautiful slider, that last pitch.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Mercado digs in. Fouls it right at us, and it hits the glass. Bunch of cowards up here. Everybody's starting to run and hide as it came just to our right. Balls, he came to the right. So the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mercado stepped right back in. Jeff Kunkel is the on-deck hitter. Cone's pitch. Blown away, filled up at 3-2. Here it comes, and he walked him. Second walk tonight. So Mercado reaches base as he was a strikeout victim back in the 3rd inning, and it's up to Jeff Kunkel, who's down on strikes twice.
This would be a good time for the double play ball. Obviously, the pitcher's best friend. Might not need it with that type of stuff.
I was going to say, you have to get your bat on the ball first, and they haven't been able to do that. Too much consistency in the last couple of innings. And that pitch breaks way outside. So now the count is even at 1-1 as Mercado down at first base with a not too much of a daring lead.
Let's see if David Cone can shrink that strike zone a little bit more.
Misses with that pitch. Now it's 2-1.
He's been superb tonight on the outside part of the plate.
Of course, you know, with the power in the lineup that the 89ers have, they haven't done a lot of running as trying to keep Mercado close. Almost, we have what we're looking at is almost opposites in these two teams. That one will go foul behind the first base side. Just to see what would happen on that foul, I watched the fans sitting on the first base side. Not one head, or I should say all the heads, were watching the ball. There wasn't one person who wasn't watching the ball.
Well, I didn't think they'd be looking up here at me.
Blown away. Now I have another full count.
I think the 3-ball, 2-strike count is fairly easy when it comes to figuring out that pitching backward concept and hitting backward. But that even 2-2 count is tough to try and guess the pitch.
Mercado takes off. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. They go to second base, and the relay hits Mercado as he slides in head first. So you have to give Cone his 9th strikeout of the night. Kunkel has struck out 3 times tonight, but Mercado steals a base, and that is the first swipe of a base this year by the catcher.
I think the last thing Mercado was thinking was getting hit by the baseball there.
Well, you know, not to take anything away from Marty Wilkerson, but I'm not so sure if the throw, even the throw had been up a little bit, if they'd have been able to make a play on him. So Mercado with a stolen bases in scoring position at second base with 2 outs at the top of the 6th inning, and Mike Rubel will step in. Rubel is a double. He scored a run and went down on strikes.
Well, he's sweeping that breaking pitch right through the strike zone there. He barely missed there.
Room for Rubel in the left center field gap. And that one is low as Wilkerson had to dig that one out. 2-0 the count now.
And did you see Marty setting up on the outside part of the plate? Wilkerson and any catcher have to be careful not to set up that location too soon, especially when you have a runner on second base.
Conference on the mound, and Mike Kinnunen continues to throw. So Gene Lamont heads back to the dugout, and Marty Wilkerson comes back to his position behind the plate. Cone will face Rubel with a 2-0 count. As I mentioned before, it's been a strange game for David Cone. He has a lot of strikeouts. He's only walked 2 guys, but he's trailing on the scoreboard 3-0. Giving up 5 hits and over 5 innings of work really isn't bad stats either.
Almost got Rubel there to go around, but now he's at a big disadvantage. This is a 3-0 count, and you expect the fastball. They're just going to put Mike on.
So that'll set up the force. That's 3rd walk tonight by Cone, but that's intentional, so Willie Darkus will step up to the plate. Of those 5 hits, the problem, 4 of those 5 hits have been extra bases.